Chapter 11. Facing the Past. Izuku stepped into the large convention hall with his class and thousands of other students that had come to explore different high schools and study the paths to follow after junior high. Izuku's classmates were chatting excitedly about where they would go, or just about how great it was to get out of school for a day. So Midoriya, have you yet decided where you want to go? Ida asked.
No, Izuku responded.
I haven't really thought about school or its future in general in a long time. I don't know what I should or even want to do. The statement was completely true. He was already getting actively involved with his father's criminal businesses, and choosing a school hardly seemed to matter compared to that. But even before meeting his father, he didn't know. Ever since he was disillusioned by the quirk-based society and his dreams of becoming a hero had waned, there had been nothing to take their place. Have you? Ida said and paused. I know you have complicated feelings about heroes, but I think you could be a great one. Izuku turned to look at the taller boy with narrowed eyes. Why? I am not talking about your quirk, Ida responded quickly, waving his arm defensively. I think your experiences would let you be a better hero. You have talked about the importance of standing up for others, and I think you want to do that. I have also seen how you move in gym class. Do you practice gymnastics or martial arts? Sort of, but it's not to become a hero, just self-defense. Because you don't want to rely on a hero to come to the rescue? Partially. You are going to see the hero schools, right? Izuku redirected the discussion. I want to go to UA. It is the best high school and especially hero school. I guess it was stupid question, Izuku said. Their other tracks are top level too. You should come see their stand too. I believe you would have a chance to get in on any track. Knowing how strict you are with everything school-related, that is pretty high praise, Izuku said.
Fine.
It may be interesting to see what they have there. I don't really have any better ideas. They walked through the crowded hall. Izuku settled on walking behind Ida, using the larger teen as a plow to get through the masses of people. He could focus on glancing at the stands displaying different schools. They tended to get larger and fancier as they proceeded through the hall. The best and most prestigious schools were obviously placed further back to pull people in. Izuku paid specific attention to certain private, prestigious, and expensive schools like Some, ones with no hero courses. He did not know what he wanted from his future, but he still valued quality education, whether it was a good school or getting pummeled to the ground by literal monsters in harsh battle training. At least he wasn't sore all the time since getting the regeneration quirk. Healing wasn't just a matter of visible wounds after all. He could train harder and longer every evening and morning and not feel any effects by the time he left for school. It was amazing to feel perfectly okay every day, except the occasional dizziness and headache from stretching his quirk limit with such a powerful quirk. Getting to UA's stand didn't require searching, it having UA banners hanging from the ceiling and a big stage with a very loud man on it. Present Mike, Izuku muttered. I haven't seen him live before. But you have pages of notes on him and his quirk, Ida commented. It wasn't even a question. Quirk Analysis Part 7 pages 13 to 15. Should probably redo him at some point. I was 11 when I wrote that, Izuku said, making Ida chuckle. What? Izuku asked. I am still trying to figure out what kind of person you are, and I can think of people in our school who couldn't keep such ordered records today, let alone at 11 years old. Okay, Izuku said, and turned his attention back to the loud pro hero talking about different facilities at UA. Naturally, he spent most of his time on discussing the extensive selection of hero training sites, despite hero course being a small part of the overall student body. Yes, they had spent millions on fake cities and a giant stadium, but what did the other 80+% of the students have? Izuku's focus started wandering as his annoyance rose, and even present Mick's voice couldn't change that. Oh look, the villain wants to go to UA. Izuku froze. He knew those words spoken in that tone. They made his bully radar glow like a Christmas tree. His head turned stiffly like a robot until his eyes found the source and locked on target. Behind the outermost stands a trio of students had surrounded a fourth indigo-haired one and were literally pushing him around between them. The victim of their bullying didn't just not resist, but very intentionally kept his hands close to his body and seemed to be pressing his mouth shut like saying anything might have proven the bullies correct. Dark patches under his eyes suggested he couldn't even sleep well. Come on. Show them your villain quirk. You have to anyway if you plan to apply. Better do it now than hide your real nature. The words made Izuku squeeze his hand into fists hard enough that fingers pressing against his palm actually hurt and messed up the covering on the hole his quirk caused. An image of Bakugo flashed over the apparent ringleader of the trio. Flickers of flame flashed dimly by his fists as he started walking towards the group. He had let the same thing happen for so long. Turned the other cheek too many times, but no more. Now he had decided to change things, and he would start by not ignoring another in the same position he had once been. He grabbed the ringleader's arm and yanked him away. It was a real struggle to not break the bully's nose right away, but he was just a student, not a Nomu. What exactly has he done for you to call him a villain? Izuku seethed. Who the hell are you? The bully asked, regaining his balance after Izuku's sudden yank. Answer my question or leave, Izuku said, ignoring the bully's words. Why are you calling him a villain? Because he obviously will be, the bully sneered. You'd agree if you knew his quirk. So, you are exactly the type of garbage I thought. Judging someone just by how you view the quirk he was born with. Actions are what matters, and you are clearly the villain here. Oh, look guys, the villain has a little friend. Are you the manipulating type or the type that makes you quirkless? And I know what it's like to live as a quirkless person in this society with people like you around, Izuku said before thinking and raised his hand, no longer squeezed completely into a fist. One of the bullies seemed scared and took a step back. The ringleader frowned. If you wanted to talk your way out of this, you should have come with a better lie. Would you like a demonstration? Izuku flexed his fingers and smirked in a very unusual, almost Bakugo-like way. The though alone made him jolt. The bully misunderstood the reaction. Thought so. In case you didn't get it yet, this guy is a brainwasher. Better keep your mouth shut if he even tries to say anything. One wrong word and you'll be his slave. Brainwashing? That sounds cool and useful for a hero, Izuku responded without needing to fake enthusiasm. The indigo-haired student stared at him, showing real emotion for the first time, mostly surprise. Imagine all of the situations he could de-escalate instantly without needing to resort to violence like most heroes. Hostage situations would be a breeze to him. You would seriously trust someone who could control your mind? About as much as I would trust someone whose quirk could kill me, and there are many of those, Izuku said, though he was not sure how true the last part was anymore. His expression turned darker. They are often celebrated as great for heroes. Is everything okay? Ida asked from behind him. He had finally torn his attention from the UA hype. Bullies with Uehara's ideas on quirks were close enough, Izuku responded without turning his head. They think his quirk makes him a villain, while people like them are more likely to do that. I would know. Right? A villain would know a villain best, the bully ringleader butted in. Izuku tensed, knowing one of those villain claims was technically true. Nevertheless, he stepped forward between the bully and his victim. You know, if you really thought we are villains, you would be smart to be more careful how you act. Why bother? It doesn't mean you're good at it. As the bully spoke, he raised his hand, middle finger bent under his thumb and finger flicked empty air. Stinging pain briefly struck the side of Izuku's forehead, making him jolt and glance to that side. No one was there close enough to have hit him. Cool quirk, Izuku remarked, but his tone was increasingly taunting. Doesn't seem to enhance the impact though, so you are limited by your strength. This time Izuku was the one whose shoulder was grabbed, though much more gently than before. He still moved to attack the person before his conscious mind had time to stop his arm. It was the indigo-haired guy he had come to help. You don't need to do this. I don't want you to get hurt for me. Yes, I do, Izuku responded quietly. And no, I won't. I doubt he can hit that hard. Izuku turned to face the bully with no fear in his eyes. This clearly made the guy angry, and he stared at Izuku with narrowed eyes. He raised his fist and punched down hard at empty air. The force struck up against Izuku's chin, making his head yank back. Izuku, are you okay? Ida asked. Izuku rubbed his chin. The blow had actually been strong enough to hurt, maybe even break something, but the pain was already going away.
I'm okay.
It just stung a little, he responded only to get an invisible slap on his face. Stop this, Ida shouted. We are not allowed to use quirks in public, and that's an assault either way. Good luck getting evidence of anything. I'm just practicing putting villains in their place for after I go to UA and become a pro hero. They do not need to prove anything. You have already shown me enough to ensure you will never enter UA, a new voice said. Izuku turned around trying to find the speaker. Down here. Izuku looked down, following the sound. There was a strange white animal-looking person whose species wasn't quite clear. And who would you be, mutant freak? The head bully sneered. My name is Nizu, but you can call me Mr. Principal, the creature said and paused for a moment, gaining a threatening smirk of UA High. Izuku stared at Nizu for a moment, uncertain how to feel about the pro-hero and principal of the crown jewel of the hero society. Slowly, he realized what this meant for the bullies and glanced at their terrified faces. Izuku smiled. I find your behavior and attitudes inappropriate for MY school. As my memory is quite good, I can assure you that none of you three will be accepted to UA on any track. Now if you would leave so I can talk with these decent young men. The trio of bullies stared at the principal for a moment longer. One of them left first alone, and the other two followed soon after. Izuku was left with Ida, Principal Nizu, and the indigo-haired boy who he turned to in favor of the principal. Are you okay? He asked. The other boy blinked in surprise. Izuku feared it was because not many others had asked that question before. Yes, he answered. They are afraid enough of my quirk to not cross certain lines. Oh, right. My name is Hitoshi Shinso. He held his hand out. Izuku gladly accepted the gesture and grabbed it with his own. Izuku Midoriya. Tenya Ida. I am happy to meet you all, Principal Nizu said, and then pointed at Izuku, especially you. I saw most of what you did and many who walked past without doing anything. Have you considered seeking education as a hero?
No, Izuku answered.
I used to, but now I don't know what to do. Ida here, on the other hand, wants nothing more than to attend your school and become a hero. Interesting. This hall is quite noisy and crowded. Would you like to join me for tea somewhere more peaceful? Izuku briefly considered refusing straight away, but he saw the hopeful expression on Ida's usually so serious face, one that was reflected on Shinso's face. We would love to, Izuku said, waiting the we. Excellent, Nizu announced, holding one of his hands, paws, up. Please follow me. The tiny principal started leading them towards the back of the UA stage. Ida followed most enthusiastically as Izuku strolled behind him. Shinso glanced at the principal's back and stayed back next to Izuku and leaned towards him. Thank you. The principal is right in that not many people would get involved. You did. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku said, but to be honest, a big reason I did it is because those are the kind of people I hate the most.
Noaru.
I've just experienced my own bullies and those who would judge a person by their quirk. I can understand those feelings, but you still helped me. You were even talking to me even though they told you about my quirk. Remember what I said about quirks that can kill? Izuku asked and then pointed at Ida. Ida could crush both our skulls with a kick. Does that mean I should be afraid of him? He doesn't seem like someone who would do that. And you don't seem like someone who is planning to take over my mind, Izuku said. Shinso's face tensed. He was trying to hold something in. A small glint in his eye was more than enough for a member of Midoriya family to recognize impending tears. Izuku brought his arm over Shinso's shoulder. So how does your cool quirk work exactly? Shinso paused looking at Izuku. He drew deep breath. If I talk to you and you answer to me, I can brainwash you to do whatever I say, with some limitations. It can't be anything that requires advanced thinking. How about your quirk? You said something about making those bullies quirkless. Is it some kind of erasure quirk? I didn't think people would consider those villainous since the effect is so short. Izuku's eyes widened, staring at the wall. He and his bad decisions. He still had a long way to properly control himself and his mouth. It is not like that. Then what? Should I stop asking? Actually, Principal Nizu said, I would like to know too. They had just stepped through a door behind the stage into some maintenance corridor with much less background noise. The principal had stopped to face Izuku, and Ida was standing next to him looking confused. My hearing is very good, you know, Nizu said. Speaking of which, Nizu turned around. As Izuku raised his eyes from the small principal, his blood froze and started to boil at the same time. All Might had just stepped out of a nearby room in his colorful skin-tight costume, and with the ever-irritating smile he had when failing to save Izuku's mother. Had his father not warned him about One for All's ability having resistance against being stolen, Izuku might have thrown away his cover to end the so-called symbol of peace right there. "Oh, Mr. Principal, did you ask these students to join you for tea?" "Well, yes, I did. They are quite promising young men, especially Midoriya here." All Might followed Nizu's raised paw to Midoriya, who struggled to maintain his calm as visions of this man, standing over his mother's corpse, flashed in his mind. He still noticed All Might staring at him, his eyes widening before turning to face away from the man. He turned to Nizu, trying to ignore All Might. He briefly met Shinso's gaze. "All Might," Shinso spoke, gaining the hero's attention. "I have a non-physical quirk that people fear. Can I become a pro-hero? That would be dangerous. Hero work is already dangerous as is, and even more so if you cannot use your quirk to protect yourself in battle or other dangerous situations. But there are those who have surpassed that limit. If you get into UA Hero course, you may in fact have one of them as your teacher. It would require immense amount of work though." "Thank you for answering. What are you doing here?" Izuku asked. He pushed his emotions out of his voice, leaving it monotonous. All Might looked at him again with a strange look in his eyes. "I am supposed to announce this on stage, but I guess it is okay since you are back here. I am going to begin teaching at UA next year." "Sir," Ida finally joined the conversation. "My name is Tenya Ida. It would be a great honor to study under you. I will do everything I can to earn a place in UA." "That's the spirit," All Might declared and gave Ida a thumbs up. "By the way, did I interrupt something? I believe you were talking when I arrived, Mr. Principal." "Oh yes. A few students engaged in quirk-based bullying. We were just talking about these young men's quirks that attracted such attention. I am afraid you need to hurry to the stage, though. We don't want to disrupt the program." "Of course, Mr. Principal," All Might said quickly with some mix of respect and fear in his voice. As he left, Izuku drew a deep breath as tension left his body. His hand he hadn't even noticed shaking calmed down. "Please follow me," Nizu said. He looked straight at Izuku as he did, and then turned around to enter the room All Might had come from. It was a break room with 3 small sofas, a low table between them, and a kitchen corner. The principal directed the trio to sit on one of the sofas and settled opposite to them. A water boiler was already ready and full on the table, so he could start making tea. Now where were we? "Oh yes. You were talking about your quirks. I already heard about Shinso's quirk, but there was something interesting you mentioned about yours, Midoriya. You said something about making people quirkless?" Izuku had really screwed up. Nizu's knowing stare told him the little creature was already suspicious, and Izuku still remembered All Might's surprised look. Thinking about this only delayed his ability to answer. Ida started speaking instead. "I am not sure what this thing about making people quirkless is, but Midoriya's quirk is called Dragon Blade, a fire quirk." "Really?" Shinso asked, clearly skeptical. "That doesn't sound like a quirk that you would get bullied for." While Shinso expressed his feelings out loud, Izuku's attention was on Nizu and his piercing stare. Had he figured it out? Could they track Izuku to his father? Izuku was sitting tense between Ida and Shinso, pressing his hands together between his legs. He could keep lying as best he could, but if Nizu suspected something, getting caught lying would be more suspicious, and as principal of UA, Nizu probably had access to quirk registries. Izuku was still marked as having the quirk transfer. "Ida," he started, his voice quiet. "The Dragon Blade, it isn't my quirk, not the original I was born with. I just acted like it was so I wouldn't be bullied like in my last school, like Shinso is. It didn't end when I gained my quirk, because my quirk made some of it worse." Izuku jolted when Shinso grabbed his arm, but the indigo-haired teen had an understanding smile. He was the only one who could understand what it took for Izuku to talk about the topic. "Like Shinso's quirk, people fear what mine can do and think it's evil, that I would or can only become a villain because of it." "So, you weren't lying when you said it can make people quirkless?" Shinso asked. "No, my quirk is a quirk transfer quirk. I can take people's quirks from them or give them if I have any, I think." All it takes is a touch. Izuku raised his hand in front of them. I can also use the quirks that I have taken. That is a very unique quirk, Nizu noted. What kind of quirks do your parents have? My mother had a weak telekinesis quirk. My father breathes fire. So, it would be a mutation. Now this Dragon Blade quirk you talked about? Nizu asked in a lower, more serious tone. His expression was similarly serious, but he hadn't had any major reaction to hearing of Izuku's quirk. I was almost kidnapped a while back. Ida and Shinso gasped. During the struggle I took one kidnapper's quirk. He was so shocked I got away. I never talked about it with anyone. People would just blame me for stealing the quirk. Is that the only quirk you have taken? Nizu continued. You also think that I am some villain going around stealing quirks? Izuku accused, even if there would have been an element of truth in the accusation. For that evaluation I need to know what you have done, not what you can do. Izuku sighed and closed his eyes. I first discovered my quirk when I accidentally took the quirk of one of my bullies. Actually, my hair turned white first, but I didn't think to be careful after that. I gave it back when I figured out how to with my mom, Izuku said. Not that he deserved it. If anyone in my old school behaved like a villain, it was him, but everyone thinks he would be a great hero because he is strong with a flashy quirk. I cannot comment on that without having seen it myself, Nizu said, but what you describe is what often happens when quirks manifest. You can never be sure what kind of quirk a child will have or how it manifests. You should have no worries about the morality of how you have used your quirk if you have been honest with what you have told. It would also be highly useful for a hero to neutralize villains with dangerous quirks with minimal violence. The same applies to young Shinso's quirk. Have you considered applying to UA Hero course? Yes, both Shinso and Ida said simultaneously. Izuku stayed quiet, looking away from the principal awkwardly. Midoriya? Nizu asked. I used to want to go to UA Hero course, but now I don't know what I want anymore. Because of the bullies? Nizu wondered. One of the most important aspects of being a hero is wanting to help people no matter what, and you just demonstrated that with Shinso. I hope you aren't allowing your bully's words to hold you back from your dreams. You clearly would not support Shinso here doing so. I don't know, Izuku responded, still looking away, unwilling to let out his other reasons, even those that didn't involve his father. Very well. I am not going to try to pressure you. Just know that as the principal, everything I have seen tells me you would be a great hero. Same goes for you, Shinso, but you should take All Might's words to heart. Your quirk can help you become a great hero, but that alone is not enough. Just to pass the entrance exam and get into my school, you need to train your body as well as your mind. And never forget the hero's first duty is to rescue. I will, Shinso promised. Excellent. I will wait to see you at the entrance exams. I would love to talk with you even longer, but I must soon get on stage. Oh, Midoriya, whatever you choose to do with your life, never lose that will to help others. Sometimes being a hero means getting involved somewhere you don't need to when everyone else walks by. Izuku didn't answer as all of them got up. The trio of students bowed, following Ida's lead, and thanked Nizu for the tea. Nizu walked with them back to the large hall and wished them the best. They walked past the UA stage. All Might was there talking in his usual pompous way to an audience that had tripled in size. Izuku purposefully looked away as he walked between Ida and Shinso. The two looked at All Might as they went but didn't stop to watch. Probably didn't feel like it much after meeting the man personally. I still cannot believe we got the honor of talking with both the UA principal and All Might himself, Ida said, holding one of his fists in front of him. To think he is going to be a teacher at the school. My motivation to study hard has never been stronger. It would be an amazing opportunity, Shinso agreed. But I'm worried of the principal's words. I've been so focused on proving my quirk isn't evil, I haven't thought much about the physical requirements. I only have a few months to get into shape. And learn to fight, Izuku added. Whatever your quirk is, they expect you to be able to fight. Write that too. I'm not sure where to start. Would you like help? Izuku asked. Do you know how to fight? A bit. I've been training for several months, since the kidnapping thing, but it has been quite harsh training. I'm not sure, Shinso said and looked down while holding the back of his neck with one hand. I don't want to be any more trouble to you. and there's nothing I can give back. You can be my friend, Izuku blurted out. All three of them stopped walking. You might be the only one who understands why I haven't had many in my life, and it is nice being around someone who can know my quirk and not jump back every time I raise my hand. I think I can do that, Shinso said. Izuku just smiled. Shinso eventually raised his head and looked Izuku in the eyes. I am guessing you want us to keep your real quirk secret? Yes, please, Izuku responded. You too, Ida, especially you. I understand. I can't completely approve of lying, but I will respect your wishes. It shames me to admit, but some people in our school would treat you like those in your last one if they knew, especially after the presentation we did last term. I see how you would have found the information. Wah. Izuku started. Right. It really didn't help my mental state at the time, since it was the only case of someone with a similar quirk I could find. About my classmates, how about you? I heard what you said about my kicks. I cannot argue against the arguments you made. I just wish you can consider me as a friend also, even though I might not understand what you have gone through. Izuku looked at Ida from the corner of his eye and raised his hand, its hole now visible. He put it on Ida's shoulder as the taller teen saw him do it. Ida didn't even flinch. Izuku smiled softly. Sure. Chapter 11. Facing the Past. Izuku stepped into the large convention hall with his class and thousands of other students that had come to explore different high schools and study the paths to follow after junior high. Izuku's classmates were chatting excitedly about where they would go, or just about how great it was to get out of school for a day. So, Midoriya, have you yet decided where you want to go? Ida asked.
No, Izuku responded.
I haven't really thought about school or its future in general in a long time. I don't know what I should or even want to do. The statement was completely true. He was already getting actively involved with his father's criminal businesses, and choosing a school hardly seemed to matter compared to that. But even before meeting his father, he didn't know. Ever since he was disillusioned by the quirk-based society and his dreams of becoming a hero had waned, there had been nothing to take their place. Have you? Ida said and paused. I know you have complicated feelings about heroes, but I think you could be a great one. Izuku turned to look at the taller boy with narrowed eyes. Why? I am not talking about your quirk, Ida responded quickly, waving his arm defensively. I think your experiences would let you be a better hero. You have talked about the importance of standing up for others, and I think you want to do that. I have also seen how you move in gym class. Do you practice gymnastics or martial arts? Sort of, but it's not to become a hero, just self-defense. Because you don't want to rely on a hero to come to the rescue? Partially. You are going to see the hero schools, right? Izuku redirected the discussion. I want to go to UA. It is the best high school and especially hero school. I guess it was stupid question, Izuku said. Their other tracks are top level too. You should come see their stand too. I believe you would have a chance to get in on any track. Knowing how strict you are with everything school-related, that is pretty high praise, Izuku said.
Fine.
It may be interesting to see what they have there. I don't really have any better ideas. They walked through the crowded hall. Izuku settled on walking behind Ida, using the larger teen as a plow to get through the masses of people. He could focus on glancing at the stands displaying different schools. They tended to get larger and fancier as they proceeded through the hall. The best and most prestigious schools were obviously placed further back to pull people in. Izuku paid specific attention to certain private, prestigious, and expensive schools like Some, ones with no hero courses. He did not know what he wanted from his future, but he still valued quality education, whether it was a good school or getting pummeled to the ground by literal monsters in harsh battle training. At least he wasn't sore all the time since getting the regeneration quirk. Healing wasn't just a matter of visible wounds after all. He could train harder and longer every evening and morning and not feel any effects by the time he left for school. It was amazing to feel perfectly okay every day, except the occasional dizziness and headache from stretching his quirk limit with such a powerful quirk. Getting to UA's stand didn't require searching, it having UA banners hanging from the ceiling and a big stage with a very loud man on it. Present Mike, Izuku muttered. I haven't seen him live before. But you have pages of notes on him and his quirk, Ida commented. It wasn't even a question. Quirk Analysis Part 7 pages 13 to 15, Should probably redo him at some point. I was 11 when I wrote that, Izuku said, making Ida chuckle.
What?
Izuku asked. I am still trying to figure out what kind of person you are, and I can think of people in our school who couldn't keep such ordered records today, let alone at 11 years old. Okay, Izuku said, and turned his attention back to the loud pro hero talking about different facilities at UA. Naturally, he spent most of his time on discussing the extensive selection of hero training sites, despite Hero Course being a small part of the overall student body. Yes, they had spent millions on fake cities and a giant stadium, but what did the other 80+% of the students have? Izuku's focus started wandering as his annoyance rose, and even present Mick's voice couldn't change that. Oh look, the villain wants to go to UA. Down here. Izuku looked down, following the sound. There was a strange white animal-looking person whose species wasn't quite clear. And who would you be, mutant freak? The head bully sneered. My name is Nizu, but you can call me Mr. Principal, the creature said and paused for a moment, gaining a threatening smirk, of UA High. Izuku stared at Nizu for a moment, uncertain how to feel about the pro-hero and principal of the crown jewel of the Hero Society. Slowly, he realized what this meant for the bullies and glanced at their terrified faces. Izuku smiled. I find your behavior and attitudes inappropriate for MY school. As my memory is quite good, I can assure you that none of you three will be accepted to UA on any track. Now if you would leave so I can talk with these decent young men. The trio of bullies stared at the principal for a moment longer. One of them left first alone, and the other two followed soon after. Izuku was left with Ida, Principal Nizu, and the indigo-haired boy who he turned to in favor of the principal. Are you okay? He asked. The other boy blinked in surprise. Izuku feared it was because not many others had asked that question before. Yes, he answered. They are afraid enough of my quirk to not cross certain lines. Oh, right. My name is Hitoshi Shinso. He held his hand out. Izuku gladly accepted the gesture and grabbed it with his own. Izuku Midoriya. Tenya Ida. I am happy to meet you all, Principal Nizu said, and then pointed at Izuku, especially you. I saw most of what you did and many who walked past without doing anything. Have you considered seeking education as a hero?
No, Izuku answered.
I used to, but now I don't know what to do. Ida here, on the other hand, wants nothing more than to attend your school and become a hero. Interesting. This hall is quite noisy and crowded. Would you like to join me for tea somewhere more peaceful? Izuku briefly considered refusing straight away, but he saw the hopeful expression on Ida's usually so serious face, one that was reflected on Shinso's face. We would love to, Izuku said, waiting the we. Excellent, Nizu announced, holding one of his hands, paws, up. Please follow me. The tiny principal started leading them towards the back of the UA stage. Ida followed most enthusiastically as Izuku strolled behind him. Shinso glanced at the principal's back and stayed back next to Izuku and leaned towards him. Thank you. The principal is right in that not many people would get involved. You did. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku said, but to be honest, a big reason I did it is because those are the kind of people I hate the most.
Noaru.
I've just experienced my own bullies and those who would judge a person by their quirk. I can understand those feelings, but you still helped me. You were even talking to me even though they told you about my quirk. Remember what I said about quirks that can kill? Izuku asked and then pointed at Ida. Ida could crush both our skulls with a kick. Does that mean I should be afraid of him? He doesn't seem like someone who would do that. And you don't seem like someone who is planning to take over my mind, Izuku said. Shinso's face tensed. He was trying to hold something in. A small glint in his eye was more than enough for a member of Midoriya family to recognize impending tears. Izuku brought his arm over Shinso's shoulder. So how does your cool quirk work exactly? Shinso paused looking at Izuku. He drew deep breath. If I talk to you and you answer to me, I can brainwash you to do whatever I say, with some limitations. It can't be anything that requires advanced thinking. How about your quirk? You said something about making those bullies quirkless. Is it some kind of erasure quirk? I didn't think people would consider those villainous since the effect is so short. Izuku's eyes widened, staring at the wall. He and his bad decisions. He still had a long way to properly control himself and his mouth. It is not like that. Then what? Should I stop asking? Actually, Principal Nizu said, I would like to know too. They had just stepped through a door behind the stage into some maintenance corridor with much less background noise. The principal had stopped to face Izuku, and Ida was standing next to him looking confused. My hearing is very good, you know, Nizu said. Speaking of which, Nizu turned around. As Izuku raised his eyes from the small principal, his blood froze and started to boil at the same time. All Might had just stepped out of a nearby room in his colorful skin-tight costume, and with the ever-irritating smile he had when failing to save Izuku's mother. Had his father not warned him about One for All's ability having resistance against being stolen, Izuku might have thrown away his cover to end the so-called symbol of peace right there. Oh, Mr. Principal, did you ask these students to join you for tea? Well, yes, I did. They are quite promising young men, especially Midoriya here. All Might followed Nizu's raised paw to Midoriya, who struggled to maintain his calm as visions of this man, standing over his mother's corpse, flashed in his mind. He still noticed All Might staring at him, his eyes widening before turning to face away from the man. He turned to Nizu, trying to ignore All Might. He briefly met Shinso's gaze. All Might, Shinso spoke, gaining the hero's attention. I have a non-physical quirk that people fear. Can I become a pro-hero? That would be dangerous. Hero work is already dangerous as is, and even more so if you cannot use your quirk to protect yourself in battle or other dangerous situations. But there are those who have surpassed that limit. If you get into UA Hero course, you may in fact have one of them as your teacher. It would require immense amount of work though. Thank you for answering. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. He pushed his emotions out of his voice, leaving it monotonous. All Might looked at him again with a strange look in his eyes. I am supposed to announce this on stage, but I guess it is okay since you are back here. I am going to begin teaching at UA next year. Sir, Ida finally joined the conversation. My name is Tinya Ida. It would be a great honor to study under you. I will do everything I can to earn a place in UA. That's the spirit, All Might declared and gave Ida a thumbs up. By the way, did I interrupt something? I believe you were talking when I arrived, Mr. Principal. Oh yes. A few students engaged in quirk-based bullying. We were just talking about these young men's quirks that attracted such attention. I am afraid you need to hurry to the stage, though. We don't want to disrupt the program. Of course, Mr. Principal, All Might said quickly with some mix of respect and fear in his voice. As he left, Izuku drew a deep breath as tension left his body. His hand he hadn't even noticed shaking calmed down. Please follow me, Nizu said. He looked straight at Izuku as he did, and then turned around to enter the room All Might had come from. It was a break room with 3 small sofas, a low table between them, and a kitchen corner. The principal directed the trio to sit on one of the sofas and settled opposite to them. A water boiler was already ready and full on the table, so he could start making tea. Now where were we? Oh yes. You were talking about your quirks. I already heard about Shinso's quirk, but there was something interesting you mentioned about yours, Midoriya. You said something about making people quirkless? Izuku had really screwed up. Nizu's knowing stare told him the little creature was already suspicious, and Izuku still remembered All Might's surprised look. Thinking about this only delayed his ability to answer. Ida started speaking instead. I am not sure what this thing about making people quirkless is, but Midoriya's quirk is called Dragon Blade, a fire quirk. Really? Shinso asked, clearly skeptical. That doesn't sound like a quirk that you would get bullied for. While Shinso expressed his feelings out loud, Izuku's attention was on Nizu and his piercing stare. Had he figured it out? Could they track Izuku to his father? Izuku was sitting tense between Ida and Shinso, pressing his hands together between his legs. He could keep lying as best he could, but if Nizu suspected something, getting caught lying would be more suspicious, and as principal of UA, Nizu probably had access to quirk registries. Izuku was still marked as having the quirk transfer. Ida, he started, his voice quiet. The Dragon Blade, it isn't my quirk, not the original I was born with. I just acted like it was so I wouldn't be bullied like in my last school, like Shinso is. It didn't end when I gained my quirk, because my quirk made some of it worse. Izuku jolted when Shinso grabbed his arm, but the indigo-haired teen had an understanding smile. He was the only one who could understand what it took for Izuku to talk about the topic. Like Shinso's quirk, people fear what mine can do and think it's evil, that I would or can only become a villain because of it. So, you weren't lying when you said it can make people quirkless? Shinso asked. No, my quirk is a quirk transfer quirk. I can take people's quirks from them or give them if I have any, I think. All it takes is a touch. Izuku raised his hand in front of them. I can also use the quirks that I have taken. That is a very unique quirk, Nizu noted. What kind of quirks do your parents have? My mother had a weak telekinesis quirk. My father breathes fire. So, it would be a mutation. Now this Dragonblade quirk you talked about? Nizu asked in a lower, more serious tone. His expression was similarly serious, but he hadn't had any major reaction to hearing of Izuku's quirk. I was almost kidnapped a while back. Ida and Shinso gasped. During the struggle I took one kidnapper's quirk. He was so shocked I got away. I never talked about it with anyone. People would just blame me for stealing the quirk. Is that the only quirk you have taken? Nizu continued. You also think that I am some villain going around stealing quirks? Izuku accused. Even if there would have been an element of truth in the accusation. For that evaluation I need to know what you have done, not what you can do. Izuku sighed and closed his eyes. I first discovered my quirk when I accidentally took the quirk of one of my bullies. Actually, my hair turned white first, but I didn't think to be careful after that. I gave it back when I figured out how to with my mom, Izuku said. Not that he deserved it. If anyone in my old school behaved like a villain, it was him. But everyone thinks he would be a great hero because he is strong with a flashy quirk. I cannot comment on that without having seen it myself, Nizu said. But what you describe is what often happens when quirks manifest. You can never be sure what kind of quirk a child will have, or how it manifests. You should have no worries about the morality of how you have used your quirk, if you have been honest with what you have told. It would also be highly useful for a hero to neutralize villains with dangerous quirks with minimal violence. The same applies to young Shinso's quirk. Have you considered applying to UA Hero course? Yes, both Shinso and Ida said simultaneously. Izuku stayed quiet, looking away from the principal awkwardly. Midoriya? Nizu asked. I used to want to go to UA Hero course, but now I don't know what I want anymore. Because of the bullies? Nizu wondered. One of the most important aspects of being a hero is wanting to help people no matter what, and you just demonstrated that with Shinso. I hope you aren't allowing your bully's words to hold you back from your dreams. You clearly would not support Shinso here doing so. I don't know, Izuku responded, still looking away, unwilling to let out his other reasons, even those that didn't involve his father. Very well. I am not going to try to pressure you. Just know that as the principal, everything I have seen tells me you would be a great hero. Same goes for you, Shinso, but you should take All Might's words to heart. Your quirk can help you become a great hero, but that alone is not enough. Just to pass the entrance exam and get into my school, you need to train your body as well as your mind. And never forget the hero's first duty is to rescue. I will, Shinso promised. Excellent. I will wait to see you at the entrance exams. I would love to talk with you even longer, but I must soon get on stage. Oh, Midoriya, whatever you choose to do with your life, never lose that will to help others. Sometimes being a hero means getting involved somewhere you don't need to when everyone else walks by. Izuku didn't answer as all of them got up. The trio of students bowed, following Ida's lead, and thanked Nizu for the tea. Nizu walked with them back to the large hall and wished them the best. They walked past the UA stage. All Might was there talking in his usual pompous way to an audience that had tripled in size. Izuku purposefully looked away as he walked between Ida and Shinso. The two looked at All Might as they went but didn't stop to watch. Probably didn't feel like it much after meeting the man personally. I still cannot believe we got the honor of talking with both the UA principal and All Might himself, Ida said, holding one of his fists in front of him. To think he is going to be a teacher at the school. My motivation to study hard has never been stronger. It would be an amazing opportunity, Shinso agreed. But I'm worried of the principal's words. I've been so focused on proving my quirk isn't evil, I haven't thought much about the physical requirements. I only have a few months to get into shape and learn to fight, Izuku added. Whatever your quirk is, they expect you to be able to fight. Write that too. I'm not sure where to start. Would you like help? Izuku asked. Do you know how to fight? A bit. I've been training for several months, since the kidnapping thing, but it has been quite harsh training. I'm not sure, Shinso said, and looked down while holding the back of his neck with one hand. I don't want to be any more trouble to you, and there's nothing I can give back. You can be my friend, Izuku blurted out. All three of them stopped walking. You might be the only one who understands why I haven't had many in my life, and it is nice being around someone who can know my quirk and not jump back every time I raise my hand. I think I can do that, Shinso said. Izuku just smiled. Shinso eventually raised his head and looked Izuku in the eyes. I am guessing you want us to keep your real quirk secret? Yes, please, Izuku responded. You too, Ida, especially you. I understand. I can't completely approve of lying, but I will respect your wishes. It shames me to admit, but some people in our school would treat you like those in your last one if they knew, especially after the presentation we did last term. I see how you would have found the information. Wah. Izuku started. Right. It really didn't help my mental state at the time, since it was the only case of someone with a similar quirk I could find. About my classmates, how about you? I heard what you said about my kicks. I cannot argue against the arguments you made. I just wish you can consider me as a friend also, even though I might not understand what you have gone through. Izuku looked at Ida from the corner of his eye and raised his hand, its hole now visible. He put it on Ida's shoulder as the taller teen saw him do it. Ida didn't even flinch. Izuku smiled softly. Sure. Chapter 12, A New Plan. Izuku was a bit bummed when Shinso took a different train after the high school fair, but at least they had exchange numbers and he could still walk with Ida. It felt different than usual better. He was more relaxed around Ida despite still having a mountain of secrets to keep from the taller teen. His more concerning thoughts raised their ugly head only as Izuku came back home alone. He had really screwed up talking about his quirk with the UA principal close enough to hear. There was still some time left until his normal training would start, but Izuku didn't want to wait and pulled out his phone, sending a secure message to Kirojiri. A portal opened in the basement gym less than a minute later. He exited the portal at his usual training room next to Kirojiri. Your father has not yet arrived, but I will fetch a training Nomu, Kirojiri said. No, I need to talk with Dad. He is still in the medical room to check up on his condition. I can send you there. No, Izuku said. It's close, and I don't want to bother you too much. You already helped Dad and Tamura all day. As you wish. Izuku jogged out of the room and down a dark hallway and eventually into the familiar room where his father kept track of his health. He was just on a computer talking with Tamura apparently when Izuku entered. You are early, his father said. How was the fair? A lot happened and it wasn't all good, though I learned something about All Might too, Izuku said. His father stopped mid-motion while putting his collar on. His head turned, so his non-existent eyes were staring at Izuku. Izuku was poking the tips of his index fingers together and looking away. I may have talked with him, and the principal of UA who now knows about my quirk. Well, that was a quick game over, Tamura snickered on the other side of the computer screen. Through the screen Izuku could see he was in the bar and Kirojiri was already there too. You should sit down and start from the beginning, his father said. Izuku quickly explained what had happened from Shinso to the tea moment with Nizu. What have I told you about carelessness? He'd get after Izuku finished. You talked about your quirk to some of our worst enemies. I know. After he first got suspicious, I thought he could find out from quirk registries anyway. Yes, at that point talking about your quirk and holding on to your cover story was the right choice. But things would have never gotten to that point if you were more careful. Izuku didn't say anything, just held his head down. Feeling sorry he almost missed a quick motion and was a bit too late to dodge an air blast from his father. He doubled from an impact on his stomach. And it seems that wasn't the only time you were careless today. Remember to always be aware of your surroundings, even when being disciplined. He shot another blast that Izuku dodged this time. With third, he had to vault over an all-too-familiar hospital bed, and the blast still hit his leg, drawing blood. The blasts were stronger than when his father first started this training. It hurt to land on the injured leg, but by the time Izuku got back his balance and checked, the wound was gone. You are improving, but you cannot always rely on the regeneration to cover for your failures. As for your other actions today, they may not be all bad. We can turn this into our advantage. If All Might is going to teach at UA, it narrows down where he can be at any given time. We just need to know exactly where and when beforehand. It still wouldn't be easy. UA has ridiculous security, Izuku said. Their main campus has, but teachers sometimes leave their school too. With UA, there is finally an opportunity to monitor All Might for such opportunities. Or you have one. Me? Izuku asked and stared his father. As I understood, the principal of UA encouraged you to apply. Since he knows about your quirk, All Might will also know. They will likely try to contact or keep an eye on you as a potential threat, so why not make it easy for them? Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what his father was suggesting. How would you like to study in the UA Hero course? While Izuku was left speechless, the only sound came from the computer speakers as Tamura almost choked on his drink. If All Might is going to teach at UA, then the teachers and students are going to have closer access to him and his location than anyone else. It is a unique opportunity that one of us happens to be in the perfect position to exploit. It is not risk-free. They should already suspect connection between us, though All Might most likely believes I am dead. But, Izuku started, are you going to doubt your ability to get in? Or you oppose the idea? His father asked. Because you don't want to surrender to the system? The first is lunacy. You have defeated Nomus before. Most other applicants will not stand a chance in the practical exam, and the written should not be an obstacle for a smart boy like you either. As for the other, infiltrating the hero society is not the same as surrendering to its values or people that wronged you. You might also get to face that Bakugo kid. Izuku tensed from the mere mention of the name, feeling a strange mixture of anger and fear. See, even his name alone still has power over you. That won't do. I could send Tamura to deal with him in your place, but that might not solve the issue. Sounds like a fun side mission, Tamura said. So, I don't have a choice, Izuku said, looking down. Of course you have, son. I have left everything in your life for you to choose so far. I am not about to begin with something this risky to you as well as us. If you are to have any hope of success, you must make the decision yourself. I'm not sure I'm ready to make it. I mean, I don't know what else to do in terms of school, but UA? It just doesn't feel right, even if I go there only to spy. Not that there is anything special for me in any other schools. Except your friends, well, at least the Ida kid. I doubt your newer friend is going to make it to the UA Hero program without significant help. You could ask what his second choice for a school is if you aren't interested in infiltrating UA, though he might still get to the general studies. You are just using them to manipulate me, so I would do what you want? Izuku accused, facing his father directly with irritation creeping onto his face. Yes, his father admitted, though your help with spying on UA isn't the only thing I want. Ever since Inko died, I have only seen you smiling or genuinely happy with Kurogiri or talking about Ida, and now, Shinso was it? I could hear it in your voice when you were talking about today's events, despite expecting to get disciplined. If they are going to UA, I can't think of a better school for you to go to, for however long it might last. Even if you plan to work with us in the shadows long term, you should still get a proper education. Go alone somewhere that might just be another Aldera, or stay with the only friends of his own age in more than a decade while helping his father. The answer was obvious. Izuku had known it long before his father stopped talking. He simply found it hard to say. Going to UA, being taught by All Might. The thought was disgusting, but it was all to bring down All Might. I'll do it, but only if we help Shinso. I want him and Ida around if Bakugo is at UA. Unless you want to risk introducing him to a Nomu or Tamura, the training he needs will have to come from you. It might also be good for you to train with someone on a lower level, just so you don't kill someone when you don't intend to. You think I could do it? Izuku asked. Certainly. The way you analyze everything, you probably have every fighting technique I've taught you memorized with their strengths and weaknesses. Izuku thought about the 3 notebooks he had on the topic and thought best not to comment. So, we agree then? Yes, Izuku responded with more enthusiasm and started rubbing his chin. Shinso lives pretty far, so it would have to be weekends. Can't ask Kurogyri. Ida could help with the training. I wonder if Shinso's parents would let him stay over.
Muta muta muta.
Tamura, make sure the league is ready for a fight by the time next school year begins. Izuku will get us information. You need to be prepared to use it. Yes, sensei. Oh, right. Izuku snapped out of his muttering. I am supposed to spy on UA and All Might, but what are we trying to do with that information? And All Might, his father said in a chilling tone. Possibly also take one for all, but end the symbol of peace either way. I made the mistake of allowing one for all to grow stronger before. I will not do it again even if the quirk is lost forever. But wasn't it your best chance to get healthy again? Izuku asked. It is one. With one for all's quirk-enhancing abilities, my more delicate healing and transformation quirks might be able to restore my body as super regeneration would have if I had possessed it before my wounds healed naturally, as well as they could. Unfortunately, the regeneration itself is too blunt of a tool for that now without risk. So, there is another way? Izuku asked. Yes, rapidly cut away every damaged part of my body and hope I won't die completely before the regeneration quirk can act. Unfortunately, much of that damage is on my head and lungs. The doctor estimated 60 to 70% chance of survival with a proper surgical team. So, you need one for all, Izuku concluded. And even if we could take it, that would require defeating All Might first. Tamura won't like me for saying this, but I doubt anyone or everyone in his league can do that. A quiet, annoyed huff sounded from the speakers. All for one turned to look at the screen. Calm down, Tamura. You already knew this. That is what the Nomu are for. The doctor has worked hard to advance past the low-tier ones that Izuku has trained with. Whatever pride Izuku felt over his performance in recent training sessions with the Nomus faded quite a bit with the reminder that they were low-tier. He could never help his father defeat All Might himself as long as the only opponents he could barely fight weren't even thought of as middle class. You have only trained actively for half a year, his father said as if he had read Izuku's thoughts. No matter how many quirks you stack up, the amount of time you have to master them will not change. You can have talent or train harder, but that can only help against experience, or genetic modifications to a point. I guess. That said, you should get another quirk to keep pushing your limit. Maybe, but where? I don't want to just steal a quirk from someone, and I really can't. If someone just loses their quirk, anyone who knows about my quirk will suspect me. True. That does not apply with someone that will not be around to tell anyone. Izuku stared at his father as a cold shiver passed through his spine. Tamura muttered something. A rather reputable assassin did not take well to your brother's attempt of recruiting him, and he tried to kill Tamura. Kurogyri had the presence of mind to capture him much like your kidnappers back then. The doctor is exploring his Nomu potential, but I believe his quirk would suit you well. Right now you lack reach. So, what kind of quirk it is? Izuku asked. It is called Hellfire Arrow, an excellent fit with your blades. Depending how you are able to manifest them, you might even present them as a single quirk. And the person was going to be a Nomu either way? If the operation is successful, otherwise he'll be dead. The doctor can compensate for a missing quirk with a replica, but it is better for you to take the original with your quirk. Kurogyri will take you if you ask. Even a mention of the Nomu made Izuku's lips twitch in a slight smile. I don't know how I survived without him. I wish I could pay him back. Pay back to a Nomu? Tamura said, and laughed once. Izuku stared at the computer screen annoyed. Sounds like you don't want him around. Maybe he should spend rest of the day with me. Kurogyri, come here. The misty figure walked into a portal in the camera feed and stepped out next to Izuku. Tamura stared where he had been and destroyed a bar stool. That is fine to me, their father said. Make sure to train with him after getting your new quirk. I will come to the training room after I'm finished here. We will. Kurogyri wordlessly handed Izuku a bottle of lemonade. Thank you, Izuku responded with a new smile on his face. And sorry for ordering you. There is nothing to apologize for, young Shigaraki. Do you wish to go acquire your quirk now? I'd like us to go get it. Izuku relaxed as Kurogyri's mist covered him in darkness. Chapter 13. Training. Izuku was spending his Saturday morning training against the Nomus, now all three of his remaining kidnappers, at once, while wearing his villain costume. He'd progressed enough to avoid or defend against their attacks most of the time without having to regenerate, but only caused scratches with his blades or local damage with his vibration. He had not gone for the brain since the one Nomu that died. He had been training harder than ever since agreeing to help his father by going to UA, but he still wasn't set on it. It didn't feel right, not after everything that had been done to him, or everything he had chosen. Not to mention he would have to have All Might as his teacher. Going to school with Shinso and Ida was an attractive idea, though. "You aren't focused," his father shouted. "Is this how you're going to fight when you face Bakugo? He's going to declare you worthless all over again. Is that what you want? Even if you manage to win like that with your quirks, that won't change your value without them. It won't prove people were wrong about quirkless people. Until you can beat him even without quirks, you haven't proven him wrong." Izuku didn't respond and blocked a Nomu's punch with his flame shield. By the time he recovered from the momentum of the impact, he had already reformed it back to a blade. He jumped away just in time to avoid an air blast from his father. The bang as it hit the ground reminded him of Bakugo's explosions. His father had upped the amount of force he used again. "Not good enough. People are going to come after you. I am already a widower. Do you want to add a father of a dead child to that?" Izuku sliced a Nomu's arm off, and instead of going for a kill, jumped away as another attacked. He was biting his teeth together, swearing he wouldn't let his father's taunting get to him. He knew what it was for, but that part of the training was something he didn't want to play along with, even if the Nomus' old appearances as his kidnappers flashed over them. "Maybe I should have left you with the Bakugos since Inko raised such a weak child, or taken you with me years ago before she taught you to be so soft. Did you ever even fight back when Bakugo came after you? I am sure he loved having a punching bag that didn't even try to fight back, because that is what Inko made you." Izuku's eyes hardened. He vaulted over the attacking Nomu's arm and brought his palm to strike at its external brain as his vibration quirk activated at full power. Visible waves crossed the brain like when a stone falls on the water's surface, and as the first waves reached the skull, the whole thing exploded into a formless mass. The other two Nomus rushed at Izuku only for both of them to lose their hands to his blades, soon after those fiery weapons finding themselves penetrating the Nomus brains. No chance for regeneration. Izuku was left breathing hard in the middle of the three Nomu corpses, his dragon blade still active, but twisting and bending with his emotions until his eyes found his father and hardened. The blade straightened and stretched even longer and sharper than before. Izuku raised one of them at his father and started walking towards him. "Leave Mom out of this. She isn't some training tool you can drag out whenever you want to push me. No more." "No," he answered. Izuku stared at him and took a step closer. "As long as you can be influenced by those words, they are a weakness that can be used against you. Until you realize that, they might as well help raise the anger you need to surpass your limits in battle. You can find another way. She was a great mom, and I don't want her involved in this, even if she's dead. I am not going to fight or—" He stopped briefly to look at the Noma corpses. "Kill because of her, not even Nomus. Even if you weren't with us, you should respect her memory at least that much." Izuku stopped a few steps from his father. Suddenly the man smiled so wide even his breathing mask couldn't hide it. "Finally, I can feel it. A true threat, and you didn't even stutter. Not many would stand up to me, family or not. Dad, I mean it. Leave Mom out of it or I'll let All Might know you are alive," Izuku said without any wavering in his voice. His father's smile disappeared instantly, his face tensed and his hands squeezed into a fist. "That's what I feel like when you attack Mom, betrayed." They stood opposed to each other in silence for a long time. Slowly the smirk returned around father's mask, followed by a chuckle and eventually full-on laughter. "Impressive, most impressive. You are truly my son. You went straight for effective threats and blackmailing using information you have gained. Very good. Fine, I won't talk about Inko during training anymore." Izuku still stared at him, confused by the rapid mood changes. He barely leaned away from an air blast directed at his face, but his father moved faster than he had ever seen and grabbed Izuku by his shirt before Izuku could evade. Izuku's feet left the ground. "Never even suggest betraying us to the heroes, especially All Might." He held Izuku up for a moment in silence, and then put him down gently. That wasn't very fatherly, I guess, but there are some things I won't tolerate even from family. I wasn't really going to do it, Izuku said, not after all that he has done. I know, his father responded much calmer. I should congratulate you for your combat prowess. There is a not insignificant percentage of pro heroes who would lose against 3 Nomus. Though you were still unable to react to my attack, he said it, but the words lacked the bite it usually had when criticizing Izuku's performance. The training was over, and he was turning back from trainer to father. Izuku himself was calming down enough to notice the difference and consciously not look at the corpses. It wasn't just the realization he had killed the creatures that worried him, but it also felt good, like a weight had been lifted off him. Now there was nothing left of his kidnappers except bad memories, and that felt relieving. Part of him thought it was sick to feel that way, but he was still going to be happy to never see these Nomus again. Your goals might have grown, but we started this training so you wouldn't endure that again, his father said with perfect timing. Izuku wouldn't have been surprised if the man had a mind-reading quirk. It is safe to say you have reached this goal. Try to put it behind you and focus on what is ahead. They stood in silence for a moment. So, Izuku started. Do you think I am ready for UA? For the entrance exams, more than ready. Have confidence in your skills. For your mission there, however, there is at least one more test you need to pass so we know you can do whatever the mission might require, one that the Nomus are not sufficient to provide. What test? You will see. Meanwhile, you should take pride in what you achieved here today, and without any broken bones. You have also impressed me with the other jobs you have done. Tamura might be unwilling to use your analysis, but your ability to see how to best utilize people he has recruited is impressive. He paused for a moment and grabbed Izuku's shoulder. You can spend the rest of the day with your friends. Try to enjoy yourself. Befriending likely future heroes may not be the wisest option, but as a father I can't deny they have raised your mood more than anything since. Inko. They accepted me for what I am, Izuku said quietly. Only part of it. Don't forget that, his father corrected. Being what is considered a villain is different. Even if they found out and didn't accept it, at least that would be for my choices, not for how I was born. I can live with that, I think. True, but that won't change how they would act if they knew. So try to keep the secrets you still have left, especially once you are around pro heroes at UA. You cannot spout out whatever you feel like the moment someone pushes the right buttons. Either you get angry and say something you shouldn't, or flood the room. Izuku evaded his father's eyeless gaze, embarrassed at the last comment. You should also realize the potential consequences of helping your friends enter UA. I know what it might mean eventually, but it is their dream, and if people see different quirks being used by great heroes, that might impact how they treat others with similar quirks. Even if they don't, every good person that doesn't get in is a spot that a Bakugo can take to become rich off a lucky quirk. Thinking so far ahead. I wish I could teach that to Tamura, his father said and took his hand away. What are you still standing here for? You are going to be late. Izuku went to change from the black uniform to a regular long-sleeve shirt and loose pants he used for exercise. He had just finished when a portal appeared under the sweaty uniform he had piled on a table. Izuku turned to face Kurogyari. He was afraid of how the Nomu would react to the fate of the other 3 Nomus, but couldn't help but smile at his favorite Nomu/teacher/guardian. Kurogyari handed him an ice-cold bottle of water. I heard you were able to defeat 3 of the training Nomus simultaneously. I am proud of your progress. The fear was gone, and Izuku stepped into the mist and appeared at his basement. Passing the hot pool, the thought of a bath was attractive, but he wasn't done sweating yet. He took a waiting backpack, got out and started running across the city. Training and even regeneration had greatly improved his stamina, but by the time he reached his destination, he was panting. His breathing sounded like a villain that had reminded him of his father in an old sci-fi movie he planned to watch with his friends. Hey! Izuku turned to face Shinso, walking calmly towards him carrying a backpack and an extra-large cup of coffee. Hey! Izuku responded. It seems we got here before. Something whooshed past the two on the empty lot they stood in front of.
Ita.
One day, Shinso said. Unlikely, Izuku said. Unless you know someone willing to loan me a speed quirk. Excluding the current company, Shinso sipped his coffee. I don't know many who would stay in the same room with either of us voluntarily, at least not without getting nervous. Izuku stepped through an open gate into the fenced-in empty lot and activated his dragon blades. People are fine with slicing and burning or deadly force in general, but being a threat to their quirk or mind is too much. He turned to face Shinso while forming both of his blades into shorter and thicker shields. He also tuned down the heat as much as he could. Unfortunately, the entrance exams don't care about how we feel, especially with UA. Their robots are infamous. If you are finished with the coffee, let's see if the caffeine did you any good. You aren't going to get to those robots' weak points if you can't get good hits past my shields. Just let me get my gloves, Shinso responded and pulled out thick blackened and charred boxing gloves from his backpack. Izuku picked up his water bottle in the meanwhile. He was still drinking when Shinso got his gloves on and charged. He thought he could catch Izuku by surprise. Izuku dodged out of the way of Shinso's first punch and blocked the other with the flaming shield on his free hand, while still holding the bottle to his lips with the other. Can you at least pretend I'm giving you a challenge? Shinso whined. Sorry, Izuku said, but you're the one who attacked while I was drinking. That was unsportsmanlike, Ida commented as he finally slowed down and joined his friends. If you want to get into UA, you should forget that word, Izuku corrected and focused on Shinso. There is nothing wrong with striking when your enemy is distracted, unless you underestimate them and strike carelessly. You were too slow and overextended your arm. I could have cut it off when I dodged. Those exam robots don't have blades, probably, but they could break your bones if they get a good hit in or if you get in their way when they are moving. So, more dodging training, Shinso said. Yep, Izuku confirmed. Has Ida gotten any better at accounting for his speed when holding back? Nope. He'd have to literally pull his arm back or stop at the last moment, Izuku said, and turned to look at Ida. There is not much point for you to be any faster in a battle until you can maneuver better. You'll just be a bull charging through the red cloth and into the wall of the arena. At worst, you will hit someone at speed and kill them. The stupid entrance exam with robots won't account for that either. I understand that, though it shames me to admit I have not sufficiently addressed the issue before. Not surprising, Izuku said. Most of the time, people only think how to make quirks stronger. Try not to hurt Shinso too badly. It's your turn to pay the bill if we need to take him to that quirk healer. Izuku pointed at a large sign of a medical clinic on the next building and lowered back into a fighting stance. At least you know how to hold back, Shinso said. Yes, well, depends how I'm attacking you, Izuku said and blinked. I haven't yet shown you my newest trick. What trick? Shinso asked with narrowed eyes. Izuku focused on using 3 quirks at the same time. He held his hand partially open towards the ground near Shinso. The vibrating flames of his dragon blade twisted with the presence of the 3rd quirk, making them all look like one. Suddenly, an arrow of flames left his palm, pulling some of the dragon blade's flames out with it for the same effect. In an instant, the flaming arrow hit the ground behind Shinso with a flash, leaving behind black scorched ground. It doesn't really pierce through anything yet, but that might just be a matter of control like with the basic blade, Izuku said. It's still kind of hard just focusing enough to fire one off. You continue to impress us every week, Ida praised Izuku. Though you are correct if you suggested using this technique for Shinso's training would be unwise. Agreed. I'd rather get slapped around by Ida. My turn first. Izuku got back into a fighting stance and went straight for a punch. Shinso partially dodged, but Izuku still hit his arm. They sparred like that for half an hour. Shinso evaded some of Izuku's attacks, but didn't get a single proper punch back. They were just too slow compared to the air blasts and Nomus. Eventually, he got a single hit in on an exhausted Izuku. Okay, that's, Izuku gasped for breath. Enough? I need a break, Ida. Your turn. Don't I get a break? Shinso asked with a deadpan expression as he took off his now smoking gloves. How many kilometers have you run today? Izuku asked with a similar expression. Point taken. Just let me get some water first. Izuku moved to sit on a piece of concrete left behind from when whatever building formerly stood there had been demolished. He pulled a thicker jacket out of his backpack to stay warm now that he wasn't constantly on the move. Ida ran literal circles around Shinso, making sudden dashes to slap his shoulder. It helped Ida train his maneuverability with the quick turns while helping Shinso with his reaction speed and dodging. Feeling the cold January wind even through 2 jackets, Izuku activated one of his blades and let it heat up to keep sweaty clothes under his jackets from freezing. "Hey you! Stop at once!" someone shouted. Izuku raised his head to see a police officer walk into the lot. "You are not allowed to use quirks like that in public, even if it is an empty lot." Ida hit the brakes instantly. The tenseness in his stance was screaming that he was on the brink of bowing and apologizing more than anyone should for using their natural quirks in a harmless way. Izuku extinguished his fire, pulled a folder of papers from his backpack, and got up. "Officer," he called, "the public quirk use ban only applies fully in public spaces. This is a private fenced-off property and subject to limited exceptions, as long as quirk use doesn't cause general danger and is permitted by the owner." The officer turned to face Izuku, looking down on him like some random thug or quirkless person beneath his attention. "Are you going to claim you own or have the owner's permission to use this property?" "Yes, the second option. I have here a written permission from the developer that owns this land for me to use this property till the end of February along with any person I choose to invite here regardless of my presence. It specifically highlights permission to use quirks to the fullest extent the owner can permit. There are also documents containing parts of the police code and precedents by the courts on what is considered permitted quirk use under such conditions." Izuku held his ID in one hand and handed the folder to the officer, who grumpily skimmed through the papers. "The last paper contains the contact information of my father's lawyers in case you need to ask for clarification." The police officer handed the folder back to Izuku, biting his teeth together. His next words were almost a hiss. "You may continue. Apologies for the disruption." He walked away. How does anyone manage to train enough to have a chance at UA with these rules? Izuku sighed. "Being lucky, or rich enough to have good lawyers," Shinso said.
No offense.
"None taken. I am just glad I could use that to help. We can't get into UA without a place to train." Both Ida and Shinso stared at Izuku, who blinked in response.
What?
"You said you were going to go to UA," Ida pointed out. "Did I? I didn't mean to. I mean..." Izuku stuttered until Shinso grabbed his shoulder. "You can say what you meant if you want, or not if you don't want to talk about it." "Right. So I don't know where else I should go, so I might as well apply to UA. I got a good feeling there might at least be a couple of people there I like." "That is amazing," Shinso said. So exited his eyes almost didn't look tired. "It would be great going to same class, or even just the same school, if I manage to somehow get in. Even with training, there's only so far I can go fighting robots." "You will do fine," Izuku said with no sign of the hesitation he had when talking about himself. "I've actually been thinking about the exam. It is clearly biased towards physical fighting quirks, but I think there might be more. Remember what Principal Nizu said at the fair about it? That was almost 2 months ago. I can't exactly remember everything he said. Never forget the hero's first duty is to rescue. He said that as he was talking about the entrance exam. That never made sense seeing how he supposedly has the exam set up, unless he was hinting that there is something else going on with the entrance exam. The application to UA includes a pretty solid non-disclosure agreement about the content of the exam that wouldn't make sense if it was just fighting robots." "Of course," Ida muttered. "You are right. Even if the hero system has its biases, a school of UA's caliber wouldn't have that narrow entrance exam, I think. A hero's first duty is to rescue. What does that mean for the exam? They vary the details every year. Considering the supposed point system this time, they probably have people there acting like they are in danger, or just give points for helping applicants that get in trouble. Hopefully they aren't counting on just students to keep each other safe. People could easily get killed or maimed beyond even the best quirk healer's abilities. Hopefully my training is enough to help with rescues then, though other quirks still have an advantage. It has to unless either of you know someone willing to loan you theirs for the exam," Izuku said. Both Ida and Shinso stared at him again. "Right, your quirk can do that too. I almost forgot since you mostly use the fire," Shinso said. "We can't use quirks most of the time anyway," Izuku said. "There aren't exactly many chances to use my quirk, and it won't help against the robots." You will have your chance eventually with living villains. Both of you can neutralize most dangerous people without even injuring them, Ida assured. It doesn't cause any serious side effects to people you use it on, right? Not for taking quirks as far as I know of. I think it maybe can have temporary effect if the person tries to resist, Izuku responded, watching his words. But I have noticed getting new quirks can be though. I wouldn't try to give someone more than one. That would still let someone have 2 or 3 quirks depending how they were born, Shinso said. That would be life-changing. I can hardly believe you just offered to do something like that for me, even if there really aren't any who would give their quirk for that. Then you have to train harder. Izuku raised his arm and lit a flaming shield. If I am going to UA, I refuse to do it alone. Chapter 14. Friends. Izuku barely had the strength to lift his foot over the doorstep as he dragged himself and Shinso into his house, with Shinso being in an even less functional state. At least Ida got all the way back on his own 2 feet. Even the speedster was too tired to walk without dragging his feet. You know Midoriya, Shinso started. I'm starting to suspect you don't want me to go to UA. Izuku froze and stared at his friend only to witness a devious, though tired, grin. Why else would you try to kill me with training before the entrance exams? Hey, if you survive, the exam will feel like a vacation. If... Both of them chuckled, Shinso a bit more nervously than Izuku. As all of them were practically dripping sweat, they headed down to the spa, dropping their bags and clothes at the dressing room. There was a whole Japanese bath and a heated pool that was like a hot spring, just what they needed. Izuku spread his arms and unceremoniously fell in the pool. Careful. Even if we're tired, we cannot forget basic pool safety, Ida said in his usual lecturing voice, though even that had lost steam. Still laying on the water, Izuku turned around so he could breathe and respond. My pool, my rules. Shinso chuckled and slid down to the water nearby. He went completely lax as soon as the water reached his neck, and there was no need to go anywhere anymore. I won't leave here before tomorrow. I would agree, but we were supposed to have a movie night, Izuku responded. Oh right. I may not have a choice though. I'm not sure I'm even able to get up anymore. Somehow you managed to help me find new muscles to hurt every weekend. Izuku hummed in recognition of Shinso's words, remembering entire school days of pain before regeneration. Now he was just exhausted and recovering faster from that too, but could still sympathize. It is unavoidable, he lied and settled to a half-sitting position near Shinso. That is how you know the training works. You would know. Shinso poked at Izuku's arm that showed the results from over 8 months of training, several of those without needing to worry about injury or recovery time. I still got a long way to catch up. Izuku jolted at the poke, but relaxed again quickly. You have no idea. At least you got this place. I already feel a lot better. Who do I need to brainwash to get a pool like this? Ida opened his mouth to say something, but Izuku was faster and laughed at the comment. Soon Ida too started smiling. Shinso looked at him, and his grin turned into a softer smile. Usually, I can't make jokes like that around people. Maybe I should take their quirks, Izuku said, his expression completely serious. Shinso stared at him and blinked. Izuku returned a smile to his face and continued. I can't make those jokes either. You should have seen your face. Shinso splashed water in Izuku's face. Izuku responded in kind. Soon both were splashing like little kids, like they never got the chance to do enough of before. Surprisingly, Ida didn't reproach them for such childish behavior. Their stamina didn't last long anyway, as both remembered how exhausted they were. Izuku leaned back, breathing a bit harder than before but with a content smile on his face. Glad to see you are enjoying the pool, he told Shinso. I do a lot, though it makes me feel sorrier that I don't have any way to pay back everything you have done. The pool time is the least of it. Honestly, you already have, Izuku said. This house is way too big for me. Usually it just feels empty and cold, hot pool or not, but at times like this I love it. No one ever told me how fun it is to have friends over. Mumbling under his breath he muttered, or to have friends at all, for that matter. You haven't had friends before? Ida asked. You didn't realize that before? Izuku asked and turned to look at the ceiling. I haven't had a real friend, at least not anyone my age, since I was 4 or 5. There was this one teacher in my old school who was the closest friend I had. He is the one I could talk to when the bullying got too bad. We still keep in touch. Other than him and family, I've been alone for a decade. That sounds like an excellent teacher, truly worthy of being called sensei, Ida said, and paused for a moment before continuing in a more serious tone. How are you feeling now? About being lonely, that is. Right now, I can barely remember how it felt, he said with a content smile and tilted his head to look at Shinso. So don't worry about being trouble, and instead go check the mini fridge. He nodded to the small fridge next to the pool. Shinso waddled to it to check the contents. Nice. You want anything? He asked. Just sparkling water, Izuku said. I'll have the same, please, Ida requested politely. We should avoid unhealthy drinks so as to be at our best during the entrance exams. Good idea, Shinso agreed as he came back with drinks and looked at Izuku. Is there anything else you need? You two in same school. When people find out about my quirk, I could say the same, Shinso responded. They were all quiet for a moment. I am sure if we continue training this intensely, it will happen. If the exams are worth anything, Izuku said, his smile threatening to slip back to a straight line. His line of thought was cut off as Shinso splashed water on his face again. Once Izuku brushed the water off his eyes, he could see the other's blank expression. We should leave that discussion for training time. Sure, Izuku agreed. Wake me up when you get hungry. Truth to be told, I have felt increasingly hungry for the past hour, Ida said. We shouldn't leave dinner for too late. You don't want to eat heavily just before going to sleep. That is probably for the best, Izuku said. I got a personal goal to make Shinso sleep for at least 8 hours. Good luck with that, Shinso muttered. I won't give up until I do it, Izuku promised, determination in his eyes. Don't even think about touching the coffee before morning. They stared for a moment until their self-control failed and both started chuckling. Eventually, Izuku pulled himself to the edge of the pool. I'll go order the food. There's a nice sushi place I get food from often. He went back to where he had dropped his clothes. Getting out of the warm pool was not pleasant, but at least the house felt warmer than usually. He dug his phone from his bag, opened one of the several food ordering apps, and ordered a giant sushi collection meant for 10. Smiling, he went back to sit in the pool. It's going to be at least half an hour, probably more. Make sure to wash before then. They finished bathing just in time and were just coming out of the spa area in bathrobes when the food was delivered. Shinso sometimes jolted from sudden pains as he walked, but other than that they were enjoying themselves. Both Ida's and Shinso's jaws dropped as Izuku placed the literal piles of high-quality sushi on the large table. I doubt we can eat all of this, Ida said. At least there isn't a risk of going to bed hungry, Izuku shrugged. You can say that again. I have never seen this much sushi in one place. That must have cost a small fortune. Worth every yen, Izuku declared, smiling. To see your faces. Have to do this again with a camera? Izuku sat down, and despite the size of the table, Shinso and Ida picked the seats right next to him. Izuku leaned back on his chair as the two started picking sushi, talking about which were their favorites. Totally worth it, he muttered. Eventually he too started eating, but they all started getting full with almost half of the food still left.
Izuku looked at the entire plates of uneaten food.
I guess you were right, Ida. We couldn't finish it. I usually only order single portions. Midoriya, I don't want to intrude with your private life, but how much of the food you eat is delivery? A lot, Izuku said. I cook sometimes, but I'm not really good at it. Mom used to make all our food. She loved cooking. I have never found anything as good as her katsudan. Izuku quieted to swallow and hold back tears. So, your father doesn't cook for you. You should have noticed by now. He doesn't spend that much time here, usually just quick visits anytime his work permits. Does he have a problem with your quirk too? Shinso asked.
What?
Izuku spun to face Shinso.
No.
Dad has been the most supportive person with my quirk, and, after the kidnapping attempt, he helped me get past it and control the dragon blade I got then. He never even questioned me for taking it. That's good, Shinso said, and turned to pick one more piece of sushi. Still seems wrong he leaves you to live so alone. All the times we have already been here, we have never even seen the man, Ida said. He has done everything he can for me, Izuku said in a barely controlled tone, while recalling the correct lies to say, as much as he hated doing that to these two. Sure, he can't stay home much, but that's how we have a home at all, and he gets back whenever he can. Sometimes I go to Tokyo because he flies all the way back for such short amount of time. It doesn't make sense to come from the airport all the way here. You should understand, Ida. Aren't most people in your family pro-heroes? They are probably busy and have to go with the demands of their jobs first. Some jobs don't fit well with a family. As expected, pointing to Ida's own family stopped the taller teen from responding despite looking like he really wanted to. Izuku turned to face the food, somber expression on his face. My family situation might not be perfect, but it isn't something you should worry about. My real problems have always come from people outside my family. Look at what you did, Ida. Now he is sad again, Shinso commented. Oh no, I apologize. It was not my intention. I merely wanted to express the same concern for your well-being you regularly show us. Even without looking, Izuku could feel Ida swinging his arm like a robot next to his head. With Ida's words, he got some of his smile back. He gestured at the food. How about we carry the rest of this to the living room and start the movie? They didn't make it to the large sofa before Izuku's phone started ringing where they had left their bags after the bath. Wordlessly, Shinso took the plate Izuku was carrying so he could go get the phone. He froze, recognizing the caller number as his father. Had something happened? His father knew he was with Shinso and Ida right now. Hesitantly, Izuku answered and brought the phone to his ear. He made sure to talk excitedly. Hey, Dad. Izuku held back from wincing as both Ida's and Shinso's heads perked up. Good evening, son. How was your training today? Good. We trained till we could barely walk back. I just finished having dinner with Shinso and Ida. Right. You know, as your father I should know them. If they are there, you should let me talk with them. Are you sure? Izuku asked quietly after turning his back to his two guests, not wanting them to hear his concern. Of course. I should be interested in who my son brings home, even if it is not girls yet. Dad, Izuku said, making a good impression of a whiny teenager without even acting. He could hear a small chuckle from his father. Take the phone to them and put me on speaker, or you don't get to spend time with Kurogiri for a week. Izuku spun around and headed to the sofa. Guys, my father wants to talk with you. He placed his phone on the table next to their remaining sushi and put it on the speaker. You're on speaker, Izuku said and stepped back from the phone so his hero-hopeful friends could talk with the most prominent villain since Quirks appeared. If he showed any nervousness, he hoped Shinso and Ida just thought he was nervous at them talking with his father for the first time. Thank you, Izuku. Good evening. Ida and Shinso, I believe? Yes, sir. I am Tenya Ida. It is an honor to talk with you, Ida said with his usual formality and loudness. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, Shinso said in calmer, more neutral tone, though it was missing some of the tiredness that usually characterized him. Interesting, came from the other end of the line. Even if you did not say your names, I would have known which was which from your voice and how Izuku described you. I'm sure it's because of how detailed descriptions he gave, or maybe he wrote full notebooks on us, Shinso said. Izuku's father laughed at that. You are truly friends of Izuku, and for that you have my gratitude. He has always had a shine of positivity despite the difficulties of his life. I feared he lost it for good with his mother, but it returned brighter than ever as soon as he started talking about you two as his friends. Ida brushed his chin, seemingly deep in thought. I fear I cannot claim the honor for that. I saw what you were talking about after he joined my class, but never could change that even after months. It was only after we met Shinso that I have seen him smiling regularly. Do not understate your importance. You were willing to stick around for months and try to be his friend even when he wasn't yet ready for it. Their similar experiences might have brought Izuku closer to Shinso faster, but you showed him that he can count on someone of his age at least. For that you are always welcome at my house. Well, I suppose it's Izuku's house mostly. And speaking of Shinso and his quirk, Izuku tensed and stepped closer to his indigo-haired friend, who had also tensed. Your quirk is amazing. So much potential. I wish I could observe it myself, but I would be happy if you could overcome other people's prejudices enough to show Izuku. I'm sure he would come up with even more ways to improve your use of it. Even more? Shinso asked, emphasizing the even part. Izuku turned to face away, and after a few seconds walked to his backpack. He pulled out a notebook and returned to the sofa. Shinso and Ida had settled to the ends of the sofa, so Izuku sat in between them with the notebook on his lap. Shinso leaned over to take a closer look. Friend analysis to help them improve Part 1, he read out loud. You've really been taking notes about us? Of course he has, his father said from the phone. He is also extremely protective of that notebook specifically, hasn't even let his own father read it. Every child needs their private treasure, I guess. Dad, Izuku begged as he seemed to shrink into the sofa.
Fine.
It sounds like everything is fine there. Don't stay up too late, and you two make sure Izuku goes to sleep smiling. We will do our best, sir, Ida declared. Izuku quickly picked up the phone. Good morning, Dad. Sleep well, son. Izuku ended the call and sat in silence for a moment. So, Shinso said, you have a whole notebook on us. Yes, Izuku admitted. It is kind of a habit to take notes on people and their quirks. At first, I just made small notes on my regular notebook. Then we started training together, and I started taking notes about that and needed more space. Some of the notes are kind of personal, so I haven't shown it to anyone else. Are you going to let us see what you have written? Izuku stared at the notebook for a moment, then held it in front of Shinso. Shinso raised his hand but hesitated. Take it. It is about you, Izuku said. He dropped the notebook on Shinso's lap and reached for the remote to get the movie night started. Shinso opened the notebook. I didn't think of that, though that doesn't work, Shinso mumbled and skipped to another page. Both Izuku and Ida glanced at him as Izuku tried to remember everything he had written. Is something wrong? Ida asked. Shinso leaned his head from side to side in thought. Nothing we haven't talked about today already. This is basically just a Midoriya is happy to have friends and not hide his quirk page. Next to the reasons to be friends with each of us pages. His father wasn't wrong about you. Always there, didn't turn on me because of group pressure. Lectures too much, but only for things I do not how I am. That part is underlined. Should I go on? I don't think that is necessary, Ida responded as Izuku kept sinking into the sofa. Shinso inched to sit a bit closer to Izuku and switched the notebook for the remote. Just as he was about to press play, he turned to stare at Izuku. We are going to talk about how my quirk works tomorrow. Before Izuku could agree, Shinso's focus returned to the screen, and he started the movie. A loud orchestral opening started playing from the sound system as text explaining the setup of the movie flowed across space. Sometime later, the hero left his destroyed home with an old mentor and arrived in a shady town with soldiers waiting. The mentor simply waved his hand and used his power to control the soldiers' mind, and they were allowed to pass despite having just what the soldiers were searching for. See, brainwashing can be really useful for doing good, Izuku said. Right, Shinso muttered. Did you pick the movie for this? I also like it. It's a classic. So you did, Shinso said, and looked away while holding one hand against the back of his neck. Just saying. I know who I want with me if I ever run into a roadblock, Izuku said and looked at the screen again. I wonder how it feels to them. To be brainwashed like that, or by your quirk. You know you'll need to use it on me if you want me to figure how to properly help you. Maybe, but, Shinso muttered, staring at Izuku, stunned and maybe a little afraid. Are you sure? You'd be at my quirk's mercy. Shinso, Izuku looked up at his friend. I let you stay overnight in my house with a kitchen full of knives and will probably fall asleep before you do. I'm not worried that you would abuse your quirk while we are all awake and together. Forget anything anyone else has said about it. You'll never become a hero if you let people like that hold you back. Shinso still hesitated, but Izuku was already subjecting the brainwasher to his pleading friend eyes, so Shinso had no chance to refuse. Yeah, you're right, Shinso admitted and drew a deep breath. Do you really want me to brainwash you? Yes, Izuku fell silent mid-sentence. He was still conscious, sort of, but everything was foggy and unclear, like his very mind was full of fog. Someone's head leaned in front of him, and then something moved back and forth in front of his eyes. People were talking, but he couldn't quite make out the words. Suddenly his hand moved and flicked his forehead with a finger. The world cleared in an instant. Izuku blinked. That, he gasped, was really strange. Sorry, Shinso said. But you? Don't apologize, Izuku intervened. I didn't say it was bad, and yes, I asked for it. The next moment the friend notebook was open and a pen appeared in Izuku's hand. The movie forgotten, he started scribbling notes to record the experience while it was still fresh in his mind. Everything else around him hardly existed. For the record, I didn't make him do this, Shinso's voice said somewhere. Don't worry. This happened occasionally before we even met you. Both of them leaned over Izuku to see what he was writing, closing Izuku between them as their bodies brushed against him. For someone that most people had either dismissed or avoided aggressively for most of his life, the sensation was new and welcome one. Eventually he stopped writing, and they finished watching the movie. We should go to sleep now so we are sharp tomorrow, Ida declared. Izuku collected the plates, still some sushi on them, and headed for the kitchen. Ida and Shinso leaned down to open the sofa as a bed. Izuku turned around. You don't need to do that. I've gotten something better since last week. Because of course you did, Shinso said, and the two followed Izuku after taking away the plates. He led them upstairs to one of the formerly empty large bedrooms. What had his father even been thinking when he picked the house? There was just too much of nothing with only echoes to keep Izuku company, usually. As he pulled open the door, he was thankful for one more room to fill with 3 more beds. Not just beds but wide, high-quality beds arranged with their head ends spreading out from a low triangular table in the middle of it all. Izuku turned around and gestured the duo to enter. Welcome to the sleepover room. No sofas or floors for my friends. You never cease to surprise me, Shinso said as he stepped in and held the back of his neck in a familiar gesture. So we are all going to sleep in here? If you are okay with it, Izuku responded. You can use my room if you want to be alone. No, I'll be okay as long as you don't snore. Izuku nodded with a smile on his face and turned to Ida. How about you? Of course I will not refuse your generous effort to make us comfortable and strengthen the bonds of our friendship. Though I have to say your efforts are more than anyone could reasonably expect from you. You should not feel pressured to put such effort into our friendships. True, Shinso said. We aren't your friends to get sushi or a good night's sleep. Well, the latter would be nice if you managed to pull it off. Shinso, Ida remarked, but the indigo-haired teen just shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. Friends shouldn't lie to each other. Izuku froze in place, suddenly feeling terrible. Friends didn't lie to each other. So could Izuku ever be a true friend to them? Tears glinted in his eyes, about to burst out. Both Ida and Shinso stared at him. I swear it's not me, Shinso said. Ida didn't have time to comment as Izuku moved forward between them and brought his arms around them. Oh, they said in unison, misunderstanding Izuku's reaction at least partially. Nevertheless, they accepted the gesture. Slowly, Izuku's breathing calmed. He stood back and turned away from the two.
Sorry.
That was embarrassing. I don't know, Shinso said. It was kind of nice. Anyway, we should get ready to sleep so I can keep my promise to you, Izuku said, still facing away. I won't hesitate to withhold morning coffee if you take too long. Quick footsteps moved to the adjacent bathroom. A few seconds later, they came back and Shinso pulled his toothbrush and pajamas from his backpack before leaving again just as fast. Izuku and Ida chuckled. I don't usually support blackmail, but Ida started. It is for a good cause, Izuku finished, still lacking the cheerfulness he should have had. They followed Shinso together to the bathroom and soon got to the beds. Izuku loved going to sleep with fresh clean sheets after bathing. With friends it was infinitely better. He turned off the lights and got onto the last free bed. He turned on his side to face Shinso. Feeling like sleeping yet?
No, Shinso-san.
I feel more awake than when we left the bath. Sleeping difficulties are truly a nuisance, Ida commented. My brother often misses sleep, though that is just because of his work. Unfortunately, humans cannot simply order themselves to sleep. Izuku's head perked up as Ida's words sunk in. Maybe we can, he said. Shinso, can you use your brainwashing to order someone to sleep? Well, maybe. I have not tried to use it like that. It might not since people can't normally choose to fall asleep, but I don't completely understand all of the limits of my quirk. Don't worry, Izuku assured got back to sitting position. We are going to figure them out starting with this, but for that? Izuku fell silent and looked down, rubbing his hands together. Can I borrow your quirk?
What?
Shinso and Ida asked at the same time. I understand if you don't want to. I just thought if it can make people fall asleep I could borrow it and use it on you.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have asked just like that. Do it, Shinso said. Izuku blinked. Are you sure? You trusted me enough to let me in your house and willingly let me brainwash you before. I think I can trust you with my quirk, Shinso said. Full night's sleep would be nice too. Okay, Izuku said and breathed in deep. I have only done this a few times, but it shouldn't hurt. Probably better if you stay relaxed. Izuku reached out with his hand and put it on Shinso's head, amazed as he just lied down relaxed, head on his pillow. He didn't even flinch as Izuku's quirk-taking hand pressed against his head. Izuku focused on his all-for-one, seeking out the quirk within his friend and pulling it away as gently as he could. A moment later he pulled his hand away, feeling the new sensation deep within himself, but ignored it in favor of his friend. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. Strange. I want to say I don't feel anything different, but there is this vague sensation that everything isn't right. Can you respond to me? Of course, Izuku said. Shinso stared him for a long moment before turning his head to look at the ceiling again. You really took it away. It's strange. For most of my life, I wished I could get rid of my quirk. Now I actually feel like I've lost something. Not lost, Izuku assured and brought a hand to his chest. Just loaned to a friend. It is still right here. Want to tell me how to use it? It's simple. You have to focus on the person you want to brainwash while you are talking to them. If you get a response, there is this feeling, and you only need to pull on it. You have to be quick. The moment only lasts for an instant when the target starts responding. Okay, Izuku responded and focused on Shinso with all the effort his tired brain could muster. Can I make you sleep? Yes, Shinso responded. They were quiet for a moment before he turned his head to look at Izuku again. You missed it. I felt it but couldn't grasp it in time, Izuku said. Can I try again? Sure. It took many more tries, but then on one try Izuku could feel something snap the instant his mind reached for the strange feeling. Shinso? He asked quietly. There was no response. He reached over and in the dark barely saw Shinso staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Ida joined Izuku with a stunned look. I have to admit, part of me has always doubted if your quirk could actually do what you said. Not anymore. Izuku didn't respond, having to focus on the brainwashing. Shinso, go to sleep. For a few seconds nothing happened. Then Shinso's eyes closed and his breathing calmed. Neither Izuku or Ida said anything, not wanting to wake up their friend. Izuku placed his hand on Shinso's forehead and returned the quirk before laying back down. He was holding back tears, this time tears of happiness for being able to help someone with his quirk, and that someone allowing him to. The only one to ever do that before was his mom. Izuku wiped his eyes on the edge of his blanket, hoping Ida didn't notice. He laid still, the silence of the large house only broken by the calm breathing of people who stayed there with him willingly. Izuku wished he could have told them everything, but had to settle with doing his best to help them pursue their dreams. After a tiring day, he soon fell asleep, almost as fast as if he got brainwashed. Izuku stood in the middle of a street alone, his field of view filled by flames and a large green blob of sludge. His mother's head hung out of the sludge, struggling to breath as the villain squeezed her from outside and inside. There were heroes around. Izuku screamed at them to help, but they only saved people that were nowhere near the villain in the first place. Death Arms tried a single punch just for show, then went to pick up people who were already out of danger, able to just walk away on their own if they wanted, and carried them to a further distance, passing in front of the cameras to be sure they saw him acting heroically. Izuku turned to face the villain and desperately clawed against the sludge to get to his mom, but it was futile. His mom suddenly snapped upwards, and there was a loud crack. The world froze still, literary. Nothing moved except Izuku as he fell on his knees. Then the sludge was gone, and he could really see his mother with All Might standing right on top of him, arm raised as if he had achieved some great victory. Neither he nor the flashing cameras cared about the corpse or her son who was flooding the street. Midoriya. Midoriya. Izuku. Izuku's eyes jolted open. The towering rage-inducing form of All Might was replaced by two concerned faces hovering over Izuku's. His rapid breathing slowly calmed back to normal as the two gave him space without leaving the side of his bed. Izuku brought his hand to his forehead, biting his teeth together. Don't tell me I had the nightmare and woke you up. I could, but I already said friends shouldn't lie, so it would be hypocritical, Shinso said. You were shouting about your mom and telling someone to help her, something about people supposing to be heroes, and you were just about to say something about All Might when Shinso woke you up, Ida added. I saw her death, Izuku admitted. I wasn't even there, but I keep getting dreams several times a week witnessing it. What age? Shinso started, but fell silent as Ida raised his hand and shook his head. He looked at Izuku. I know your mother's death is a difficult topic, and you don't want to talk about it. We won't make you. Izuku lowered his hand and stared at the two. After a long silence, he sniffed and reached over his head to get his phone. His hands began shaking as he pulled up the video saved in the phone. The screen was still cracked as a reminder from when he first saw the video. He handed the phone to Ida and pulled a pillow over his face, covering his ears with his hands. He could still hear the muffled sounds of the video and his friends talking. He stayed like that until the pillow, already soaked, was pulled from his face and a dry one was put under his head. Shinso leaned over him. Izuku, he whispered. Yes, SH. Hitoshi. Izuku's thoughts became foggy as the brainwashing took over. Go back to sleep, Izuku, Hitoshi commanded, and there was nothing Izuku could have done to resist even if he wanted to. At the last second, he realized he had wanted to make Hitoshi fall asleep again after waking him up, but it was already too late as sleep took over. At least Hitoshi had used his power without needing to be convinced to. Despite the brainwashing, Izuku's lips briefly twitched upwards. Chapter 15. The Villain Exam. Their training for the entrance exam was finally over as the happy, tired trio left their usual training spot. The entrance exams were only a few days away, so whatever happened, they could take the next weekend off just to have fun. Unfortunately, they needed to see Hitoshi off for this weekend first, the worst part of every weekend for the past few months. It didn't help that they had worked up plenty of sweat, and the February weather did not suit that well. Luckily, one of them had blowtorches for hands when there weren't too many people or police close by. Even the ever law-abiding Tenya moved in closer to the heat, covering the fire from being seen in the process. Thank you, he said. Can't risk any of us getting sick right before the exams, Izuku said. At least Toshi is going to get into a warm train soon. And then the next time we meet is going to be at the entrance exams, Hitoshi said. I can barely believe it. The last couple of months have gone so fast, and thanks to you two I feel like I actually have a chance to get into the hero course, maybe? I believe you will, unless they really go out of their way to discriminate against your quirk, Izuku said. The reason I applied at UA is to keep our group together. But we don't even go to the same school now, Hitoshi reminded. And we only meet during weekends, Izuku shot back. Though it did give a good excuse to have you stay over some nights. I hope you will do that even if we go to the same school, or even the same class. There are some people who we might come across at UA, and I will need some friendly faces around if we do. Are you talking about Bakugo? Tenya asked. To think someone like him could be accepted into UA. Yeah, Izuku answered. Unfortunately, his quirk and fighting talents are no joke, and he is smart enough to pass written exams. I'd be surprised if he didn't get in. Surely UA would vet hero students better than that, Tenya insisted. They might ask for records from the previous school, but I wouldn't trust Aldra's records. They didn't bother intervening with him. I doubt they recorded anything their prize student did. Sometimes. Izuku paused for a moment. His fires disappeared. Sometimes I wish the sludge villain killed him instead of Mom. The trio stopped as Izuku confessed his feelings. That wasn't a very heroic thing to say, Tenya said, though I can understand where it came from, a bit. Izuku sighed and kept walking as Hitoshi and Tenya kept up with him. I have never pretended to be a hero. Well, not in many years, Izuku answered. Tenya opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't. Don't let Tenya scare you. You can say what you feel, Hitoshi said. And if the exams go well, you won't be dealing with Mr. Boom Boom alone. Izuku chuckled. Are you trying to come up with ways to provoke him into falling for your quirk? Maybe. Because if you actually say that to his face, I'll make Dad pay for the funeral. Hitoshi and Tenya both stared at him with some shock, especially Hitoshi. Izuku looked at them with a blank stare. Slowly Hitoshi started chuckling, and it turned out to be contagious. Yeah, Izuku said when they calmed down. His tone became more serious. I was only partially joking. He has gotten physically violent many times, especially before my quirk manifested. Considering how much stronger he must have gotten since then, you should be careful around him. Ten might be fast enough to get out of the way, but Toshi, you aren't. Ten? Tenya asked. Is that what you picked for him? Hitoshi asked with a grin. Izuku rubbed his chin. I thought I did, but it doesn't sound right, not as good as Toshi. Tenya's name is hard that way. Unlike yours. Izu, or did you prefer Zuku? Shinso teased. Please no, Izuku pleaded. Those sound too cutesy, like we were dating or something. This isn't some love story. I didn't buy 3 beds to share one with you.
No offense.
How could I ever take offense on my dear Izu? Hitoshi teased. That made all of them smirk, until they turned a corner and saw the station. Izuku's mood quickly dropped. He turned to face Hitoshi. See you at the exams. Try to sleep before then, Toshi, or I'll take your quirk and make you sleep till the next semester starts. Is that supposed to be a threat? Because it sounds great, Hitoshi responded. Well, I should hurry. The train is leaving. Don't miss it for us, Tenya added, and the trio separated. Izuku was left with Tenya. He checked his watch. Can you get home without freezing? He asked Tenya. I need to run some errands. Don't worry about me. See you tomorrow at school. Hey, watch where you are walking. Oh look, this guy wants a fight. You seem to struggle just standing straight. A trio of shady-looking young men probably on drugs were standing in front of Hitoshi, seemingly having come from an alleyway next to them and made Hitoshi evade, ready to counterattack like Izuku had trained him. 2 of the 3 were walking around Hitoshi to trap him. The apparent ringleader held his fingers together, and his hand formed into a metallic-looking blade he held up towards Hitoshi's neck. You must be very sorry about getting in our way. Maybe enough to pay us as an apology and get away with only little pain. He raised the blade into a strike. Would be a shame if someone had to tell your mom you. He stopped to scream as an arrow of flames struck his transformed hand and had no time to even realize what was going on as Izuku's shoe met his chin. The walking corpse fell on his back, and before his fellow dead men could get involved, Izuku's dragon blade was already lit and moving towards the man's neck. Izuku, Hitoshi shouted. The blade stopped millimeters from the man's neck as Izuku was left on top of him, breathing hard, one little twitch away from taking a life. Slowly his stare hardened even as the man under him started trembling more. Tell his mom what? No, nothing. It's just a big misunderstanding. Really, didn't look like it to me. Izuku wanted to say more, but at that moment a hand landed on his shoulder. Izuku, breathe, Hitoshi said. Let me talk to him. Izuku breathed in deep once and pulled his dragon blade further away from the man's neck. Do you want to live? Hitoshi asked the man. Of course. Hitoshi's quirk took hold of the man and his eyes glazed over, staring ahead into emptiness. Izuku got off him and checked the other 2. One was similarly staring into nothingness. Other was very consciously staring at his brainwashed co-criminals, looking terrified and restrained by Tenya. Izuku focused on him with a stare that still promised death if he made a single wrong move while pointing at Hitoshi. My friend will talk to you, and you will respond, or I will find a more painful way to finish this. The last thug nodded several times in a few seconds, and a moment later all 3 were standing next to the wall staring into nothingness. Izuku could focus on Hitoshi. Are you okay? Yes, I would be more worried for you. Hitoshi's expression turned sterner. Izuku, it looked like you were going to. He was going to attack you. Izuku, were you going to? Hitoshi paused. Kill him? Izuku looked away and at the ground, unwilling to face either of his friends. Maybe. It all went so quickly. I was only focused on how to take him down. Can't even remember anything else before you stopped me. A police car curved on the street, siren screaming. Izuku picked up his phone. Not a good time to talk about it. I'll handle this situation. He had a lawyer on the phone before the police stopped to find criminals standing in line ready to be arrested. The whole thing took a while to settle, but at least they didn't get arrested for illegal quirk use. Yes, Izuku saving his friend from getting stabbed and Hitoshi non-violently restraining the criminals was bigger concern to the police than actually taking the scum away. In the end, Hitoshi only missed 2 trains, and with Tenya walking home, Izuku was left alone for just a moment. He had to hurry. He left the station and walked until he found an empty alley with enough cover from curious eyes. After sending a quick text with coordinates, a vortex of dark mist appeared in front of him, forming into a warp gate. In a few steps, he was back at his usual training room, sweating even more after suddenly transferring into a much warmer space. I need to wash and get changed. Please be quick, young Shigaraki. You don't want to be late. With you, it would be hard too, Izuku remarked and walked out towards the shower room. There were no long baths with friends here, and in less than 10 minutes he was already placing his helmet on. He glanced at a mirror before leaving the dressing room. He literally looked like an officer to an army of shadows. How would Hitoshi and Tenya react to seeing him like that? Izuku sighed. Maybe he wasn't meant to have pure happiness without the danger and lies of living 2 parallel lives. At least both sides of his life now had something, some people, to live for. Izuku smiled under his helmet as he returned to the training room where Kurogiri was still waiting. As long as he could keep these 4 people, including the Nomu, safe and happy, he could be happy. Whether it was pure or not hardly mattered. Are you ready? Kurogiri asked and handed Izuku a suitcase. Yes, let's get this done. Dad doesn't like if I'm late for the evening training. He's planning something special before the entrance exams. Kurogiri didn't even make a move, but a warp gate appeared next to him. In an instant, they were on a parking lot full of trucks. It was a good place to hide stuff while keeping it easily transportable, and no one was hanging around there, especially after sundown. Izuku didn't delude himself by assuming no one could see him, though, and made sure to stand straight, not allowing any uncertainty into his body language. The one exception to keeping appearances was when he talked to Kurogiri, making sure to not order or demand anything. Kurogiri, could you go somewhere where you can look over me from a distance? Yes. The word was barely said as Izuku felt the Nomu's presence disappear. He checked the communication system of his helmet and stayed still until he heard a car approaching slowly. The car stopped for just long enough for a man to step out before continuing away. Izuku stepped out from between the trucks to face the middle-aged man with eyeglasses and a lit tobacco hanging from his mouth. Jiren, I assume, Izuku said, his voice altered by the helmet. And you would be Shigaraki, I hear? Jiren responded. One of us, yes. I figured. That helmet would be quite a change of style from a hand on your face. You were thinking about my brother. I trust you don't have problem dealing with me instead? Nope, at least not based on first impressions. I heard your brother can be bratty. I am glad to deal with someone more mature. I have acquired the first batch of the materials you requested. If you have my payment. I have, Izuku said and opened the suitcase. It was filled with money and a flash drive with confidential data on new support items his father had acquired. I'm guessing you've hidden your products in one of these trucks. Yes. Oh, I love dealing with bright individuals, at least after the price has been negotiated, Jiren said. Though that comes with some interesting requests. Usually people want weapons, support items, or even new recruits. Advanced medical research equipment and strange chemicals are something else. I've been told you are good at keeping your client information secret, but don't try to pry for information you don't need. The League is interested in dealing with you again in the future, including for those more conventional purchases, so long as you mind only what you need to know. Sounds good to me. This way. Jiren turned around and led Izuku past a row of trucks, seemingly not even paying attention to where he was going as he chatted with Izuku. I've been hoping to meet you for a while. Well, not you personally, but I have heard whispers of this league of yours for a while, and about your brother. Many people that have talked about you seem to pass you as a couple of crazies who have managed to gather a small army of small-timers with big promises. But seems there is more than meets the eye, and I don't just mean there being 2 Shigarakis, although one just appeared recently. Did you just get into the game, or have you worked under a different name? Izuku deemed it best to remain quiet rather than risk trying to come up with an appropriate response, voice changer or not. Jiren had already figured too much. Izuku didn't want to unintentionally give him more information. Jiren waited for a moment before giving up on that question. Do you even have a name? I go by Shirakuro Shigaraki, Izuku responded. I can see the black. Where is the white? The casket. Izuku gave the first part of the response he had thought up ahead of time for his role as Shirakuro, black and white. The casket? Jiren asked just as planned. The one you will be cremated in if you fail our trust. Ah, I see where you got the name. Jiren stopped. We are here. He turned behind a truck next to them and opened its rear to reveal several large liquid containers and a large amount of advanced-looking scientific and medical machinery. Izuku had no doubts that they were for the doctor to create more nomus, though some might be used to help his father. For that alone, Izuku had to complete his mission. He grabbed the side of the truck and leaped on board with a single fluid motion. His helmet had the list of things that were supposed to be there, so the only problem was recognizing the devices listed on his HUD. Without night vision, it would have been impossible. Everything seems to be in order, but we will see how they actually work. Just need to be transported now. I can have the truck delivered in any location within 100 kilometers and left alone long enough to be emptied. That won't be necessary, Izuku responded and jumped off the truck. His helmet's inbuilt radio had been active since the beginning. It is all here. You can pick it up. Jiren blinked, looking at him curiously, but Izuku only handed him the suitcase and raised his other hand to point into the open truck. A large warp gate had already opened and was spreading dark mist across the space. Kurojire's voice came from inside it. It will take a moment to transport this much, young Shigaraki. That's fine, Izuku responded. You're still faster than anyone else. Don't stress your quirk unnecessarily. Well, isn't that nice? Jiren said. Most people in this business don't treat their people that softly. He is one of the few people I can count on with irreplaceable abilities. Why would I treat him anything but well? You're an interesting person. I suspect the darkness of this world will either tear you apart or learn to fear you. Izuku saw it best not to answer so as not to feed the man's interest or risk saying anything he would regret. This man was perceptive. Meanwhile, Izuku hadn't been able to find out much more than that about him. He had a lot to learn. Either way, if you need gear or people, you know who to call, as long as you can afford to pay. I'll remember that, Izuku responded, and at the last moment had another thought. Tamura would be livid if he found out, though. If you want a tip, you should be ready when the league starts getting more attention and see if you can identify anyone whose interests might align. The league is growing in numbers, but could use a few more carefully chosen, powerful individuals interested in changing this country. That sounds like you have big plans. I will keep your tip in mind. Seems your friend is finished. Izuku glanced at the truck where Kurojire now stood in the otherwise empty space. Jiren walked past Izuku. Close the door after yourself, will ya? I'll wait for your next contact. Izuku stood in place quietly until he was sure Jiren had left and gotten far enough away. Kurojire stepped down from the truck and waited quietly next to him. Still not saying a word, Izuku pulled the door closed. There was no sign of anyone nearby. Time to go, he finally said. I shall send you straight to Master as he requested. Izuku nodded in response. A warp gate opened in front of him, and he stepped in. Remember to always be aware of your surroundings, Kurojire said, just as Izuku stepped through the gate. What? He stepped into the usual training room. There was movement on his side, and he jumped out of the way just in time before a hand struck through the space he had just occupied, brushing against the protective fabric of his sleeve. It was a hand with elongated, sharp nails, from what he could observe. He didn't have time for anything else as the owner of the hand charged at him again, striking and slashing at a great speed. Izuku barely dodged the barrage and got a tiny bit of breathing room when the sharp-nailed hand struck a shield of fire. The yelp of pain was the first sound the woman had made. Izuku just breathed audibly. He didn't have energy for this after a day of training. With a few steps to put some space between him and his attacker, Izuku could finally worry about what was going on. How had this woman gotten inside and why? Was his father okay? Izuku didn't recognize the woman as any hero he knew of either. He turned a bit as he evaded a new attack and finally noticed his father in a dark corner of the room. He brought the shield up to deflect another strike, but this time the attacking woman was prepared and pulled her hand back, then jumped back when Izuku slashed at her with a flaming blade stretched to its max length. Dad, what is going on? Your exam. Despite all of the training you've had, you have never experienced a true battle with another human to the end. Better do that here to harden you in case you have to face the same out there. Are you kidding? Do I joke about these things? This is the minimum requirement just to be capable of surviving in this world and completing your missions. As all for one spoke, the woman started attacking Izuku again, making paying attention to his father quite difficult. Your opponent is not in here out of her own free will. I gave her only two options, kill and be rewarded or be killed. She won't hold anything back. You have to kill her to stop her. You told her to kill me? Izuku shouted as he slashed at the woman again. She was slippery and flexible like an eel and had managed to avoid every strike Izuku had thrown at her, including a hellfire arrow. Yes, not that she could. Also, you used the wrong quirks, so I wouldn't let her get away if I were you. Izuku cursed internally, and right as he was distracted, the woman struck. Her unnaturally long and sharp nails cut into Izuku's wrist right between the sleeve and glove, drawing a surprised yelp from Izuku, but the cut was nothing compared to what came next. A burning agony radiated through Izuku's arm that fell down completely lax. The pain quickly spread throughout his body as all of his limbs failed, and he collapsed into a twitching mess on the floor. The burning had spread all across his body like his very blood was boiling. He couldn't shout, just whine quietly. The only things working properly were his eyes, and even those felt hot. The woman stood over him with a manic, outright bloodthirsty grin. You might not be a quirkless monkey, but I still love it when people keep twitching like fish out of water. Oh, right, his father said with an exaggerated high tone. I forgot to introduce her. This lovely lady is known as Yui. You might have heard of her in the news. Likes to torture and kill quirkless people. Those monkeys are like an anchor holding back the evolution of humanity, Yui said. I think it's only fair I get to have some fun with them while working to clean the gene pool. My venomous nails paralyze them, and when I get tired of letting the venom cause all the pain, I might make some art out of them. You actually remind me of a kid I dealt with a few weeks back. With every word Yui said, Izuku felt such a mix of disgust and rage. He barely noticed the pain anymore. Now, isn't that interesting, Shirakuro? His father said to him. Can you see why I picked her? Imagine all she will do with her quirk after leaving here if you lose. Slowly seething, Izuku realized it wasn't just his anger. The pain, as bad as it was, wasn't as paralyzingly bad as before. He tried wiggling his toes. He has already lost, Yui said and stepped closer to Izuku, raising her hand, fingers and their nails extended. Even with that scratch, he will be paralyzed for a few more minutes. Last chance to change your mind on making me kill Hai. She screamed in pain as a blade of fire pierced straight through her calf. In a second, Izuku pushed himself off the ground, pulled his feet back under him, and bounced up to deliver an uppercut with every ounce of strength in his body. The monster in front of him somehow held her balance for a moment, and her hand was already approaching Izuku. There wasn't even time to consider options of what to do. There was only enough time to activate his quirk. A hand hit the ground an instant before its owner's back. Screaming, Yui was holding the scorched stump of her right hand with her left. The nails of her remaining hand dripped a little bit of their poison as she gripped her damaged arm, but most people were immune to their own quirk. Grimacing from the pain, Izuku grabbed her remaining arm with one hand and slammed the other against her face. Of course, it wasn't that easy. She was flexible enough to kick Izuku back even from that position, and even after all of Izuku's training, her strength was nothing to ignore, especially when she started panicking. Izuku hardly distinguished all that from the pain he was already feeling. She was so tense and unconsciously resisting Izuku's all-for-one that it couldn't have been pleasant to her either, alongside the dismemberment, of course. Soon Izuku's pain waned away, while Yui's resistance grew equally fiercer. She was actually using her cut stump of an arm to punch Izuku, who was glad for his helmet. She was still fighting with her remaining fingers extended, but when they hit Izuku's hand it was just a poke. Her nails had shrunk to a normal size, and the attack only hurt her own fingers. She finally stopped moving, staring at Izuku in horror. "How do you like being quirkless?" Izuku asked coldly, no longer the least bit worried for his safety. He took off one of his gloves, and with some focus was able to find the quirk within himself. His nails slowly grew longer and stronger, and he could feel the venom building up under them. He made sure to show them to Yui, while lighting a dragon blade on the other. With vibration applied to it, he was actually using 3 quirks. "It's time to finish this, son," his father said. "You wouldn't want for her to get away with what she now knows." Izuku froze. If his father intended to encourage him to act, it had backfired. Izuku hesitated. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't just. Yui's stare turned from horror to one of desperation, and she bounced with a scream, going straight for Izuku's throat. He dodged it almost as easily as Hitoshi's attacks, but also swung forward with his blade, as he had trained to do with the Nomus. The scream ended with a gasp. The hand that had reached for Izuku fell down, and both their eyes turned down where the dragon blade went in through Yui's chest and out of her back. Her legs failed, and as she fell forward the blade kept cutting until it came out of Yui's shoulder, and she slumped on the floor. Izuku stepped back. His quirks disappeared from his shaking hands. He fell on his knees in front of the corpse, gasping for air. The only thing that stopped him from vomiting was the inbuilt gas mask in his helmet. He could only imagine the stench of the burnt flesh and blood. An arm landed on his shoulders. Another circled behind his back and pulled him against another body and up from the ground. "You did well. I am sorry, but this was necessary to prepare you for the world we exist in. Now you are ready," his father whispered while carrying Izuku. Izuku's gasping breath turned into whimpering as tears started blurring his vision. "Kurogyri," his father commanded, and darkness encased them. Chapter 16. The Hero Exam. Izuku looked up at the UA wall and the tall buildings behind it with empty eyes. If the people around knew all that he had done, was it really right for him to be here? "Izuku." A familiar voice called to him. Izuku turned towards it and responded. "Toshi?" Right or wrong, coming here was his best option. Izuku joined his friend and spotted Tenya inside the gate. "Hey, Tien," Izuku shouted, but the taller teen didn't respond. Izuku looked at Hitoshi. "I don't think that's it," Hitoshi responded. Izuku pulled out his friend notebook and crossed out the name idea. By the time he got the notebook back into his backpack, they had already reached Tenya. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi. "How have you rested for the exam?" "Better than you from the look of things." "Huh." Izuku stared at Hitoshi, uncertain about what to say. "You look like you haven't slept since the last time we met up." "I would know." Hitoshi is correct. "You have seemed increasingly tired and quiet for the past few days," Tenya said. "It is a very bad time to be tired even with your skill. Is this about the incident on Sunday, or did something else happen?" Unknown to Ida, the words stung Izuku. They would hate him if they knew. Nothing happened," he stuttered for the first time in a long while. "You think so lowly about us that you think we would believe that." Shinso poked Izuku's shoulder. "It's really nothing. The whole UA and entrance exams, and All Might being a teacher here, and I saw Death Arms in the news bragging about how he'd save anyone in need. I've gone through every nightmare in the past few nights, including one where that guy on Sunday managed to." Izuku paused. He was only partially lying. "And then there is, what the hell are you doing here, villain?" Izuku froze mid-sentence. After a brief shock, his expression turned even more tired than it had been, undoing whatever impact Hitoshi's and Tenya's presence had. He turned around to face Katsuki Bakugo for the first time in 10 months, since the walking garbage fire had told him to kill himself. "What do you think?" he asked. "I told you I was going to be only person from our school to get in UA. Don't think that has changed just because you left for a few months. Do you really think they would even consider having a villain like you in this school?" "I could ask you the same?" Midoriya asked. His expression was blank, but he had inched closer to his friends. Whether it was to feel safer or be ready to protect them wasn't completely clear even to himself. Bakugo stared at him, even angrier than before. What are you blabbering, nerd? He is saying that it is your actions that are villainous and not worthy of a hero, not Izuku's, Tenya said, waving his hand. Oh, what would you extras know about either of us? Bakugo said. Everything relevant, Hitoshi interjected. Yes, that includes his quirk and everything you have done for the past 10 years. Your idea of a hero has to be pretty twisted to think you could be one. Really, you claim you know what this Deka's quirk is about, but you have no idea. You haven't actually experienced it. Yes, I have, Hitoshi said. Bakugo froze, staring at him. Izuku has borrowed my quirk several times and helped me a lot with it. I don't see what the big deal is. Felt a bit strange being quirkless the first time, but it didn't bother me much. Bakugo's eye twitched and he turned away with a huff. Not sure what he has done to you to make you spout garbage like that, but it's not like that was going to matter. You're not allowed to attack other applicants during the test, and there's no way that nerd is going to pass without using a quirk. Not that the school would accept someone like him. Just wait till they realize what his quirk does. Actually, Izuku said, having gained some composure and positioned himself in front of Hitoshi. The principal already knows and encouraged all of us to apply. We had tea and spoke with him, right after he banned a couple of bullies like you from even applying. This isn't Aldera Bakugo. You aren't a big fish in a small stale swamp anymore, and you aren't the best at everything. Surprisingly, Bakugo didn't explode or even respond to that, just walking away without a word. Perhaps mentioning the principal had been the right choice, even though they weren't as acquainted as he had made them out to be. Izuku staggered back as soon as the blonde-haired bomb stepped inside and disappeared out of sight. Luckily, Tenya caught him before anything big enough to get attention happened. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, Izuku said. I've never talked to him or heard anyone else talk to him like that. I don't know how to feel. You can feel like you stood up to a bully once again, but you shouldn't think about it too much. Today, we all have to focus on one thing, Tenya encouraged. And that is getting a higher score than him, Hitoshi added. You said he thinks he is best at everything. The best way to teach him a lesson is scoring higher than him. That is not what we are here to do, Tenya interrupted. We should focus on doing the best we can to gain admittance to the school. And that requires getting the best possible score, same as teaching that guy a lesson, Hitoshi said. I like the idea, Izuku said. I can't think of a better way to teach him a lesson, not legally, if I can do it. Well, I guess it doesn't hurt anyone or contradict the goals of the exam, Tenya admitted. Frankly, it is less of a concern than your lack of sleep. I know, Izuku responded. We should get going to find our exam rooms if we want to make it in time. Right, let's go, Tenya declared. They were unfortunate enough to have different classrooms assigned for their written exams. Although it meant Hitoshi and Tenya weren't around to question the reasons for Izuku's tiredness and dark demeanor. He could focus on the struggle of taking a written exam while sleep-deprived. It wasn't quite as difficult as he had expected, or Kurogiri was just that good of a tutor. After the written exams, UA gave the hero course applicants a long lunch break, probably so people would not have to do the practical portion right after eating. It gave Izuku time to find Hitoshi and Tenya without rushing straight to the cafeteria. He found the two waiting outside of it. So how did your exam go? Tenya asked. I didn't fall asleep, Izuku responded and faced Tenya's stare for a few seconds before looking down. I think I did fine. I thought it would be harder. It wasn't as bad as I thought either, Hitoshi said, but I'm still worried. I am sure you both did well, Tenya declared. Now we should go eat to be at our best for the practical exam. They got their food and started looking for a free table. Hitoshi suddenly moved in the way to guide Izuku in a sideways direction, which might have been strange if Izuku hadn't already noticed the explosive blonde out in front of them. Luckily, they found an empty corner table where some quick eaters had already left. Izuku sat between Hitoshi and Tenya, imagining how this could become a daily thing if they did well. They just had to pass the practical exam, if he could just focus on it. As he was finishing his lunch, Izuku could no longer hold back a large yawn. Maybe you should take a nap. We still have an hour before the exam introduction session begins, Hitoshi suggested. Want help with that? I would say yes, but you might need it more to be at your best in the test, Izuku responded. Hey, I've slept more in the last few days than a normal week. Izuku tilted his head to glance at Hitoshi with a small smile. That isn't a very high bar. You are the one that looks like a sleepwalker. You should both sleep, Tenya remarked. Both Izuku and Hitoshi turned to look at him as Izuku's face slowly twisted into a smirk. So are you volunteering to make us? Izuku asked. I'm sure Toshi trusts you enough. Tenya blinked.
What?
You know my ability to give quirks isn't limited to their original owner. If I let Toshi make me sleep, then I can't make him sleep, and the same applies the other way around. But you seem well rested already. I am okay with that if Tenya can learn to use my quirk fast enough, Hitoshi said. Wouldn't you like to have 2 quirks for a while? Didn't Izuku say it would be dangerous? One shouldn't be too bad, especially since it's not a very physically demanding quirk, Izuku said. And I can take it back if there are problems. Well, we aren't going to pressure you. You don't need to, Tenya sighed. I have no reason to doubt you, and if Hitoshi is okay with giving away his quirk, who am I to refuse it? Okay, Izuku said and slowly raised his hands to each of his friends' heads. Let's see how this works out. Izuku closed his eyes and focused on finding and transferring the quirk. That was something he was fully capable of already, but this time he tried to directly transfer the quirk forward. He could feel the quirk slowly flowing in and straight back out. His hands dropped back down. How are you feeling? Izuku asked Tenya. A little ill, actually, and I think I am getting a headache. That sounds pretty normal, Izuku assured. Try to use the quirk with Toshi, and we'll see if it gets any worse. It took Tenya a while to get a grasp of the quirk, but he had already seen Hitoshi teach Izuku, so with plenty of the break still left, he got Hitoshi to fall for the brainwashing. With a few words, Hitoshi slumped against Izuku as he fell asleep. Next, Tenya focused on Izuku, who was keeping an eye on nearby people who had started paying more attention to them. If you start feeling any worse, wake me up, Izuku said, and Tenya nodded. Are you ready? Tenya asked. Yes, Izuku responded and was caught by the quirk. Everything went dark. At least the quirk-induced sleep was dreamless like an anesthesia, so for the first time in several days he was free of the nightmares. He woke up to Tenya shaking his shoulder, stretched his arms while blinking away the sleepiness. I needed that, he said, for 10 more hours. This isn't a time for joking. The practical exam introduction session is going to start in 10 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened. He turned to check Hitoshi, who was in similar state. Without a word, he put his hands back on their heads and returned Hitoshi's quirk. Then they ran, finding and arriving at the auditorium just in time as a staff member was about to close the doors. The auditorium was dark and full, so they were separated, taking whatever empty seats they could find. Izuku was the last without a seat, and the pro-hero teacher present Mike had just arrived on the stage, so when he saw an empty seat, he took it without a second thought. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. The so-called hero shouted way louder than necessary, even in the large space. Wow, glad I didn't sit in the front row, Izuku mumbled. So you chose to sit here, damn villain. Izuku froze still for a moment before his head turned to the side, stiff as a robot. Of course, he had to sit right next to the walking bucket of nitroglycerin. Not quite so right next to anymore. Bakugo had dragged his chair as far from Izuku as he could without sitting on the next person's lap. Great, Izuku muttered and focused on the presentation and papers he had gotten for the test. Present Mike was just explaining how they would be divided to the examination grounds. Hey nerd, Bakugo called. Izuku wasn't sure if he should have been annoyed or concerned that the garbage fire talked to him. What area you are on? B. Why do you care? Izuku responded and settled on concerned when Bakugo's mouth twisted in a smirk that made Tamura look like a paragon hero. Seems we are on the same area. So you can see me score higher than you, Izuku said. Didn't think you'd be excited about that. He turned his focus back on present Mike, but seething Bakugo didn't care about the presentation, so Izuku's hand was already in his pocket when the explosive teen finally talked. You are a dead man. Izuku picked out a business card and slid it across the table towards Bakugo. Then you are going to need this. And what the hell is it? Contact information for my father's lawyers. If you don't understand what it's for, ask your mother. Izuku turned to face back forward, ignoring the confused and seething dynamite stick next to him. At least he tried to ignore it while forcing himself to control his breathing. He got a welcome distraction when Ida got up to question an apparent inconsistency between the presentation and written material they had received. Apparently, one of the robot opponents listed was worth 0 points. Present Mike explained it away as being one that applicants are just meant to avoid. That doesn't make sense, Izuku muttered quietly. Heroes are supposed to face the villains and risk themselves to help people. They are teaching people to run away. The video clip of Death Arms leaving Izuku's mother to die flashed in his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut and drew a deep breath. Maybe there is something more to it, he concluded or hoped. Something to do with the secret part of the test, maybe.
Plus ultra.
Break a leg, everyone. Present Mike ended his presentation. Izuku didn't waste any time getting away from the volatile firecracker next to him. On the way to the exam grounds, he looked at what was ahead and started truly understanding the immensity of UA. The exam grounds were entire mini-cities. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how much UA spent on things that only helped one course, a minority among the student body. Even the walls and gates around the grounds were excessively large, as if they were built only to look imposing to people. Izuku navigated through the crowd, trying to get into the front row, anything to get an edge over Bakugo. Unfortunately, the pyromaniac had the same idea, and while coming up from different sides of a small group, they didn't notice each other before literally bumping into each other. Izuku tensed when he realized that, but Bakugo jumped back already in a fighting stance. Stay away from me, thief. Are you still going on about that? Keep saying it, and I'll beat this exam with your quirk, Midoriya said before he realized what he was saying, while Bakugo's shout had attracted the attention of other applicants. What are they talking about using his quirk? Maybe he has a quirk copying quirk like you. Izuku blinked thinking, what did he say?
No.
Bakugo shouted and presented his most arrogant and devious grin. This guy is a quirk stealer. If you let him touch you, he can take your quirk away. Let your guard down for a second and you'll be quirkless. You wouldn't even know it before you tried to use it. Wouldn't be surprised if he only came here to look for quirks to steal. Within a few seconds of those words, Izuku had an all-too-empty area around him that no one entered. Izuku looked around, but it only made people step further away. One person brought his tail up as if he was ready to strike at Izuku if he approached. Izuku could have retorted back about the dangers of Bakugo's quirk, but instead his shoulders slumped. There was no point. He knew it all too well. The walking loudspeaker had won this round, and he didn't mean Present Mike. Maybe he could get Hitoshi and Tenya to come over after the exam. He really needed their emotional support, or maybe he could hang out with Kurogyri. With them, he sometimes almost forgot how despicable the society and many of the people around them were. In a way, he thanked Bakugo for reminding him of that and his purpose for being here. And begin. Present Mike shouted in the background. Izuku turned to notice the gate had opened and ran in. The people in front of him who had heard Bakugo jumped out of his way as he ran. What's wrong? The test started. Run. The die is cast. The crowd of applicants was unleashed after Izuku. Rapid banging was the only warning before Bakugo flew past Izuku along with a few other students with speed-enhancing quirks. He bit his teeth together and pushed himself to run faster. A one-point robot charged from a side alley right in front of Izuku and threw a punch. Izuku sidestepped it easily, and by then had the dragon blade ignited already. He rammed it right into the robot's chest around a joint where its neck met a stronger piece of armor. Even so, he could feel resistance as the blade struggled to cut through the armor, much harder than even Nomu's skin. The robot had already raised its other arm to strike when its systems finally failed. Without wasting a second, Izuku dove away from under the falling husk of junk metal and kept running. That had only been a one-pointer. He wasn't going to beat Bakugo like this. He focused all his attention and need to succeed on making his fire hotter, vibrations faster, blade thinner. Hotter, faster, thinner. Another one-pointer showed up and charged at him with a wide swing of its arm. Izuku brought his blade up to block. The force still shook his entire body as the metal of the robot smoked. Hotter, faster, thinner. He turned his arm and pressed against the robot. His blade sunk through its armor, and something inside sparked and the robot's arm stopped. Izuku swung his other blade forward, and this time it sunk in faster. Not fast enough, though. The entire exam ground had descended into chaos. Izuku briefly saw Bakugo flying in an arch over some distant applicants. He disappeared behind a corner, and there was a flash of explosion. Izuku changed direction, not even trying to catch up to the faster applicants that had headed directly towards the center of the exam grounds. He needed to find more robots and beat them faster. His entire arm tensed as he pushed the quirks. Soon he found 2 one-pointers and a larger 3-pointer together. The 3-pointer had bulkier arms and shoulders that looked like rocket launchers. Hotter. Izuku thought about all the heroes that had failed his mother, All Might who had crippled his father, Bakugo, and everyone who had judged him after the blonde torment told them about his quirk. Izuku wasn't fighting robots. He was fighting a wall those people erected, seeking to keep away people like him, or Hitoshi, and at this rate it might well succeed. A far too familiar explosion echoed from the distance. Anger heated to rage, and his fire followed. He charged at the nearest one-pointer, sidestepped its strike like before, and swung his blade straight through the robot's chest with no more resistance than it had previously faced against Noma's arms. The other one-pointer lost both its arms in a single move. The sudden loss of weight made it stumble. Izuku jumped on and over the bot, decapitating it as he did. The 3-pointer was too slow to stop Izuku as he landed on its face, and hanging onto it with one arm, sunk his blade deep into the robot's insides. With all 3 destroyed, Izuku finally stopped for long enough to stare at his flaming blade. It had turned blue, and much more solid-looking than before. The surprise at the sudden change made him briefly lose focus, and the fire started being tainted by hints of orange. He quickly took back control of the quirks and managed to force it back to its new form. Strangely, while the blade was clearly much hotter, it only felt a little more unpleasant against his hand, as if the heat was more contained. A 4-legged 2-pointer rushed along the street towards him. Izuku decided to try everything he had. Raising his hand towards the approaching robot, he focused on the Hellfire Arrow quirk, trying to make it feel like his blade. The robot was only a few meters away when he was ready and released the quirk. What appeared wasn't as much an arrow as a blue oval-shaped blast that made a quick whistling sound before it struck the robot's neck and in a blue flash explosively separated it from its body. Izuku smirked and whispered to himself, "Seems you aren't the only one with an explosive quirk here, Kakin." He got back on the move, and while he was limited by his, still impressive, running speed compared to those with speed quirks, he no longer wasted much time on the robots. He only stopped at a crossroad to send 2 of his newly blue blasts at approaching 1- and 2-point robots. One hit took the 2-pointer out, but the other only grazed the 1-pointer's arm, and Izuku was still too slow with this quirk to fire off another, so he settled on the dodge and decapitate tactic and moved on. He couldn't slow down or hesitate. Every explosion in the background fueled his own flame. The constant background cacophony of battle was cut by a nearby panicked shout. A trio of applicants had been surrounded by an entire group of robots of all 3 types against the outer wall of the exam grounds. One of them, a really short guy, threw purple balls growing from his head at the robots that seemed to stick to them and limit their movements, probably why they hadn't yet been captured or crushed despite being clearly out of their league. Izuku charged at the group of robots like someone whose ability to hesitate in battle had been beaten out of him by genetically engineered monsters. He jumped on a 2-pointer and decapitated it while using it as a stepping board to leap on the 3-pointer's back. A blade of blue flame sunk in and then cut up through the robot's body and out of its shoulder. An image of a dead woman with the same wound flashed in Izuku's mind. So maybe there were still some things that could make him hesitate, or at least stop long enough to fight against the urge to vomit. Wait, is that the quirk stealer? One of the other applicants said, breaking Izuku away from his thoughts. Wouldn't that mean he took that quirk from someone? Better keep a safe distance. 10 seconds later, all of the remaining robots were in 3 or more pieces. Izuku stopped briefly to give the trio a cold stare. The little ball-headed guy was so terrified tears were flowing from his eyes as he faced Izuku. Izuku raised his arm and, barely looking, fired off another blast at an approaching 1-pointer. Pieces of metal that used to be the robot clattered on the street. You should head back towards the gate. It should be the safest area by now, he said and started running again, charging or firing a blue blast at every robot that he saw until he was back somewhere near the center of the grounds. There couldn't be much time left. Robot pieces flew out from behind a corner following an explosion, and Bakugo stepped to the crossroad a few seconds later, a fierce, animalistic look in his eyes which quickly found Izuku and his still-lit blades. For a brief instant, the hot-headed blonde seemed more disgusted than angry. His head snapped to the side when a three-pointer charged towards them. Bakugo flew up and towards it with rapid small explosions. But Izuku's blasts were faster, and two blue blasts hit the robot's armored face before Bakugo landed on it and blasted its back open. There was no way of telling who got the points. Stay out of my way, DKU. Izuku's flames got a little hotter. Before he could respond, the ground started shaking. A gigantic figure rose over the fake apartment buildings, the 0-point robot. It raised its gigantic arm and punched the ground, creating a pressure wave and a dust cloud that struck Izuku like a storm. He had to spend a few seconds blinking dust out of his eyes. Why the hell would they send something like that against middle school students? Izuku said, more focused on analyzing the situation than running away like everyone else around him. Maybe they wanted to see if anyone actually dared to take it on. Test if people were actually willing to risk everything, but there were no points in it. Could they really be teaching people the opposite? To run away when facing danger? He fired off several blasts on the robot, landing them on it in a vertical spray reaching from its track to the distant head far enough up that the blasts seemed to lose some of their power before reaching their targets. The explosions were impressive, but if he had penetrated the armor, the holes were too small to see from so far away. The robot didn't care, at least. It didn't look like something Izuku could take down, and the monster of a machine was rolling right towards him, crushing everything in its path. Biting his teeth together, he turned around to get out of the way at least long enough to find a new way to attack. Even if it was just an exam, he was not going to be one of the fake heroes running away from danger. Bakugo was already long gone. A too familiar scream made Izuku look back one more time. It was the little guy with purple balls growing from his head again. He had apparently just gotten out of a building on the giant robot's path of destruction and couldn't run fast enough to get out of the way of the approaching tracks of the robot. He kept throwing his sticky balls at the robot's tracks so fast his head bled, but the giant machine didn't slow at all. Damn it! Izuku shouted. He ran towards the ball-head guy and grabbed the short boy's arm. The guy jolted from the sudden touch, but Izuku lifted him and was already moving before he realized what was happening. At least the little guy was light. Even carrying the other boy on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes, Izuku still ran faster than the shorter teen had. He barely kept ahead of the giant robot that thankfully didn't try to punch him. A surviving one-pointer jumped from a side street, trying to attack Izuku, and found itself split in two before touching the ground. The guy he carried yelped as Izuku jolted to the side, dodging the robot. Izuku didn't even slow down until... Time's up. Present, Mike declared. The robot stopped. Izuku too stopped running and let go of the other guy. Extinguishing his quirks, he leaned against his knees, winded from the battle. Thank Whiteash, the ball-head guy started saying, but fell silent as he turned to look at Izuku. There was no doubt of what he was thinking as his hand went up to his head to check the balls were still there. Izuku sighed and turned away. I'm not going to take your quirk. He headed back to the entrance, counting his points. 49 plus 2 is 51, then 54, and so 55 total. Is that enough? I can probably get in with it, but with how fast Bakugo was moving, he probably got more. Izuku wanted to punch something, but he walked in the middle of the road, and people around him still kept out of arm's reach. Outside the big gate, he looked up at the sky, already breathing easier despite the earlier exertion. At least it was done. He hated the idea of probably losing to Bakugo, but that was only a side mission, as Tamura would put it. Glancing towards the other exam grounds, his thoughts started moving to Hitoshi and Tenya. After changing clothes, the scattered crowds of applicants started to dribble back towards the main building and gate. Izuku wanted to run, but he had already got too much attention. He reached the front of the main building alongside the first larger crowd of students. Some walked straight out of the gates while others congregated to talk about the exam in small groups, probably with their friends. Izuku looked around for his He could really have used some senses-enhancing quirks in addition to more mobility. Luckily, Tenya was tall, and Izuku soon spotted his head above those around him. Izuku sneaked up behind him unnoticed and tapped his back. Tenya jolted a bit, but relaxed when he saw Izuku. "Hey, how did you do?" Izuku asked. "I believe I did well enough to pass. I counted 52 points. "Really?" Izuku said, surprised. "I actually beat you despite your speed?" "I would not be surprised by that," Tenya said. "How many points did you get?" "Maybe 55. I'm not quite sure how they're going to assign points for one three-pointer, so I guess we could have equal score." Izuku got more serious. "Did you notice any other sides to the exam?" "Nothing obvious beyond the apparent lack of sufficient safety measures. This exam might not be too dangerous for those who are selected as hero students, but the entrance exams can be attended by anyone." "True. I had to save this one kid twice." Izuku paused and glanced down at the ground, and he was still only focused on what my quirk could do to him. "Did you actually use it on the exam?" Tenya asked, wide-eyed. "No, but Bakugo told everyone. We were in the same area." "Oh," Tenya said, and after a few seconds started looking around. "Do you see Toshi anywhere?" Izuku asked, reading Tenya's intention. Hitoshi was an expert at curing his quirk discrimination-related depression. "No, and the crowd is just getting worse." Izuku stared at the crowd for a moment and then raised one of his arms straight up and fired off a fire arrow, just a regular orange one that Hitoshi already knew. "I am not sure that is allowed," Tenya pointed out. Izuku didn't comment, just kept looking around. Maybe if he had a coffee-making quirk. A few students, surprised by Izuku's fire arrow, concluded there was nothing more happening and moved on, revealing Hitoshi heading straight for the waiting duo. Izuku immediately focused on his gloomy expression. His body moved before he even thought about it, and Hitoshi found himself trapped with Izuku's arm going over his shoulders and his friend's smile destroying any thoughts of escape. "Hey, it couldn't have been that bad." "I don't know about that," Hitoshi sighed. "I found the switch to shut the robots down, but still only got 15 points. You think that is enough to get in?" We still don't know if that was all there was to the test. Even if there is, even if they have a whole second point system, what are my chances against those who already got several times the points from the fight?" Shinso fell silent for a moment. "Speaking of which, how did you do?" "Well," Izuku hesitated. "Please, I need to hear at least some good news." "I got 52 or 55. Tenya got 52. "You will get in," Hitoshi said and smiled for the first time. "Maybe I can still get to the general studies. Maybe if I didn't stay with that guy for so long." "What guy?" Izuku asked, still keeping Hitoshi in his hold as they started walking to the gate. "After I figured out how to shut down the robots, I managed to take out a couple of them. I couldn't really surprise them, but their attacks were slower than Tenya's. Your dodge and counterattack style worked great." Then another applicant got driven into a corner by two robots. I managed to jump one of them while they were focusing on him, but he got hit pretty bad fighting the other that fell on him. I think he broke an arm and a leg at least. He definitely screamed like he did. I had to use my quirk on him to stop him from moving and hurting himself more. "And stop the pain," Izuku reminded. "With the fog you put on people's minds, even broken bones probably aren't that bad. Right? You figured that out." "Well, I thought the school would send someone to help him since they monitored everything that was going on, but instead they sent in that giant zero-point robot. I had to carry him on my back to get away." "I'd say that was pretty heroic," Izuku said. "Truly, you did what any reasonable person would expect of a hero," Tenya added. "The school would be fools not to accept you for that." "Tenya," Hitoshi said, slightly embarrassed, "did you just criticize UA, the most elite of elite schools?" I mean, they probably aren't fools like that. I am sure they recognize your actions. We can hope. Anyway, did anything interesting happen with your exams?" "A lot, actually," Izuku said. "See." He raised his other hand and lit the dragon blade. It was its usual orange flaming blade. Izuku focused on it. "I might not have a shelf full of quirk notes, but that's just your normal dragon blade," Hitoshi said. "Sure, I need to focus," Izuku said. With the intensity and adrenaline of the battle gauntlet, was suddenly much harder to raise the heat. It needed more than focus. Izuku struggled to replicate the feeling of before despite being calm this time. Izuku blinked in realization. He shifted his focus into the feelings he had felt. Bakugo would hate to know his presence alone had helped Izuku. "Hey, is that?" someone said outside their group. "The quirk stealer?"
What?
"We heard that guy can take away your quirk if he touches you. Better keep your distance." "Then where did he get that fire quirk?" "More like from who?" Izuku gritted his teeth. His blade condensed and started burning ever brighter until its color started shifting. He held his hand further away to not accidentally burn Hitoshi or himself as the blade reached its full blue shine. This time he made sure to memorize every aspect of how it felt with a clear mind. "I couldn't cut the robots well at first. Then this happened. Their armor didn't really matter after that." "So, you weren't satisfied with seeing glowing swords in movies," Hitoshi said. "You just had to turn your quirk into one, a cooler one at that." "I don't think everyone agrees with you," Izuku responded, glancing at the nearby people that were still whispering about him. "So, what about them?" "Most of them won't get into the hero course like you, if any." "Yeah, probably," Izuku said and extinguished his quirk. "So, now that we're done, do you have time to go somewhere so we can hang out and have dinner?" Chapter 17. A New Problem Child. Shota Aizawa, also known as the Pro-Hero Eraserhead, arrived at the principal's office of UA High School. He was a teacher, so it was not anything unusual, but what awaited him inside was. Principal Nizu was there, of course, but so was their newest teacher, All Might, in his small form, and the school nurse recovery girl. Most concerning was the individual present who was not part of the school staff, though still a familiar face, Police Detective Tsukachi. Aizawa made sure he closed the door properly. "Thank you for coming, Aizawa. There is a matter we need to discuss before the start of the new term." "Is it about one of my new students?" Aizawa asked and glanced at Detective Tsukachi. "Or is one of my current ones suspected of a crime? Considering the admission papers on the table, I am guessing you are investigating a new student and plan to have him or her in my class since Vlad isn't here." "You are correct," Principal Nizu said. "There are some special concerns considering one of our new students that we want to approach carefully, for his benefit as well as investigatory concerns. As far as school staff is concerned, only those present and Hound Dog as the counselor are involved in discussing the topic." Nizu paused, a serious expression crossing his face before continuing. "Tell me, how much do you know about All for One?" Aizawa tensed. His former tired and slightly annoyed demeanor disappeared, replaced by a focused stare and a frown. "Probably more than most heroes in my age group, especially public heroes, let alone civilians. Back when I graduated, he was said to still control most organized crime in the country, but there were no real sightings for several years even before I became a hero. I don't think I have heard anything but old legends about him for years." "That is because I defeated and killed him 6 years ago," All Might said. "That is where I got my injuries." "Heroes aren't supposed to kill people, you know," Aizawa commented. "Maybe so," All Might said, "but he is different. As an underground hero, you of all people should know that we can't always be the way people expect heroes to act." "True. Now, how does this relate to my students?" A major reason All for One could gain such power was his quirk, an unique ability to take and give others quirks, essentially the ability to hoard or redistribute power in the society as he saw fit, Nizu stated. He handed Aizawa one of the admission papers with student information and put footage of the practical exam on a large screen hanging on the wall of his office. It was showing a teen with thick white hair, impressive physical ability, and a fire-based quirk. That quirk is no longer unique. Another person has emerged with seemingly the same abilities. Izuku Midoriya scored the highest score in the Hero Course practical exam and will be attending your class. "Are you sure he has the same quirk?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, I was lucky to meet him at an educational fair a few months back. He stood up for another student he didn't even know being bullied for his quirk and later admitted to me what his real quirk could do, though he was hesitant to do so. The official quirk registries support this also, though they refer to it as quirk transfer and only registered his quirk when he was 13. So, Aizawa started. If that is the case, where did the fire quirk come from? Seems like something we should at least question before admitting him." Do you think I haven't already done that? Nizu responded. According to Midoriya, someone with that quirk attempted to kidnap him, so he took the quirk in self-defense. This let him get away, but he didn't tell people at the time due to prejudice he has experienced because of his quirk. That is what he said anyway. Detective Tsukachi has been investigating the matter while checking on the boy's background. Detective? Unfortunately, the conclusion of my investigation isn't as conclusive as I would like. I have identified a known criminal with a fire-based quirk similar to his, at least in basic form. It seems he has been able to advance the quirk quite a bit, from the look of things even during your exams. Unfortunately, I have been unable to confirm this man is truly the origin of the quirk. In other words, you haven't managed to be in contact with this person.
No, Tsukauchi responded.
It seems no one has seen him in nearly a year. Same goes for several known acquaintances. It is unclear if they are on the run for some crime or, worse. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find more, especially while staying discreet. I'm afraid it is the same with the other investigation. I have not found a connection with All for One, the person, but I also couldn't completely rule it out. Considering his age, there could be a connection several generations back that could be impossible to identify even if I had good information, and I don't. His father Hisashi Midoriya especially is a mystery. He seems to have familial connections to the United States and has spent much of his and his son's life working there. Unfortunately, that limits what I can do, especially in secret and without any evidence of a crime. So, his father lives abroad. And how about the mother? Aizawa asked. Both Tsukachi's and All Might's expressions darkened. The mother Inko Midoriya was killed by a villain last spring. It was my fault, All Might said. He got away from me earlier that day, and I came too late to save Midoriya's mother. I didn't even realize who I was talking to when we met at that fair. He must hate me. Unfortunately, you are likely correct, Tsukachi said. I talked with the police officers who were present when Izuku Midoriya was informed about his mother's death. He found a video of it online and threw his phone across the room, cursing the heroes when All Might arrived late. So he has one of, if not the most powerful quirk in the world that people naturally fear and hate, something that can really mess up your life in modern society. He witnessed his mother die due to the failure of the #1 hero, and his father is not even in the country most of the time, Aizawa said, feeling a headache coming and pinched his nose. And we cannot completely rule out a family connection with All for One himself. That would seem to be the case, Tsukachi confirmed. He even looks like All for One, All Might muttered, though maybe it's just the hair. Aizawa glanced at All Might briefly before focusing on Nizu. I am surprised he is even applying at UA, Aizawa concluded, with everything and everyone in his life apparently pushing him to become a villain. It's a near-perfect backstory to make a villain, and not because he shares a quirk with one. It certainly wasn't an easy decision for him, Nizu responded. Admitting to his quirk wasn't the only thing he hesitated to talk about when we met. Seems he had childhood dreams of becoming a hero that he lost. In fact, if I had to describe him when we met, I would say he was lost with no path forward that he really cared about, a precarious position to be in especially for someone with so much potential. Luckily, you are wrong about everyone pushing him to be a villain. Young Shinso and Ida appear to have helped him find his path toward being a hero. Shinso and Ida? Aizawa asked. I think I read their names on the admission lists. Correct, Nizu said, and replaced the exam footage with what seemed like pictures of school security cameras. Every single one showed 3 boys, Midoriya and 2 others. One walking in through UA gates, one talking to an angry-looking boy while standing together, with Midoriya standing in front of his friends protectively, and one of the trio eating lunch together. In one picture, Midoriya and one of his friends seemed to be asleep, leaning against each other while their taller friend sat next to them. Seems they stayed together all the time they were here, except when separated for the exams, and also left together. The taller of them is Tenya Ida, younger brother of the hero Ingenium with a similar engine quirk. He is coming from the same school as Midoriya. The other one is Hitoshi Shinso from a different school. As far as I can tell, they first met him at the education fair. He was the one being bullied for his quirk that Midoriya helped. And what is his quirk? Aizawa asked. It is called brainwashing. I am sure you can deduce what consequences that might have caused him. Yes, Izawa admitted. And the design of the entrance exams in this school wouldn't help that. Actually, he passed thanks to the hero points, Nizu said. Doesn't change my point. They were quiet for a moment before Nizu continued. I have placed all three of them together on your class. If those two convinced him to pursue heroics again, they are our best insurance to keep him on that path. I agree that keeping the three together is the best choice, Izawa said, but I don't like how you keep talking about him like he was constantly on the edge of becoming another all-for-one. It is exactly that kind of attitudes that make it happening a threat. I know why you assign them to my class, but Midoriya needs a non-prejudice guidance, not a security guard capable of erasing his quirks. As he spoke about guidance, Izawa glanced at All Might. I just hope it isn't too late, he added. I agree with Izawa. Recovery Girl joined the conversation. I have had some experience with bullied and abused people in the past. Based on what I have heard and seen so far, I would expect Midoriya to be wary and distrusting of people, especially teachers if the previous ones let things become as bad as Nizu has described. He is also likely to have sensitive topics you should watch your words around. You will be fighting an uphill battle even if you can share some similar experiences. That is part of the job description as a hero and teacher, Izawa responded. Recovery Girl nodded. He is also likely very attached and protective to those few that have accepted him and earned his trust. That can help you if you win them over, but one mistake with either of them and you will be back on the starting line with Midoriya, or worse. Losing trust is much easier than earning it. Speaking of protective, Tsukachi interrupted. There was one more incident that came up during my investigation. A few days before the entrance exam, those three were involved in a confrontation with some street criminals, drugs, gang activity, and such. Seems they ran into and threatened Shinso. When the police arrived, they were all standing against a wall brainwashed. Sounds like Shinso has hero potential, Izawa noted. I cannot comment on that, but he didn't resolve the situation himself. Apparently Midoriya took one of them down in seconds. They swear he almost killed the man in rage. The man's chin was broken, and there were severe burns on his hand. To be fair, he could turn that hand into a sword and was seeking to stab Shinso according to eyewitnesses. Impressive for a junior high student, Izawa admitted, but legally questionable. That is what the police on scene thought, perhaps even too strongly, Tsukachi admitted. But Midoriya had lawyers on the phone before they even arrived. Self-defense and quirk restriction laws are complex enough combination that with their young age there was no prosecution against Midoriya or Shinso. Also, one prosecutor resigned around the same time for unknown reasons. Them not being prosecuted is probably for the best, but the whole situation raises some concerns, Izawa said. Seeking to protect is the core of being a hero, but how one approaches it is equally important. If Midoriya was truly close to inflicting greater injury or death, that is a major problem to consider. Speaking of which, are you still trying to investigate him? If opportunities come up, Tsukachi answered. There isn't much more I can do inconspicuously or without a valid suspicion of a crime beyond possibly excessive self-defense. I cannot forcibly question Midoriya or use my quirk without some evidence of a crime. I have discussed with Nizu about holding guest lectures on criminal investigations and hero police cooperation to get around that. Don't destroy my hopes of teaching him by getting caught trying to trick him into being questioned with your quirk, Izawa warned. Tsukachi took a step back, facing his stare. He held his hands up defensively. Don't worry. It is not my first discreet investigation. Izawa got up and looked at Nizu with tired eyes. If you are concerned that he might veer off the path of a hero, don't give him any reasons to do so, and let me do my job. We are counting on you, Nizu responded. Without wasting any more words, Izawa got up and turned to leave. One more thing, Nizu said. Do not expel him. Izawa waved his hand and left. In the corridor, he read through the profile of Izuku Midoriya, who was turning out to be his newest problem child. He had meant every word he told Nizu and the others, but couldn't deny that he wanted more information. Even with Recovery Girl's evaluation, he didn't really know how Midoriya's mental state was. He needed to learn about the kid without targeting him specifically. The first day would show him plenty. People tended to show more of their true nature under pressure, and that was Izawa's specialty. Chapter 18. Preparing for School. Izuku stepped through the dark mist into a familiar bar. Tamura was already there, and by the time Izuku looked around, Kirojiri was already behind the counter. Izuku dropped a small disc on the counter, and a holographic projection appeared over it. "I am here as a projection." All Might's loud shout started the recording, just as annoying as ever. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists, resisting the urge to punch the projection. "Izuku Midoriya, I have the joy to tell you, you did impressively in the written exam. As for the practical exam, you scored an excellent 55 villain points. Only one person scored higher." Oh, Izuku knew exactly who that was. He squeezed his hands harder. "You would have had the second highest score, if that was all there was to the test." However, the exam was not graded only on villain points. A hero's job is to save people. That is no lip service. This is a job that requires risking one's life. If they really did that, Izuku would still have had his mother. Rescue points. The image switched to show a table of names and scores. Izuku Midoriya, 85 points. Congratulations. You passed, with the highest score. All Might extended his hand towards the camera. "Izuku Midoriya, welcome to Hero Academia." Izuku didn't care about the man's gesture and went back to the scoreboard. Even on third viewing, he couldn't help but smirk at seeing Bakugo on the second place. Unsurprisingly, he didn't get any rescue points, despite amassing a massive 77 villain points. Izuku's eyes moved to the side to find Tenya's name on the 7th spot, a clear pass. Though Izuku was a bit disappointed his friend had only earned 9 rescue points. Hitoshi hadn't been among the top 10 results, but after a brief moment of fear, Izuku called him and Hitoshi played his own acceptance message for Izuku to hear. It was the only reason he could tolerate hearing All Might's voice for the second time in one day. "Congratulations," Tamura said mockingly, holding his hands up. "Seems you might yet become a government dog and even have a permission to use the power you naturally have. Do you want to get information on All Might or not?" Izuku snapped back. Boys, their father said. "This is a happy day. You should be celebrating, not fighting. We are all a family here." Izuku turned to look at the computer screen where the voice usually came from, only to find his father right there in front of a closing warp gate. He had his collar, but not the top of his helmet. Izuku wanted to smile at seeing his father, but he had just listened to All Might and could not help but focus on his father's injuries. Thinking about sharing a class with both his friends, he sometimes almost forgot that his mission at UA was to help destroy All Might, rip one for all from the so-called hero, and help his father recover. Tamura muttered something and sat by the counter, waving Kirojiri to get him a drink. The Nomu did so, but in the process also walked past Izuku and handed him a soft drink first. His father put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's achievement is to be commended, even if it wasn't surprising. Placing first in the combat test wasn't a given, even to him. This only shows heroes aren't all they are made out to be. I might have gotten the top score because of the rescue points, but I wasn't first in the battle. Bakugo, even after everything, all your training, he still was 22 points ahead of me. I am happy to see you haven't allowed your high score to make you cocky. Now, considering you have already defeated several Nomu, how could this regular middle schooler destroy more enemies than you? I don't think Bakugo can be called regular, Izuku said, but in terms of the battle, it was all about mobility. My fire quirks became more than powerful enough to quickly destroy the robots, but there were only so many I could reach. He has managed to apply his explosions like rockets to move at high speeds. I theorized he could do something like that when I was 6, but he's already got more maneuverability than I thought possible. I can't compete directly with that no matter how much I train, and I doubt he went even half the effort I have. That's true, his father confirmed. Without an appropriate quirk, a normal human body has limitations that cannot be exceeded no matter how much it is trained. Those limitations do not apply to you. Anything he can do you have greater potential for? You mean I should get a new quirk to counter his advantage? And train to master it, he said in his fatherly lecturing tone. Bakugo did not reach the highest villain points because of his quirk alone, but by the mastery he has achieved over it. Whether it was by pure talent, hard work, or both, it doesn't matter. That is also the greatest weakness of our quirk. Possessing 100 quirks is pointless if you wave them around like toddlers that just manifested theirs. I know, Izuku responded, not excited for the comparison, but the new power of your fire proves your own mastery. I will train whatever quirks I may have. Have you thought out any that would help? Several, but I think you should think yourself what kind of quirks would serve you best. Consider what kind of fighting style different quirks would enable, and don't forget non-combat applications. More importantly, you cannot use any quirk to publicly outdo Bakugo unless you can explain where it came from. Right? Izuku brushed his chin, on the brink of starting to mutter again. What's the point? Tamura said first. Just kill him and be done with it. Wouldn't even be the first one. Izuku stared at his brother and gulped, unable to respond. That is always an option, their father stated. But why waste this opportunity? If Izuku needs to outdo Bakugo, that will simply motivate his training further. Whether Bakugo will ever become the hero he does not deserve to be or finds himself in a shallow grave, well, that is also in Izuku's hands. To think they would accept him at UA, Izuku muttered. Not that I am surprised. That is how this society works. It is why we are here doing what we do instead of living a more peaceful life, son. Izuku quietly drank from the lemonade bottle Kurogiri had served. Speaking of which, his father continued, now that the admission is confirmed, we must ensure you are ready for your mission. Isn't that what we have been doing for months? Yes, but matching or exceeding other hero students in combat ability and grades is only part of what you'll need. From your quirk alone, Principal Nizu and All Might will be suspicious and afraid of you from the beginning. They will try to find out everything about you. They likely started to investigate you already. Do you think they are going to find out about you? Izuku asked, raising his head to face his father. Unlikely. They might be suspicious about my absence as your father, but I have been building the identity of Hisashi Midoriya in multiple countries for decades. The question is if you can keep things secret. Tamura laughed. Going to be a short mission then. I have to kill All Might before someone is rude to your little friends. I am not that bad, Izuku muttered. Not quite, his father agreed partially. There is, however, a greater concern than simple loose lips. If All Might and Izu are investigating you, you might also need to worry about All Might's police friend, Detective Tsukachi. Is he dangerous? Izuku asked, concerned at how seriously his father seemed to worry about this detective. In his own way, even with his police training, the worst he could do in battle would be to shoot you. It wouldn't take you a minute to kill him, one arm tied behind your back, his father said, making Izuku shiver. But his investigative abilities are nothing to overlook, especially with his quirk. He has a lie detector quirk. He cannot force you to say anything, but if you do, he can tell if you are lying. That's bad, Izuku said and rubbed his chin. Even if I refuse to talk to him, that would only make them more suspicious. They probably won't make too direct questions, but that just means they will try to trick me into saying something, probably just innocent questions about my family or something. I'd be exposed immediately. Unless the quirk has some limitations, probably not mind reading, it wouldn't be called just lie detector. If it can read something in the body, possible to trick it, is it just technically true or? He descended into a string of low mutters. Izuku, his father said, bringing Izuku back from his thoughts. While I prefer for you to come up with your own solutions for the sake of learning, this time we should not delay, and I already have the solution for you. As you noted, the quirk cannot read your thoughts, as far as I know, but it comes close. While the lie detection isn't flawless, you cannot rely on being able to talk around it. You have a quirk that can counter it, Izuku said. It wasn't a question. It is called Calm Mind, father said. Think of it as a super meditation. It lets you calm your feelings and block stray thoughts to the point it affects your physiology. It is unlikely any lie could be detected in that state. It may also help whenever you let what happened to Miss Yui distract yourself. Izuku breathed in deep. That would have been nice a few weeks ago, he sighed. Perhaps, but you needed to experience what you did. Experience killing someone? Yes. Considering how badly the experience incapacitated you for days, I couldn't risk that your first experience of killing a human happened during a serious battle. That happens in this world, especially when opposing the powers that rule it. Not that heroes are above it. All Might trying to kill me is only part of it. The Hero Public Safety Commission had one of their special heroes assassinate so many people she eventually killed the chairman of the commission. That is how this system stays in power, and those in power aren't the kind of people you can face without being prepared to kill and knowing how it feels. Izuku looked away from his father, uncertain how to feel. To get back on topic, his father said and reached out his hand. Izuku slowly took his father's hand, instantly feeling a new quirk flowing into his body. Have you had to deal with lie detecting, or maybe mind-reading quirks? Izuku asked. You said you had to reduce your number of quirks before, and this doesn't look very powerful unless maybe it could help focus during fights. Is that how you used it? Actually, I never considered that possibility. You should explore the idea. I used the quirk to better focus on my work longer, father said, and kept it because it helped me endure my recovery after my fight with All Might. Calm Mind helped me focus on something other than the pain. Izuku tensed, but the transfer was already complete. Are you still using it for that? I don't want to. You will need this quirk more than I do. In my current state, the dulling of my senses is usually as large of an issue as any pains. Remember why you are doing all of this. If you are concerned of my injuries, concentrate on taking down All Might. Now how do you feel? Izuku was confused at first, but after only a moment he was able to understand the new quirk. There was a slight thumbing sensation behind his eye, but the quirk didn't seem to be straining him much despite it not being too long since the previous one had been given to him. It is a quite light quirk to have, his father said. That is another reason why I kept it. Right, Izuku said. I can teach you how to use it during today's training. Actually, Izuku said, grabbing the back of his neck in a very Hitoshi-like way. I was going to ask if we could skip today's training, since we all got in. You want to celebrate with Ida and Shinso, his father concluded. Yes, Hitoshi's parents actually invited us over for dinner. I'll catch up to training later. That you'll do, probably twice over. So, I can go? Have I ever forbidden you from meeting those two?
No, Izuku responded.
A slight smile found its way on his lips. They have saved me a fortune on therapy after all, his father continued, a smile in his voice. That Shinso kid is especially good to have around you. Despite sharing your quirk, I don't exactly share your experience of surviving in this society with it, and his quirk is truly something exceptional. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he got up to face his father. His quirk, keep your hands off. Seems they can get you feral almost as well as Inko. That is something worth remembering. A grin was audible in his voice. Tamura muttered something about the stupidity of volunteering for escort missions. Izuku didn't waver in facing his father, who raised his hands in front of himself conciliatorily. I am not going to steal quirks from those two. You have my word. Izuku waited for a few seconds before relaxing. Of course that only applies to them specifically, his father continued. I am still interested in that mention of a quirk copying quirk you overheard. That is something that took the doctor decades to do artificially, and the process has its weaknesses, as you have already experienced. Combining such a power with all for one could yield interesting results. Perhaps quirks copied by such a power could be taken by ours before the copy disappears. At the very least, the doctor would love to experiment with such power. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder, taking his son's attention before Izuku could sink into analyzing the idea. If this copier is admitted into UA, I trust you to find out about his quirk and its usefulness. Shouldn't be too difficult a side mission even for him, Tamura muttered. But who knows? Tamura, their father said, will the League be ready to mobilize by the beginning of the school year? Yes, but I won't tell them that is what our schedule is based on. That is fine. It would only increase the risk of Izuku being exposed. Tamura stared at him and seemed thoughtful for a moment. Not a word to anyone outside this room, their father added. Tamura seemed disappointed at that. There was still a long way to go for them to have a nice, warm, brotherly relationship. Is there anything else? Izuku asked. Not for today, his father responded. When are you going to leave? I have to ask Kurojire's help to get there in time now, Izuku said and nodded in the direction of the Nomu, which stopped what he was doing and moved to his side immediately. That's fine. You may go. Izuku picked up the holographic projector and checked he had his keys, wallet, and phone. He nodded to Kurogiri, and a warp gate opened in front of them before his head was back up. They had already mapped the area where Hitoshi lived, and the warp gate led to only a few blocks away from Hitoshi's home. The area was much denser than the wealthy community his father had bought Izuku's house in. Hitoshi's house was one in a row of identical apartment buildings. They even had numbers high on their walls to identify different buildings. There had also been a bunch of those near Aldera. Without the excessive amounts of money, his father had sent Izuku and Inko would probably have lived in one of those. Thanks to Kurogiri, he had gone from being hopelessly late to arriving quite early, so after thanking the Nomu, he just strolled towards the building, wondering how to make the best first impression. Hitoshi's parents had been surprisingly trusting and willing to let Hitoshi come meet his friends and stay overnight, and Izuku didn't want to do anything to risk that. He took a small detour to visit a nearby store to buy a basket and some fresh fruits to fill it. It wasn't the greatest gift, especially when bought from the local store of the house he was visiting, but he didn't want to bother Kurogiri again. He did his best to make it look nice as he walked the rest of the way, fine-tuning the position of the top fruit once he was already standing at the door. Once he rang the doorbell, it only took some seconds until Hitoshi opened it. Izuku relaxed right away. He had probably been just overthinking things. "Hey Toshi, hopefully I'm not too early." "Well, Hitoshi held the back of his neck. "Don't think you'll need to worry about details like that." "Hitoshi, is it one of your friends?" A woman stepped around a corner, followed by a man who looked deceptively like an older Hitoshi, except for a lighter hair color. That was something Hitoshi clearly inherited from his mother. Both smiled and seemed to get excited when they saw Izuku. Hitoshi had the presence of mind to grab the gift basket and step out of the way before the two adults charged at Izuku. He was dragged inside and surrounded within seconds. He tensed at being manhandled like that. Both of the adults bowed in front of him. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Midoriya-san. I am Shizuka Shinso, Hitoshi's mother. My name is Hibiki Shinso. I am Hitoshi's father." Izuku stared, uncertain how he should react. It was unheard of for someone to be that excited or polite when meeting him. "It is nice to meet you too." "You have no idea," Hibiki said as he ushered Izuku to the living room, "how grateful we are for all you've done for Hitoshi, and not just for saving him from criminals. We were so horrified and relieved when he told us what had happened," Shizuka added. "To think simply walking on the streets can be so dangerous, and still he was so calm, telling us about it, and even helped capture the criminals. He has been like a different person for the past months, and now getting to UA hero course. I mean, we always hoped he would become a hero, but his quirk isn't one that society considers heroic or designs entrance exams for," Izuku said with a blank expression, replacing his earlier nervousness. "And yet he did pass," the mother said, "in no small part thanks to your help with Hitoshi's training. He won't shut up about it. It's kind of cute, actually." "Mom," Hitoshi shouted in a very un-Hitoshi-like voice. "It is true," his mother shrugged and focused back on Izuku. "Truthfully, I didn't at first want to let him train with you, and especially not travel to a different city and stay overnight with people we didn't know. I guess that was a lot to ask," Izuku admitted. "At least he eventually convinced you." "He tried, but to tell the truth, that wasn't why we first gave the permission," she said. "It was because of your other friend, Ingenium's brother. We figured it wouldn't be some trick after confirming this. So, you didn't need to know any of us, just that Tenya is related to a hero." Izuku did his best to hold himself back from saying how the idea made him feel. "At least it told us you probably weren't villains trying to drag Hitoshi into something illegal." "Mom, do you have to talk about them like that?" Hitoshi interrupted. A concerned glance he gave to Izuku revealed he realized the direction Izuku's thoughts had been going. "I only told how things were," she responded bluntly, but then her expression softened. "I am glad we let you go in the end. I think Midoriya has proven it is safe to let you visit. I can't imagine what we could have done if those thugs had attacked you here. It is just sad you needed to travel so far to find friends." "True, and even that was only possible thanks to Toshi," Izuku said and reached his arm around Hitoshi's shoulder, trapping his friend into the conversation. "See, most people who know my quirk wouldn't even come within arm's reach even if I never gave them any reason to worry. And most wouldn't talk with me, Hitoshi said. They are stupid, Izuku said and paused for a moment. It's not like you would do anything bad and getting brainwashed is so relaxing. People should try it more. Every word Izuku said was genuine and Hitoshi's father started tearing up. Soon both parents hugged, crying happily in each other's arms. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku tightened his hold and poked Hitoshi with his other hand. Be happy you still have both of them and they are both here, Izuku whispered, suddenly much more serious. Or someday you will regret that you didn't. All right, Hitoshi stuttered. Soon his parents let go of each other. His mother walked to the kitchen but his father stayed, asking Izuku and Hitoshi to sit down on the couch while himself taking a recliner in front of it. Behind his happy tears, however, the man's expression turned more thoughtful and tense, his attention focused on Izuku, who was well aware of it. He pretended to not notice and continued explaining the training he had done with Hitoshi and Tinya and how exhausted they were afterwards. We noticed. He could barely walk over the threshold when he came back on Sundays, Hibiki said. Oh, that happened already on Saturdays, Izuku said and gave Hitoshi a mischievous grin. First couple of months, I had to basically drag Toshi home. It wasn't that bad, Hitoshi defended himself. Yes, it was, Izuku responded. The first time I had to carry you the last 100 meters. That was because you spent half of the afternoon kicking my feet from under me. And now it isn't as easy to do. It would be hard for you to use your quirk with a mouth full of dirt. That happened once. Izuku grinned at the pouting Hitoshi. Hitoshi's father sniffed, then breathed in deep. Midoriya, he started. You seem to have understood Hitoshi's problems better than anyone, since you've suffered the same things because of your quirk. Does it work like Hitoshi has told us, transferring quirks between people? Yes, Izuku answered carefully. I told you it did, Hitoshi added to his father. And yes, it is totally okay. I know, the man fell quiet. Dad, don't tell me you. Hitoshi spoke. His father's eyes widened, and he waved his hands defensively. After Hitoshi fell quiet, his father calmed and held the back of his neck. So that was where Hitoshi got it. I'm not suspicious of you for your quirk. I was just wondering, could you use it to transfer my quirk to Hitoshi? What? Hitoshi and Izuku said at the same time. I have been thinking about this since Hitoshi first told me about your quirk Midoriya. Hitoshi's quirk can be useful for a hero, but you know its limitations by now from personal experience from what Hitoshi has told us. My surprise quirk can help him overcome those. Dad, that would leave you quirkless, Hitoshi protested. He's not wrong, Izuku added, still too surprised to be sure how he should feel. It would make your life much harder. Perhaps, the man admitted, but it probably won't be as bad as you think. I am already old with existing relationships. My generation has more quirkless people to begin with than yours. It isn't the same as growing up quirkless today. Either way, for Hitoshi it is worth the risk. It isn't like I need the quirk for anything. It is wasted on me. So, can you do it? It would be easy, Izuku answered, glancing at the palm of his hand. And the quirk would probably be easy enough on Hitoshi, since it's likely closely related to his. Parents' quirks are usually similar to the child's quirk. So, you will do it? If Hitoshi asks for it, Izuku said and leaned back on the couch. Hibiki turned his pleading look onto his son. Dad, are you sure? Hitoshi asked one word at a time. You would do that? His father nodded. What parent wouldn't? Probably many more than you think, Izuku remarked quietly, still leaning back to give the father and son a little more space. Hibiki grabbed Hitoshi's hand. You have wanted to be a hero since before you got your quirk. Now it is finally happening, and we are terrified you might get hurt fighting villains, or even just in training. The possibility of being quirkless is nothing compared to that. I will do anything to make sure it won't happen. If my quirk can help, it would, Hitoshi admitted. He looked at Izuku and nodded. Izuku smiled softly and reached to grab one of each of their hands, not separating the others. So, he started. How does this surprise quirk work? It is a voice-based quirk that is difficult not to respond to, Hibiki explained. If I focus on a single person I am talking to, they will experience my words, more dramatically. I haven't experienced it myself, obviously, but people have described it as like I was screaming into their ear, and even if they knew it was going to happen, it always jolts them like I caught them by surprise. Usually, people say or shout something when that happens. I have only used it for pranks when I was younger. It has never really been useful, for me that is. Wow, that is a really great match with Toshi's brainwashing, Izuku said, holding back the urge to mutter and take notes about the quirk. He smiled at Hitoshi. You are going to knock out villains left and right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, he will. We are ready. Please do it, Hibiki asked. I already did, Izuku said and let go of them. Hibiki blinked, but Hitoshi wasn't surprised. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. My head feels a bit strange, Hitoshi answered. No pain?
No.
None? The quirk really fits you. Still tell me if anything changes. Sure. Good. Welcome to the Multi-Quirk Club, Izuku declared. The doorbell rang. Hitoshi glanced back. I should get that. He got up and headed to the door. As he walked out of sight, Izuku leaned back and looked at Hibiki again. You surprised me, Izuku said. The way people are valued for their quirks nowadays, most people wouldn't even consider giving away their quirks, even to their own children. I can imagine, Hibiki answered. Truthfully, I've been thinking about this for months, but kept hesitating. I tried to talk with some friends about it, and they didn't even think it would be possible. Not surprising, Izuku responded. Quirks are considered such an inherent part of a person. It is hard for people to accept it could be taken away or transferred between people just like that, and if they do believe it is possible, the idea terrifies them. Yes. Hibiki fell quiet. I would be lying if I pretended not to have felt both of those feelings when Hitoshi first told us about you. At least you got past them, Izuku said. That is more than most people I have ever met could do. How could I not? My own son has had to suffer the same fear from people for years, and we could do nothing about it. Hibiki sighed. Even if things look better now, I can't help but worry if UA is going to be any better. It will, Hitoshi said from behind his father, having just returned with Tenya. At least I don't have to deal with things alone there. While Tenya gave overly formal greetings, moving tightly like a robot, Izuku moved to the end of the couch to make room for his friends with Hitoshi, ending up sitting on Izuku's usual place in the middle. There were several quick snapping sounds. Hitoshi's mother was standing on the other side of the room taking pictures, a soft smile on her lips. Eventually, she put down the phone. The dinner is ready, unless Hitoshi would like to have my quirk too first? No, Izuku said before Hitoshi could respond. Both adults in the room seemed surprised, so Izuku continued. There are limits to how many quirks people can handle, depending on the quirk, I think. Being so closely related, your quirks probably wouldn't be enough to cause Hitoshi harm, but I won't risk giving him more than one, at least not at the same time. I see, Shizuka said. Well, Hitoshi, if your friend decides it is safe later, you only need to ask. My touch telepathy might not help with your brainwashing like your father's quirk, but if you can think of a use for it. The room was quiet for a moment. May I ask what you are talking about? Tenya asked. I just expanded my list of decent people I know, Izuku responded, his friend notebook open on his hand as he added notes on Hitoshi's pages about his new quirk combination and some about his family. Where was he keeping that? Hibiki asked. Chapter 19. The First Day. Izuku, dressed in his new school uniform, stood in front of the way oversized door of his new homeroom classroom. He breathed in deep. At least it wasn't Aldera and Uehara wasn't there. Then again, Bakugo might be, and that was way worse. He pulled the door open, stepped inside, and could breathe normally again. He had come early, and the only ones in the classroom were Tenya, of course, and a tall girl with black hair and a spiky ponytail. Izuku raised his hand to greet Tenya and took up the seat in front of him next to the wall. He turned around to talk more easily. Seems we are actually here. I can hardly believe it, Tenya responded. I have become more excited to attend here every day since the admission messages. Good for you. Tenya looked at Izuku more seriously now. Still not excited at being here? It's never been about where, just who. Tenya didn't say anything about that, but his expression softened to a slight smile. They were quiet for a moment. So, the girl asked with little hesitation, you two already know each other? Oh yes. My apologies. I should have introduced him properly, Tenya declared. This is Izuku Midoriya. We have been classmates for the past year and trained together for the entrance exams. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, she responded. It is quite impressive to have two people from the same class admitted to UA Hero course. You two must have trained hard together. Three actually, Izuku corrected. The third comes from a different school, but we trained together. This is going to be the first time we are classmates. I wouldn't be here without them. So you are all friends and got here together. That sounds wonderful. Did they help you train to pass the exams? It would be more accurate to say that he trained us, Tenya corrected. Izuku is an amazing fighter and started helping us even before he chose to apply. I just wanted to help my friends, Izuku said. I never had the chance before. What do you mean by that? Yaoyorozu asked confused. Izuku inhaled quickly and glanced at Tenya, who nodded slowly in encouragement. Do you think it's a good idea? Izuku asked quietly. The school already knows. You won't be able to hide it from your classmates, and I don't think it would help you even if you did. It is not healthy to deny a part of yourself. If only he knew. Is something wrong? Yaoyorozu asked. We'll see, Izuku said only a little louder. I haven't had the chance to help friends for most of my life, about 10 years, because in this society most people don't want to make friends with people who are quirkless or have a quirk they fear. Izuku paused for a moment to let the words sink in as some more people arrived in the classroom. Guess who was a late bloomer with a quirk that didn't make anything better? I have heard about people being mistreated for their quirks, Yaoyorozu said like it had been a legend she didn't fully believe. Didn't think it could be that bad. Whatever you are thinking, think worse. Izuku, this isn't what you were supposed to say, Tenya intervened. Better she knows what the world is like outside her bubble, if she plans to save anyone in it, Izuku said and looked around right as a pink-skinned girl and a red-haired guy came in. Same for the others. The new duo heard him as both turned to look at him, and the pink girl whispered something to the guy. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if she had suffered for her mutated appearance. At least the red-haired guy didn't seem to mind. Did they know each other? At that moment Bakugo stepped into the class and his scowl locked onto Izuku faster than a missile defense radar. Izuku tensed, and his face dropped to the tired stare Tenya and Hitoshi spent months trying to get rid of. What are you doing here, villain? What does it look like? I am waiting for the teacher to come, Izuku answered. How about you? Still not in an asylum? You. Bakugo seethed, ready to jump at Izuku when a red-haired guy stepped between them. Chill dudes. We are all supposed to be classmates here, so how about everyone calms down and we'll all try to get to know each other. I already know this scum, Bakugo said. He has a quirk-stealing quirk. He once stole my quirk. If you aren't careful, he might do the same to you. Several people gasped and looked at Izuku with more wariness in their eyes. You know it was an accident, Izuku said with a blank expression and tired voice of someone who had repeated the same words 1,000 times. Accidents tend to happen when people get their quirks. That's nothing unusual. Remember how you almost burned down the kindergarten? And you weren't even being attacked by bullies when your quirk appeared. How about the elementary school? Apparently, you're still having accidents, since at least a year ago your mother was still carrying a small fire extinguisher in her purse. At least I have control over my quirk now. Someone giggled until he was silenced by a murderous stare from Bakugo. Also, I gave your quirk back as soon as I figured out how to. That's what you say. It's not like you had any options. You have always been jealous of my quirk and stole it the first chance you got. Many explosions sparkled on Bakugo's palms. How could UA of all schools let someone like you in? I could ask you the same, Izuku answered. I also scored higher than you. I mean, how could they accept someone to a hero school that got 0 rescue points? Don't change the subject. There is no way a school like this could accept someone like you. Really? Izuku asked. That isn't what the principal told me last time we had tea. Didn't I already tell you about that? Not everyone is quite as bigoted as you. Bakugo kept staring at him, seething, but clearly couldn't come up with anything intelligent to say. Izuku responded to his stare in kind for about 5 seconds until a familiar mess of indigo hair and sleep-deprived eyes came through the door behind the walking bomb. Izuku instantly ignored Bakugo, most certainly to the hothead's annoyance, and waved his hand with a wide smile on his face. "Hey, Toshi." "Hey," Hitoshi responded, but his focus was on the back of Bakugo's head, fully realizing what was going on. He walked towards Izuku right past Bakugo, almost brushing against the boiling bucket of nitroglycerin. "Seems we drew at least one short straw on the class assignment. Stay out of this." Bakugo slammed his arm to the side, pushing Hitoshi back and against the wall. Izuku jumped up from his seat, his whole body tense and ready to pounce. Flashes of blue flames appeared and disappeared across the backs of his hands. His fingers flexed. He could feel his all-for-one pulsing within him, thirsting to tear into Bakugo and rip the quirk out of him for good this time. Tenya's hand on his shoulder barely stopped him from attacking Bakugo right there. Bakugo must have seen that intent in Izuku's stare as the angry Pomeranian took a step back and raised his hand, small explosions sparking on his palm. "Well, that was quick," Hitoshi said.
Chato.
Bakugo said and froze, still mid-sentence. His eyes stared forward empty as the brainwashing took hold. Izuku blinked and relaxed a little. His focus moved onto Hitoshi. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." He really was quick to start trouble. "Worse than I expected," Izuku said and sat back down, or more like collapsed on his seat, needing a few seconds to straighten out. He was still surrounded by people he didn't know or trust. The red-haired guy waved his hand in front of Bakugo's empty eyes. "Brainwashing," Izuku explained and glanced back at Hitoshi. "Can you put him somewhere else?" Hitoshi nodded. "Pick a seat on the other side of the room and sit down." Without a word, Bakugo turned around and walked slowly step by step across the room and past their dumbfounded new classmates. "How long is he going to be like that?" the red-haired guy asked with some mix of curiosity and concern. "Until I let him go," Hitoshi answered. "Unless you want to punch him in the face. And he will be okay after this?" "Yes," Izuku answered this time. "I'm a little jealous. Could use some brainwashing to relax right now." "I'll take your word for it," the red-haired guy said and offered his hand. "My name is Ijiro Kirishima." "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku reached out to shake Kirishima's hand, but the red-haired guy was yanked back by a tail. "Hey, what gives?" Kirishima asked the tailed guy. "Didn't you hear what he can do? You shouldn't touch him carelessly." Izuku sighed. "And so it begins," he said and pointed at the seat in front of him. "Give Toshi room so he can take that seat. If you want to keep distance, you can. I'll stick with people I can call friends. If you are just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now," a new voice said. Not exactly a friendly welcome, but it did get everyone's attention. There was a large yellow sleeping bag laying by the door, with only the face of its occupant visible. The man seemed even more tired than Hitoshi. "Welcome to UA's hero course." The man got up and opened the sleeping bag to get out of it. "It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." Izuku had hoped UA could at least offer a better education, but this guy seemed less interested in his job than even the Aldera teachers, and he better not mess with his friends. Still, the teachers here were supposed to be pro-heroes. Izuku scanned the entire hobo-looking man, focusing especially on the strange long scarf around the man.
Hello, Iam Shotai.
"Eraserhead," Izuku said, and received a stare that was somehow tired and angry at the same time as the man's eyes seemed to glow red. "Sorry," Izuku said, actually meaning it, at least mostly. "Right, let's get to it," Eraserhead said and moved his attention from Izuku to pull something from his sleeping bag. It was an UA gym uniform. Izuku grimaced, hoping the teacher hadn't been sweating in there. "Put these on and head outside." Just as they got to sit down, at least nothing the school would throw at them could be as bad as his father's training. They actually had to avoid breaking the students' bones. Then again, they did have Recovery Girl. Izuku picked up the clothes and stepped around the tailed guy, whose eyes followed his every move. Hitoshi nudged Izuku's side. "Ignore him," he said. "To think UA students could be that easily turned against their own classmates," Tenya added. As being quiet wasn't among his strong suits, the topic of their discussion was likely heard among the others. "Well, they admitted Ba." Izuku paused. "Did you release him yet?" Not yet. The teacher seems to appreciate punctuality. Would be shame if he had to wait for the angry Pomeranian. His description made Izuku chuckle, but it didn't last long. As much as I like the idea, it might get you into trouble. I doubt they would ignore you brainwashing him with many witnesses. What the fuck did you do that for? Bakugo screamed in the background. Maybe it would have been okay to wait a little longer, Izuku suddenly regretted. I didn't do that, Hitoshi said and shrugged. Maybe that Kirishima guy took my advice. There was a loud bang of an explosion behind them. Should I pay for the funeral if he did? Izuku asked. Thanks, by the way. Not sure where that was going, but probably not anywhere good. Have to agree. I saw how you looked at him, Hitoshi said. I did not, but I could still feel it, Tenya said. Be careful with him. Otherwise, he might get you to do something you regret, like getting expelled. So, you know each other, and that angry guy? A large guy with 6 arms and a mask on his face asked, with a mouth that had appeared on one of his arms. Yes, to both, Izuku answered. He used to be my classmate for a decade, and it was never better than you just saw. Because of your quirk? Even before it, I was thought to be quirkless till I was 13. He wouldn't get physical so much after my quirk appeared, but I was more alone than ever. Does your quirk really, steal quirks? A brown-haired girl asked. Izuku stared at the floor for a moment and sighed. Stealing is matter of whether you are allowed to take something. My quirk just does the transfer. Toshi, can I? Go ahead, Hitoshi answered and offered his hand before Izuku finished the question. Izuku grabbed the hand and faced the girl again as the quirk transferred. You saw how Toshi's quirk worked, right? Right? Her eyes turned blank and expressionless, and she stopped, followed by Izuku and the whole group of students. Izuku didn't hold his control for long, just long enough for people to notice. The girl snapped out of it, and Izuku returned Hitoshi's quirk. Did that answer your question? Izuku asked the girl. Yes, I think so. If you are worried, you can stay out of an arm's reach, Izuku said and looked away. I need to touch the person whose quirk I am taking. Oh no, I didn't mean to. My name is Achiko Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity. Surprised, Izuku glanced at the flustered girl and then moved his eyes down on the hand she offered in greeting. He accepted the gesture. Izuku Midoriya. Mizo Shoji, the 6-armed guy, joined the introductions. They reached the dressing rooms, and the boys and girls separated. Izuku had barely started pulling off his shirt when the door was kicked open. Seething Bakugo marched in. Kirishima followed Bakugo, his hair seemingly standing up even more messy than before and black marks on his face. No apparent actual injuries, though, not even a scratch. Either Bakugo was actually able to restrain himself better than before, or this guy was really tough. Perhaps he had a durability-enhancing quirk? Anyone without one should have had at least some kind of injury to get the black marks and hair change from a literal explosion without any visible injury. Bakugo's head spun to stare at Izuku. He got 3 stares back as Izuku was standing between Tenya and Hitoshi. Bakugo huffed and went to the opposite side of the room. Well, this semester started with a bang, don't you think? Kirishima said like nothing had happened. Izuku didn't know how to respond and continued changing his clothes. Seems you saved the funeral money, Hitoshi whispered just loud enough for Izuku and Tenya to hear. For now, Izuku said, probably better to not encourage people to punch Bakugo anymore.
Fine Hitoshi sighed.
He might be causing trouble for no reason, but we should not seek conflict unnecessarily, Tenya lectured. They finished changing clothes uneventfully and got to the sports field among the first of their class. Their teacher Aizawa was already there looking as tired and grumpy as before. You really took your time. That won't work here. Izuku sighed. Do you have a problem? We changed clothes and walked here at completely normal speed. It's not a race, and you didn't give us any deadline to be here. You seem to like talking back. I talk when I have something to say, especially if there is something that needs to be said. I'm not planning to go back to staying silent or acting submissive or even respectful to someone who hasn't earned it. I am your teacher. So? Izuku asked. What has your job to do with anything I just said? I thought you were supposed to train heroes here, Not people that ignore or stay quiet about problems, because an authority figure said so. Aizawa stared at him for a moment, perhaps thoughtful. It was hard to say with the capture scarf covering the bottom of his face. Then he pulled a small ball from his pocket. Talking alone won't solve many problems. Let's see if you can back it up with actions. Today's lesson is going to be a quirk assessment test. Quirk assessment test? Most of the class asked simultaneously. What about the opening ceremony? Uraraka asked. If you want to be heroes, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we are not tethered to tradition. That means I get to run my class how I see fit, Aizawa said, making Izuku worried. The man hadn't exactly impressed him as a teacher enough to have free reign over them. The man continued. You have been taking standardized tests for most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we are all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. Izuku struggled to not shout at the man right there and then, but Hitoshi grabbed his wrist to hold him back. Treating people as equal? Not let those with the most power excel? That was the exact opposite from what he had experienced since he was 4. Even if there was the possibility the man was only talking about the overtly restrictive and simplistic quirk laws, there was still the implication that weak, in other words quirkless or weak quirk people, shouldn't be treated the same or have the same opportunities. Those with strong quirks should get away with things others wouldn't. Most of the time people's quirks didn't even matter to whatever their work was. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. What they should have learned was to give every student a chance regardless of their quirk, right after firing every teacher and expelling every student that discriminated against anyone for their quirks or quirklessness. Izuku seethed inside. Midoriya. Hearing his name come from the man's mouth snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. He met Aizawa's eyes briefly, long enough to realize they were focused on him, and despite their perpetual tiredness the look was sharp, unwavering, like he was analyzing Izuku. Izuku's own stare was nearly murderous. There was no way Aizawa didn't see how he felt, but the man didn't show any reaction. You managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your longest throw with a softball when you were at junior high? 68 meters, Izuku answered, starting to realize where this was going. At the corner of his vision, he noticed Bakugo squeezing his fists. Part of his attention had been on the walking bomb all the time Bakugo had been present. Right, try doing it with your quirk now. I see what you are planning now, Izuku said while taking the ball. Let me guess. Everything we are going to do today is about physical tests that people with specific quirks can excel at and others are branded weak, because there's work for different situations. Aizawa held his head with his hand. Just get in the circle and throw the ball. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Izuku stepped in the circle and looked at the ball. It was an informal school test, not the end of the world whether he did well or not. But after all his training, and with Bakugo there, he wasn't going to give the asshole anything to hold over him. A hellfire arrow might have given the ball just enough of a boost to get a superhuman score. He'd just have to be careful not to destroy the ball. It wasn't anywhere near as tough as the robots had been. He'd need to be careful with the amount and concentration of power. Flames erupted from the back of his hand as he activated Dragon Blade, keeping up the appearance of it and Hellfire Arrow being two sides of one quirk. He pulled his arm back. You know he has stolen that quirk from someone, right? Bakugo said just as Izuku was about to throw. His flames flashed blue, and as the ball left his hand the Hellfire Arrow also took its blue form. In a fraction of a second it reached the ball, exploding right in front of Izuku. Burning pieces of the softball flew everywhere around him. Some hit his cheek and forehead, and one struck his eye. He yelped and held his hands against his face to cover the injury. His vision was blurry with only one eye working right. Izuku! Hitoshi and Tenya shouted at the same time, while Bakugo laughed in the background. Running steps approached quickly. The regeneration had already started, and Izuku's vision was returning to normal, but was it fast enough? They couldn't see any injury healing just like that. Are you okay? Ida asked right next to Izuku. Izuku blinked, his eye still covered by his hand to test his vision. Yeah, I think so, he answered and pulled away his hand, blinking some more. I thought a piece hit my eye, but it seems okay. Let me see, Aizawa said. Having also arrived next to him, Izuku had no other choice but to meet the man's eyes again and let the teacher stare at his. Seems you got off with a scare. There is a black mark right at the edge of your eye. What in the world did you think you were doing? There wasn't supposed to be that much force. I was distracted, Izuku answered and glanced at Bakugo, who grinned back. There is an emotional factor to boosting this quirk's power. And you still can't control it to avoid such issues? I've only had this quirk for a year and found out how to make it stronger during the entrance exam. I am sure Nizu has talked to you about my actual quirk. Yes, he briefed me on your situation specifically, Aizawa admitted, with no hesitation. It surprised Izuku, who was left staring at the man. That won't mean that you get off any easier than other students. Since there seem to be no injuries, you three go back with the others. Of course, Tenya shouted way louder than needed and started pulling Izuku and Hitoshi away from the teacher. Izuku didn't resist, and on the way back to their spots, the taller teen leaned down to whisper to him, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, the pieces didn't hit hard enough to cause real injury," Izuku lied, feeling a sting somewhere deep inside. "How about why this whole thing happened?" Hitoshi asked. "Bakugo," Izuku said. "He was part of the reason my flame turned blue in the first place. Seems I still have work to do to truly control this quirk." "Somehow I don't think that will be a problem to you," Hitoshi responded. "You should focus on training your own quirks together," Izuku responded, getting some looks from their classmates. "Enough talk," Aizawa commanded. "All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It is the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero, as long as you can control that potential. Bakugo, you came second in the entrance exam." Aizawa had another ball in his hand, and he tossed it to Bakugo, who had a grin on his face that the devil would have been proud of. He marched to the ring and without hesitation threw the ball, setting off an explosion as he did. The pressure wave struck the watching students, but the blast wasn't as concentrated as Hellfire Arrow, so at least most of the ball survived the flight. Aizawa turned towards the class and raised his phone with the measurement of the throw on the screen, 705.2 meters. "Wow, 705 meters, are you kidding me?" a blonde-haired boy said.
Ivannago.
"That looks like fun," the entirely pink girl said. "This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want," another boy said. "So, this looks fun, huh?" Aizawa muttered. Izuku got a bad feeling. The man seemed to be smirking. "Idiots. Today you will be competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately." The whole class gasped and shouted, except Izuku. His forehead wrinkled as his stare drilled into the homeless-looking man that was supposed to be their teacher. Izuku glanced around at his classmates. He had no idea about most of their quirks, but the entrance exam would have favored physical and combat-oriented quirks, many of which would help in fitness tests like this. After a year of torturous training, Izuku was confident he wouldn't be last even if he couldn't excel in any of the tests relative to people with more suitable quirks. Out of the people whose abilities he could reliably estimate the most likely to suffer that fate was. He glanced at Hitoshi, who was still staring at the teacher, tense from head to toe. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists. "So, this is how UA does things," he said. "With the rescue points, I hoped this place wouldn't be as discriminatory as it seemed. But I guess you can't accept having anything but flashy physical quirks. If there was a hero I didn't expect this from, it was you, Eraserhead. But I guess it was too much to expect that you would actually bother to do your job. Teachers are supposed to help bring out their students' potential, even if that is different for different people, not push them away because you judge people you know nothing about to have no potential. As if simple fitness tests or relative performance of students told anything about that. With the quirk you have, I bet you yourself would have come last in something like this." When Izuku finished, everyone else were dead silent as their eyes darted between him and Aizawa. Everyone except Bakugo, who started only at Izuku, looking surprised, but smirked when Aizawa took a few steps closer to Izuku. "Are you done?" Aizawa asked in a tired tone. "Only one of us is a teacher, and like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now." Izuku almost wanted to agree and leave, but he had a mission and, he glanced at Tenya and Hitoshi. "You can't send one of us home. We just got here," Uraraka said. even if it wasn't the first day that isn't fair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains, Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It is heroes' job to combat that unfairness. Which is exactly why hero training should be fair, Izuku interrupted. Giving everyone fair chance without discrimination or other bullshit like this would be the only way to make everyone the best they can be and make the actually best excel. I can't believe a teacher would fall for that kind of stupid logic. Actually, I can. But I hoped for better from a school that is supposed to be so great. Aizawa looked at Izuku for a long while with a peculiar look in his eyes before turning to face the whole class again. We are just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. We are going to start with the 50-meter run. The class followed their teacher towards the running track. Izuku slipped between Hitoshi and Tenya. How is your running? Hitoshi sighed. Better than half a year ago, but I don't know about the others here, but between the three of us, I'm going to be the last, and not just in running. He laughed once, and it wasn't a happy laugh. It won't even be close. We all know it. You, Tenya especially, should have nothing to worry at least. Yes, this test is basically made for him and his quirk, Izuku agreed. Anyone with a quirk like that can easily avoid the last PLA. He fell silent midward and stopped walking. Hitoshi and Tenya turned to face him. Izuku glanced at his hand, and when he raised his head, the duo's eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me you. Tenya started. Could you even do that? Hitoshi asked. Probably, Izuku responded and brushed his chin as if deep in though, and not already well informed on his limits by his father. The physical changes are something I haven't tried before, but in principle it should work just as well. Might feel strange. I'm more concerned how many quirks that would mean for Yutoshi, but I could just hold on to the others for the time needed. The real question is how well we could use the quirk, and if Tenya is ready for it. So, you were thinking that, Tenya said. Hey! Aizawa shouted. How are you going to catch villains if you can't even walk 20 meters? Izuku sighed exaggeratedly and kept walking. I won't do anything you don't agree to. If things look like Toshi might be last, I can do the last test worse. You two wanted to be here more anyway. His two friends didn't say a word, staring at him. A guy with two different hair colors and old burns on his face looked at the trio, but his face was totally expressionless. You can't do that, Hitoshi hissed. Yes, I can. I believe you, Tenya said, but you don't need to. If you think the other thing works. Your quirk is safe. The risk is if we can use it properly. You should go run first, so we'll have time to figure it out. Okay, Tenya said and walked ahead to the front of the class. Izuku leaned closer to Hitoshi. I'll try it first and swap quirks with you then. This is going to be interesting, Hitoshi said. There was still clear concern in his voice. Izuku put his arm over Hitoshi's shoulder and leaned closer. You are not going to be last or expelled. And that was a promise. As expected, the 50-meter run was a breeze to Tenya, even if he didn't have time to get on a high gear on such a short distance. While he walked back, Bakugo got to run, though he didn't really even touch the ground, propelling himself ahead with his explosions. Tenya stopped in front of Izuku. He didn't say anything, but could just as well have had a hardening-type quirk for how tense he was. Izuku sighed and grabbed Tenya's shoulder while staring into his eyes, radiating calmness. Tenya drew a deep breath. Go ahead. Try to relax yourself. It is easier that way, Izuku whispered. The quirk is different, but we have already done this with Hitoshi's quirk. Izuku moved his hand up to meet the skin on the side of Tenya's head before activating his all-for-one. The quirk felt different than any other he had taken, but he had never tried to take a mutant-type quirk. He started wondering how much he could tell about a quirk just based on how it felt. He'd need more quirks to test it on, but there wasn't exactly an excess of volunteers. Izuku hissed and lost the thought when burning pain struck his leg. Tenya reacted the same. Their teeth clenched together as their legs morphed to accommodate the transferring quirk. They would have fallen over if Hitoshi didn't jump in to support them. What is? Aizawa started saying somewhere, but never finished the question. The quirk transfer finally finished, having taken longer than other quirks before. Izuku breathed hard and looked down. His calves had bulged out a bit, and when he pulled up his pant legs he could see them. His legs felt a bit heavier than before as he raised it, but otherwise they didn't feel especially strange. Tenya kept patting his legs, trying to feel any signs of engines. "It's okay," Izuku whispered to get his taller friend's attention. Right, sorry. What just happened?" A blonde-haired boy asked, and he wasn't the only one staring. "Haven't you seen people use their quirks before?" Hitoshi asked, glancing at the guy and then focused on Izuku's transformed legs. "How are you feeling?" "Good now," Izuku responded. "Now I just need to figure how to use them." "Tenya?" "Yes, the most important part is..." Aizawa was eventually able to coax some other students into taking the run while Tenya instructed Izuku and Hitoshi. Then it was Izuku's turn to run, competing with the guy with the tail. "Is that allowed?" "It isn't even his quirk." "All quirks are allowed in this test, including indirectly," Aizawa said. Izuku focused on his legs, feeling the vibration of the new quirk. The run began. He took several steps normally before getting the quirk to activate. Suddenly, both his feet were pushed forward, and he zoomed ahead faster than he had ever moved, for less than a second. Then his feet left the ground, and the world spun around him too fast to make a sense of things until everything went black with a loud thump. 5.13 seconds, a machine voice announced. Izuku crawled up from the ground and wiped sand off his eyes. He hadn't been as fast as he had hoped, but probably better than he could have done without the quirk. Learning new quirks was tough, and next was Hitoshi's turn. "Speaking of whom, are you okay?" Hitoshi and Tenya asked, having ran to him. "Yeah," Izuku answered. "Need to work on the landing. You still want to try Toshi?" "I want to stay in this school." "So yes," Izuku said and offered his hand. "Just beware, this one will hurt quite a bit, but it passes just as quickly." This time Izuku was better prepared for the feeling of having part of his body twist and change form, but Tenya still supported them to remain standing. In the end, Hitoshi performed much like Izuku, right down to the face landing. Izuku caught a glimpse of Aizawa grinning. Was he happy for their face planting, or? Izuku left the quirk with Hitoshi for the moment to minimize the transfers for the later tests. The next test was a grip strength test it didn't matter for, but after that came long jump. Hitoshi's and Izuku's performances wouldn't have gotten any points for style, but at least Izuku didn't land face first this time. Afterwards, Tenya finally got his quirk back. The taller teen rubbed his legs and sighed in relief. Suddenly, he bowed deep towards Izuku.
I'm sorry.
"Even after all this time, I doubted you and feared losing my quirk. I hesitated helping you and Hitoshi. I should have known better." "You don't need to apologize." Izuku waved his hands in front of himself. "It was a big request to make suddenly, and to be honest, I was a bit nervous too, but everything worked out well. I just hope it was enough. Your engine won't help with the ball throw. I already missed my throw, and Hitoshi doesn't have time to learn the quirk. Maybe he could use it to spin to get momentum, but that would require mutter. Izuku," Hitoshi interrupted. "I already got an idea on how to handle this. Might need protection afterwards, though." "Okay," Izuku said, and Hitoshi walked past him to the ring. He looked at Aizawa. "So, I can use my quirk in any way I can to get the ball thrown? That should be obvious by now. Otherwise, I would have already disqualified you and Midoriya. If there is someone you should disqualify and expel, that is Mr. Boom Boom Bakugio over there." "What did you?" Bakugo shouted and fell silent mid-sentence. "Come here and throw my ball as far as you can," Hitoshi commanded. Izuku was holding back laughter as Bakugo walked to Hitoshi with a blank stare on his face and took the ball. The class was whispering about Hitoshi's quirk with a variety of tones. Hitoshi got on his knees and covered his ears without leaving the circle. Bakugo threw the ball with an explosion even larger than before, shaking everyone with its shockwave. "What the hell just happened?" Bakugo screamed. He had shocked himself out of the brainwashing with his explosion. Izuku was moving before Bakugo even noticed Hitoshi. When he did, his face twisted in rage. "You bastard!" Izuku was already visualizing his dragon blade as a shield, but when Bakugo swung his hand towards Hitoshi, nothing happened, and a fraction of a second later he was bound by Aizawa's scarf-like capture weapon. Izuku and Tenya, who got there first, pulled Hitoshi away, while Bakugo was still struggling and cursing. "Stand down." It would be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye. You saw what the brainwashing bastard did. Bakugo shouted. Yes, and he followed every rule I laid out. You are wasting my time now. If you try to attack another student, I will expel you regardless of your results. The capture scarf released Bakugo. Whoever is next can step up. At least he had threatened Bakugo to not attack again, but Aizawa was still letting him get away with trying to attack Hitoshi. He had clearly tried to use his quirk, which especially at that distance could have killed or permanently maimed Hitoshi. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he tried to keep an eye on both the walking bomb and an irresponsible teacher that just continued the tests. Are you okay? Izuku asked Hitoshi, keeping his eyes on Bakugo the whole time. Yeah, didn't expect him to knock himself out of the brainwashing. Sorry I was too slow. Even after you said this might happen, Izuku apologized. Don't. I'm just surprised Aizawa got him before Tenya. That scarf is amazing, and it doesn't even depend on his quirk. I wonder how hard it would be to learn to use one. Probably very, Izuku said. The rest of the tests went by uneventfully. None of the friend trio's quirks helped with things like flexibility and sit-ups, and longer distance running was done by everyone at the same time, so Tenya kept his quirk. Then it was over, and the class gathered in front of Aizawa. All right, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It is not worth it to go over each individual score. Aizawa pressed a button, and a holographic list appeared in front of him. Tenya was safely on the 4th spot. Izuku came in a few spots later, wishing he had paid more detailed attention to other students' performances and Hitoshi. Izuku's eyes scanned down the list. Hitoshi was 15 out of 20, safe. The person who was going to be expelled was someone called Toru Hagakure. Izuku could hear someone sobbing in the group of students, but didn't see the person. And I was lying. No one's going home, Aizawa said, silencing the class faster than any threat of expulsion. It was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. The silence ended as quickly as it had begun. Izuku was one of the few who wasn't expressing something out loud. He was pressing his lips together, confused. He wasn't sure if he was relieved there never was the risk of expulsion, or angry that not only could they not trust the word of their own teacher, but also took some risks because of his lies, especially with Hitoshi brainwashing Bakugo. I am surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. Sorry, I guess I should have said something, Yaoyorozu said, seeming not at all concerned with their teacher's deception. Several other students started bragging about not being concerned or being up for the challenge. That's it. We're done for today, Aizawa said and started walking away. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. Izuku's eyes followed the man until he walked around the corner of a sports hall. He stopped briefly and seemed to talk to someone. Soon he stepped completely out of sight, and the class too started slowly moving towards the dressing rooms. Izuku stepped between Hitoshi and Bakugo, who was walking a few meters away. He responded with a glare when Bakugo as much as glanced in their direction. Izuku also held his hand open much like Bakugo when he threatened people with small explosions, but Izuku's hand only showed the little hole connected to his all-for-one. Bakugo got the threat and tensed visibly, but also responded to Izuku's stare until their large six-armed classmate unknowingly stepped in between them. At least we'll still be here tomorrow, Hitoshi sighed, still a bit out of breath after the series of fitness tests. I would probably have been last without your help, Izuku. Everyone here is really fit. It is the hardest to get into hero school, Izuku said. That's why we trained so hard. Tenya's quirk also helped, of course. You gave a quite impressive show. The trio turned to face their large classmate and blinked. Again, one of Shoji's arms had a mouth formed where a hand should have been. I don't think our other classmates are used to that kind of body morphing though, he continued. For that part, one can understand how they feel, Izuku responded. Today was my first time experiencing something like that. Never tried to take a mutant-type quirk before, a bit more painful than I thought it would be. But you could still do it, Uraraka said from the other side. That was so cool how all three of you could use the same quirk. I still don't believe it is even possible. They were actually happy talking about Izuku's quirk. He wasn't sure how to respond. It can be hard to believe without seeing it, Hitoshi said. or experiencing it firsthand, felt kind of strange the first time. More like creepy, a blonde-haired guy other than Bakugo said. You could easily be dangerous villains with the quirks you have. There it was. Izuku sighed and bit his teeth together to not say anything. The group fell silent, and everyone looked at the guy that had spoken. That wasn't very nice, Uraraka said. Come on, I can't be the only one who thought about it. There was silence as no one responded verbally, but when Izuku raised his head there were a lot of differences in their expressions. They are hard to use honorably, the guy with the tail said. Izuku sped up his steps to walk ahead of the group. Hitoshi soon caught up to him. What basis do you have to judge them that way? Tenya declared, waving his arm in the usual way he did when lecturing someone. You should know you are talking about some of the most honorable and hard-working people you'll ever meet. For you to judge them on their quirks like that, Tenya continued lecturing to the class, which also slowed them down, letting Izuku and Hitoshi get further ahead. No one tried to stop them. Chapter 20. Evaluation. After giving his instructions, Aizawa left the sports field without further discussion. He thought about looking back to see how the students were reacting to the day, especially one white-haired one, but didn't want to seem too interested. He had definitely gotten reactions out of the boy for sure, but probably had not made his job easier. Aizawa stepped around the corner of the sports hall and stopped, sighing as he came face to face with the number one hero. That was quite the dirty trick. Are you trying to turn him against us? If today was enough to do that, he would already be a lost cause, Aizawa responded. I needed to see what he is really like. Some pressure tends to make people expose more of themselves than they otherwise would. So, what do you think about the boy? He could be a great hero. He has plenty of power and showed signs of the capability to care and sacrifice for others. Although he has only shown that with his friends so far, and he did react to my challenges with more hostility than I expected. He also has no problem making his opinion clear when he thinks something is wrong. I may need to be more careful with my usual teaching approaches. We can't rely on any respect for authority or trust unless we earn it by his standards. All Might opened his mouth to say something. If you want to talk about this matter, we should head to Principal Nizu's office first. I don't want to repeat everything twice. They walked to the principal's office where Nizu invited them in right away. So how did the new students do in your test? They have potential, but that isn't what you are really interested in, is it? True. Tell me everything that happened with Midoriya. Are you trying to tell me you weren't watching? Aizawa said. It is the first day and I am the principal. There is a lot of ceremony I need to attend, Nizu responded. Aizawa kept staring at him without flinching. I only saw some parts, Nizu added, holding up a phone. And the cameras don't record sound, something about privacy regulations. I did see he utilized his quirk and would like to hear more. Fine, Aizawa agreed and explained the day's events. I didn't expect him to use his quirk so soon at school, Nizu said, but that only shows it can be used heroically despite what the all-for-one we've known might have used it for in the past. That is good for us to remember. He glanced at All Might. The problem is guiding him in the right direction. Sounds like he is not the most receptive to your teaching. It is nothing we didn't expect, Aizawa said. The most surprising part was how vocal and open he is about his views. I can respect being the only one with the guts to talk back. No one else in the class dared to do so, but it might also become a problem if his views contradict with the law. He could be a vigilante just as easily as a hero or a villain, especially since he seems to be more interested in his friends becoming heroes than himself. That would still be a possible path towards becoming a second all-for-one, All Might added. Especially if his experiences make him feel the society should change as he wants. Have you considered that maybe it should? Aizawa said. Just because things being as they are let you become famous and successful doesn't mean it is good for everyone. All Might fell silent, looking at Aizawa, who rubbed his neck and sighed. You should spend more time in dark alleys, poor parts of town, with people who aren't pro-heroes or just away from cameras. Even if that was the case, you don't seem to understand the threat he could pose with that quirk if he went down the wrong path, whatever his reasons were, All Might said. The kid is a walking national crisis, one wrong choice away from happening. Aizawa tilted his head to look at All Might, his eyes glowing red. If he or any student ever hears you talking like that about a student as a teacher of this school, I will erase your quirk in front of the class and drag you out of this school myself. Now, Nizu said. Let's not start a fight between teachers. Aizawa is right, though. We need to teach and treat him like any other student and try to address anything that might make him veer off the right path. Speaking of which, there seemed to be some conflict. Let's talk about Katsuki Bakugo, shall we? Frankly speaking, I expected Midoriya to be the problem child I would need to worry about the most. But Bakugo has me concerned by his actions, not his quirk, Aizawa said, glancing at All Might. There is clearly a history between him and Midoriya, so I don't yet know the full background of his behavior, but if it doesn't change for the better, there is a high chance I have to expel him. As things are, teaching him combat skills and especially allowing him to have a license to use his quirk freely would be irresponsible. I am concerned at how you described his interactions with Midoriya and saw what he almost did to Shinso, Nizu said. Even considering Shinso's previous actions, I have to consider the expulsion option. Not yet, Aizawa said, getting surprised looks from both Nizu and All Might. He does not have the attitude to become a hero. If anything, his personality could lead him down a dark path which would be especially dangerous considering his quirk's capacity for violence. But if no one has corrected his behavior before, I doubt anyone will if UA cannot. We should at least try to correct his behavior first. Even if he gets expelled, at the bare minimum he should understand his own fault in that. If we expel him now, he certainly won't change. If you of all people are talking against expelling a problem student, then I have to agree. If you think you can guide both of them. I didn't become hero or a teacher to have an easy job, Aizawa responded. I still need to learn more about them, though. Knowing their quirks and physical ability won't help with dealing with these issues, especially since Midoriya seems to have a chip on his shoulder about that. I'm sure you'll learn what needs to be learned. All Might's lesson tomorrow might prove to be informative. Or counterproductive, Aizawa added. Like today? Nizu asked. I don't think Midoriya, at least, is any more trusting now than in the morning. Perhaps, but putting people under pressure is the best way to see who they really are. Midoriya said, and did a lot that he would not have otherwise. Also, I still have a whole class to teach, not just him. My teaching style is a demanding one and I cannot give differential treatment, Aizawa answered. He turned around, meeting All Might's eyes. Remember that. Izuku stepped out of the black mist into the training room. Father was already there. Izuku, how did your first day of school go? He asked. The teacher, though it was a good idea to start the year with lies and threats. At least our classmates don't seem to be all bad, just some, and they put Bakugo on the same class. That? Izuku squeezed his hands into fists. He tried to attack Toshi. And what did the teacher do? His father asked. He stopped Bakugo from using his quirk. I guess I was lucky to get Eraserhead as a teacher, but he did nothing else, just continued the stupid fitness test. Quirk apprehension test. I know Bakugo's explosions, and he was really angry. He might have seriously injured Toshi if not worse. Stealing his quirk and letting Tamura dust the body is still an option. Dad, no. People at UA are already suspicious of me. If something happens to Bakugo. True, good thinking. Always thinking a step ahead. And you already knew I was going to say that. True, but I wanted to see how you would say it. At least some people in the class seem decent. Definitely better than my old class at Aldera so far. No one was as bad as Bakugo at least, except Bakugo. I can deal with him as long as Tinya and Toshi are there. Just do not let your guard down. You have been careless with your words too many times before already. Some of them might be decent to you when they think you are just another kid wanting to be a hero, but if they found out about who you really are, they will come after you, no matter what you do. I know, Izuku sighed. They stood there in silence for a moment. So, his father spoke first. You mentioned your teacher is Eraserhead. What do you think about him? Izuku looked to the side, thinking what to say. I thought he might understand at least some of the problems of this society since his quirk isn't physical or flashy. He also works mainly underground, so he isn't a hero for the fame. But he's far from a good teacher and, well, it is hard to say since most of what I thought about him was because of the test that he lied about. Lied, you say? His father asked. Izuku explained to him what had happened during the school day. It was impossible to say what his father was thinking behind the black helmet. Izuku was just finishing when his father raised his hand and launched an air blast at Izuku, who barely avoided it. "Dad!" he whined and jumped to the side to dodge another blast. You need to keep your guard up at all times. That does not only apply for physical attacks, but also to what people say or do. Always assume people might be lying. Consider the situation and what you need to do if what is told to you turns out to be a lie. I know, but I had to assume it was true. Right. Did you learn anything other than the unreliability of heroes? Was All Might around perhaps? No, I didn't see him all day, but the actual hero training begins tomorrow, and he is listed as our teacher in hero studies. Izuku waved papers in his hand with a syllabus and other school-related papers. So, it is only a matter of time. How about the quirk copier? If he got in, I don't think he is in my class. I didn't see anyone doing something like that. It should have come up the latest when I used my all-for-one. Perhaps, but there are still other classes he might be in. Keep your ears open. Did any of your other classmates have interesting quirks? Izuku pulled a notebook from under the other papers and held it open. Every one of his classmates had a full 2-page opening reserved for them, though Izuku had only scribbled down some observation for most of them. Creation can be unbelievably useful almost anywhere. Hardening is simple but very practical for physical battle, especially since it seems to enhance strength too, and Kirishima seemed to be a pretty decent person. Also, I think one of my classmates is Endeavor's son with an ice quirk, and I have heard he is supposed to have fire too. Those seem the most interesting so far. Yes, most certainly. Dad, if you steal any of their quirks, the heroes are going to come after me. Father didn't actually respond to that and his face was still covered, but somehow Izuku still felt like the man was pouting like a kid who didn't get the toy he wanted. A moment later, his father got back from his thoughts. Well, it was only the first day. This kind of operation takes time. Keep your eyes open and try to learn something while you are there. Some of the teachers have to be competent at teaching at least to get the school such a reputation. As for your usual training, there is something new I want to show you. The doctor has completed his newest creation. Kurogiri, bring it in. A dark portal appeared in front of them, and a few seconds later something large stepped through. From the blackish skin color, Izuku realized it was another Nomu even before its head came through, revealing the beak-like mouth and exposed brain. The creature was much larger than the previous Nomu and muscular in the same massive way as All Might. It's not low tier, he concluded, remembering how his father had described the previous Nomus. Quite the opposite, Tamura calls it the anti-symbol of peace. It's meant to fight All Might? Izuku blurted out. His father chuckled. You catch on quick as ever. Given the right opportunity, this Nomu should be able to defeat All Might. I'll believe it when I see it, Izuku said. His hand squeezed into a fist, trying to control his emotions from the thought of something defeating All Might. In time. But until then, want to take a shot at it? Are you kidding? If that thing is meant to be as strong as All Might, what chance do I have? About as much as you had against the low tiers when we began your training, his father said. Maybe a bit less, but there is only one way to find out. There will be pain, but you need to push your limits to expand them. I don't quite trust UA enough to leave your training to them. Now put your things aside and prepare yourself. Today you will experience the power needed to change the world. Okay, Izuku said and gulped. It will be challenging, but your growth has been impressive, Kurogiri commented. One day even this Nomu will not pose a problem as long as you continue your training. Izuku smiled and stepped in front of the new Nomu. He breathed in deep and lit his dragon blades. Nomu, his father said, attack. Izuku wasn't planning on just taking the attack and charged forward. Next thing he realized, the Nomu was already right in front of him. He jumped to the side, avoiding the Nomu's attempt to grapple him. It turned at incredible speed to try with its other hand. Izuku's blades flashed and turned blue as he slashed off the Nomu's fingers. That was as far as he got. The Nomu rushed forward almost too quickly to see, and a massive hand grabbed Izuku's arm. In an instant, he was slammed to the floor with cracks from his breaking ribs and nose. Izuku would have screamed, but the monster used his other hand to press his face against the floor. The arm the Nomu was holding cracked and broke. Izuku was gasping for air, barely able to breathe against the floor. Good first try, his father said, but Izuku barely paid it any attention. He could sense death hovering over him, but was unable to move under its hold, except for the still free, unbroken arm. He screamed, muffled by the floor, and swung the blade hotter than ever over his head. Most of the pressure on his skull disappeared, and warm liquid fell on the back of his neck. Izuku raised his head and twisted around, screaming at the pain this caused in his broken arm, still held down by the Nomu. Izuku pointed his hand at the monster's chest, and with a blue flash there was an explosion that left him temporarily blind and deaf. His broken arm was briefly pulled back agonizingly and then released. Izuku? His father's voice came right next to him. Izuku blinked as his sight started returning, but mostly his eyes squeezed shut as he bit his teeth together to not scream as his bones reformed themselves. Something touched his reforming arm, and the pain there eased somewhat. Izuku rolled to his back to ease pressure on his healing ribs. Slowly his breath eased, and he could focus on his father's form in front of him. That might have been a little much, his father said. Do you feel anything broken still? I think no. The pain is starting to go away. It was too fast. I couldn't react fast enough. Were you using the calm mind? No, I haven't really used it yet. It was your idea to use the quirk to focus in battle. You should try it. At least use the quirk next time you are healing broken bones. I'll try to remember that. Izuku drew a deep breath and let his father help him back up. At least you did quite a bit of damage on the Nomu, his father said, and gestured at the creature standing nearby. It had a large red mark across its chest, as if the skin was peeled away, showing the muscle tissue underneath. It regenerated the worst of the damage, but seems to have some difficulty fully healing back to normal. Look at the fingers you cut off. Izuku looked down. The Nomu really had regrown the fingers, but there was a red line going through all of them where they had been cut. I have to ask the doctor to investigate this. See if it has weakness in the regeneration or if it's something with your quirks. Very interesting either way. Good thing you didn't hit the brain. I would appreciate if you do not kill this Nomu in training. Then again, if you can, it isn't as strong as I thought. You are great at motivational speeches, Dad. You avoided its first 2 attacks and inflicted injury. That is more than most pro heroes should be able to do. You might lack a speed quirk, but your reaction speed has improved greatly. Now, want to go again? Izuku hesitated for a moment, shaking his formerly broken arm. Maybe I should tell it to use a bit less force, his father added. That would be nice, Izuku said and stepped in front of the Nomu, his hand shaking a bit. After activating his blades, he concentrated on adding the calm mind at the same time. His hand stopped shaking, and the previous ordeal disappeared from his mind. Details of the room disappeared except for their tactical value as the terrain of the battle. The only really important thing was the Nomu in front of him, and he was acutely aware of every little twitch and movement of the creature. Nomu, attack, but don't break bones, a voice commanded. The creature's posture started changing. It was going to. The Nomu was right in front of him, already throwing a punch. There was no use or time to form a shield. This Nomu would destroy him even with a shield. There was no fear in that thought, just an observation. Izuku bolted to the side and slashed halfway through the Nomu's arm. It shifted its balance to turn around, but Izuku didn't have time to land and change direction. The Nomu spun around and brought its other hand to backhand him. That slap alone threw Izuku several meters. Izuku adjusted his position midair and almost landed on his feet. He briefly dropped to his knee and used one arm to support himself. He didn't have time to get up as the Nomu attacked again, and could only dive away once before being caught and pressed against the floor again. Enough, his father announced. The Nomu let Izuku go, and thinking he was okay, Izuku stopped the calm mind. Ouch, he hissed, feeling the full pain from the impacts, although his bones seemed to be okay.
Congratulations sont.
If you were fighting a non-regenerating enemy, you would have effectively maimed them. How about this regenerating enemy? Izuku asked while getting up. The wound healed like the last ones. Started as it should but slowed towards the end. The arm seems to work normally but still has that scar. I'll have the doctor analyze them. More important right now is that I could see a clear difference in you compared to the first fight. Did you use the calm mind? Yes, Izuku responded. It helped more than I expected. I could focus on the Nomu and think clearly. It was like everything else barely existed, just me and it. That is good, but also concerning. Can you think of the reason why? Why? Izuku repeated and brushed his chin, thinking for a few seconds. I was totally focused on it. If anyone else tried to attack me, game over, as Tamura would say, his father finished. Be very careful with that quirk, especially if you are fighting alone. I will. Now using it to do homework on the other hand. Right.